And welcome to Going for Two Lives NFL Draft Show Day 2. It is
Day
myself,
two.
Danny Ocean, with my boy Losi Mix. And speak on the boys. We ain't here. We chopping it up. We here to have some fun. D, how you doing? It's been a minute.
It's been you know what? When we ain't potted in a little bit, it feels like it feels like it's been like years. Cause me and you be chit-chatting, off on the side. But it feels like it's been a while since I had a somewhat educated, validated sports debate. I've just been seeing these terrible takes by people that I know they get their sports sources and information from ball sack sports, like dead ass.
Hey,
Like come on, because like you be hearing some of the stuff these people be trying, these regular fans who are not reporters trying to report. I'm like, fam, did you get this from ball sack sports? Oh,
hey, high
oh.
key though. Shout out to Ballsack Sports for taking over like sports sourcing in like 6 months. Like people, they've got
It,
ESPN, they've gotten Fox Sports, like they've gotten the big dogs with
they've
some of this
gotten the
stuff.
big dogs to look stupid. Look
Like
stupid. They
you
got
should
Trey
know
Young too.
better.
Trey Young, I saw you.
Oh, what Trey Young do?
Boss, I think it was Ball Crack Sports had
Oh
got
no.
had basically put out like this tweet that was like after it was like Draymond Green now doesn't understand the Steph comparisons between Trey and Steph because Trey made out the first round, yada yada, and Trey had liked it and had quoted it, had said something, and then the tweet was deleted maybe instantaneously because he
Oh
probably realized he
no.
realized he got ball sacked or ball cracked.
Oh no. Let's do a few housekeeping things first. As you can see, this special episode of Speak On It is via GoingFor2.com. Head over to GoingFor2.com for all your fantasy needs. And there's also a special promo if you're watching on the screen with Underdog Fantasy. Use code GF2 and get a deposit match up to $100. Again, use
Oh yeah,
promo
underdog. That's how
code
we moving.
GF2 with Underdog Fantasy in a deposit match up to $100. It is going to be fun. Football feels like it's back, even though it's just the draft. It's one of the most exciting
Yeah,
times of the year. Those
for
who
sure.
cannot see, I am wearing Eagles paraphernalia. I am going to let my shit ring. But first, D, let's jump right into it.
Mm-hmm.
Day one. We'll start with we'll give you a. I'm not gonna go too hard, but your Packers drafted two defensive players in the first round.
Very good
Last
defense.
night, you very good defensive players. Last night, you and I were texting. You were upset. It has been about 24 hours. How do you feel now?
Okay, let me start by saying this. I got to compartmentalize some of my thoughts because last night I was an upset and very emotional Green Bay Packers fan. I feel like if you followed me on IG and Twitter, you were following my frustration last night. So, as most people know, the Packers started this offseason off with a big of a buzz. You know, we had the Aaron Rodgers watch, and then of course we had the unfortunate trading of Devontae Adams a little bit after Aaron Rodgers announced he was coming back, and when we made that trade, obviously you knew the first immediate priority was replacing a huge hole in our offense. Clearly,
Yeah.
when I looked at the picks 22 and 28, I was looking at the Packers, some of their big boards just based off of some of the Packers beat reporters that I follow, and they had 6 wide receivers that they had graded as first round eligible draft picks. So Jamison Williams, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Traylon Burks, and Drake London, and I'm missing one more.
Was it Geronimo? I mean, not Geron Williams. I don't know. I
William.
don't care
Did
what I
I say
say.
James? Oh, I said Jambo. It was
You did. Um,
It was Jamo. It was Garrett Wilson, Chris
Chris
Olave,
Olave, Drake London.
Drake London.
Oh,
I'm
Trey, the dude from Arkansas, Traylon
Traylon
Burks.
Burks. That's 5, and there was one more. There's one more I'm forgetting. Either way,
Uh,
they had round 1 wide receivers that they had targeted, and when the start of the draft started, I was like, "Oh, we might be on this. Like somebody might fall and slip because it was defensive lineman, and oh, buddy."
Oh, buddy.
They were playing wide receiver chicken. That's what that was. That's what the fuck that was. They played wide receiver chicken because who was the first team? Was the Jets? The Jets was the first team to take a wide receiver.
I believe. Let me see. I
When
have
Garrett
in
Wilson went. I think it was Garrett Wilson who was the first.
No, Atlanta took Drake London in 8.
That's what it was.
Then
when Atlanta took Drake London, which I'm gonna get into that one by the way. When Atlanta took Drake London, it was like everyone was like, "Oh no, we not missing that." And the Packers at 22, it's hard to make that trade up because you have two good picks. They're just later in the rounds. So if you're gonna give up one, you're like. Essentially, what happened was after that sixth wide receiver, which I believe was Treylon Burks, the Packers then had to play the board, and at that point you have to take best positional value. At the time last night, I was furious, and I still am a little bit furious that they didn't get aggressive and try to trade up. The more I think about it, think about some of those trades that were going on last night for like teams that were moving up. Nah, I wouldn't want to get fleeced like that. And so I started looking at the tape for the two players that we drafted. These are some really, really good players. Really, really good players.
My bad. Go ahead.
I was just getting ready to say it's kind of like it's a relief, but it's not really a relief because we're about to have a damn good defense. Top 10 defense. We're going to have
asking for that
a bottom 15 offense. I'm calling it right now. We're going to have a bottom 15 offense. It's going to be frustrating. We're going to be the NFC version of the Patriots, and I'm going to be so confused. That's how I feel. Frustrated, but not too frustrated.
Little housekeeping things. The other receiver was Jahan Dotson from Penn State, went to the Washington Commanders. Yep. And then the Packers drafted Quay Walker from UGA at 22. And then at 28, Devontae Wyatt from UGA. Dog, this draft is just UGA everywhere.
Yeah. And it's funny because you remember after that Natty game, I was like, boy, like before and after the Natty game, I was like, nah, I ain't seeing it. UGA, frauds. Maybe I was wrong. I was wrong.
I think we both are wrong. I think we both were on here talking that spit. And UGA, like half the defense went in the first round, and like the second half is going to go tonight. So maybe we were wrong.
But go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, other than that, I mean, like I look at it like I was reading one of the Packers beat writers, and he was talking about how like he didn't really like the picks, but he understood his problem was he understood the position that we took. His problem was that he didn't see a lot of positional value at those two picks, and I just read that tweet and I was like, dog, who do you take at 22 and 28 when the main position that you needed? There's no round one positional value there.
Right.
You might as well just get better on defense. Because if you think back on it, that Packers defense in that playoff game, they only allowed 6 points.
Now you're getting even better.
Because I think what they're seeing is, I think there's a pattern for the teams that are able to beat the Packers. You have to have a dominant front seven. Like it just has to be like people can't do shit on you. Pause. Then you and then you mix that with a good secondary that can at least cover and not allow receivers to get separation. Now you have a dominant defense. Yo, the 49ers did not have the best secondary. Their front seven was just unstoppable to stop. See what I'm saying here? Which is why the Derek Stingley pick at 3. I'm questioning it, dog. Very good player, but I'm questioning it. He hasn't played since he hasn't played healthy since like 2019, the year the LSU won the Natty. That was like his most healthy and productive season. Which, if he would have came out that year, if he was draft eligible, that now the pick makes sense. Last year he comes back, he's a little shaky. There's a lot going on at LSU. He doesn't have the best of seasons. I don't think he's the best. I thought Sauce Gardner was better, but clearly the Texans see something. They probably did their evaluations on Stingley, worked them out. Maybe they felt really good about him. I don't know what you think.
A man named Sauce deserves to be in New York. That's the rules. Like he was going to be a Giant or a Jet, but a man named Sauce cannot go to Houston. Dog. That
No,
don't
they got
fit.
Sauce in Houston. What you talking about?
No, that's what I mean. No. I think I think you're not picking up what I'm putting down. A man named Sauce in Houston can only do one or two things, and both result in going to jail. Sauce did not need to be in Houston.
Yeah, he going to jail?
Yeah, cats named Sauce don't need to be in Houston.
Yeah,
I'm with you on the Packers. Like once you lose out on Traylon Burks, like once the AJ Brown deal happened, what do? You do best player available. Hopefully, Pickens from Georgia.
Georgia.
Yeah.
Georgia, Pickens from Georgia, Mechie from Bama, who I forgot is still on the board.
Yeah.
But I don't know if if he fits because Packers like a certain type of build at wide receiver. I don't know if he fits that build. George Pickens more so fits that build. And then Christian Watson, I think he's from North Dakota State. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
There's another one. Honestly, if the Packers get one of them, then find a way to sign a decent or pretty good veteran wide receiver, I honestly feel better than if we had went like I would feel better I would feel better if we do Pickens or Mechie or Christian Watson and then get a veteran wide receiver than if we would have aggressively traded up, gotten a wide receiver one of the wide receiver ones, and then we would have lost probably our second round pick. And now we're missing out on really good picks. People, I want to let y'all know right now, the NFL draft.
You guys just traded in the second round. Like you guys just jumped up. Your pick is in. The Packers are picking right now. They traded with the Vikings.
We traded with the Vikings?
You traded
know why
we
traded with the Vikings? Because those dumb fucks got fleeced yesterday by the fucking Detroit Lions. Can we talk about that for a second?
Let's see. I want to see who you guys draft first. This is is it Pickens? Is it Mitchie?
Fam, if they don't take a wide receiver right here, I might lose it. I might lose it.
You got to. This is a wide receiver. It has to be a wide receiver.
It's got to be a wide receiver. Like it's got to be. Like the more I think about it, it has to be. Why interdivision, Jeff? I don't know. I don't like trading with people inside of the division either. But I know the Vikings are desperate.
So that pick belonged to the Lions, which belonged to the Vikings, which that joint been passed around like it's a Bang Bro episode around the NFC North.
You know why? Because Green Bay traded on the clock. Yeah, I know. I think the problem is that the Vikings made a bad deal yesterday. I don't know how else to say it. They made a bad deal yesterday. They could have gotten that same player if they would have stayed exactly where they were. I don't know what they were thinking.
I don't know what the Lions were thinking either, jumping 20 spots for a wide receiver. That was absolutely wild for a guy that you could have probably gotten mid-first round. Here you go, Kyle. See, there's some. Oh yeah, Jeff said you guys are going to draft Malik Willis.
Yo, nah, Jeff. If they draft Malik Willis, we might have to cut the show off early because I'm blowing some man. Yo, Atlanta Falcons fans, please tell me how you felt when you heard Drake London, because I know that is not the positional need that y'all really need.
No. They were in pain. Did you see his chain?
Yeah, Drake London, please don't wear that in Atlanta for multiple reasons. Yes, they're going to think you on the down low, or they're going to try to rob you on the down low.
Or both. Like, do not wear that chain in Atlanta.
All right.
You will get mugged. Here we go. Yeah, turn it up. I'm watching too right here.
Aaron Jones announcing the pick.
Not
Shout
in
out
sombrero.
AJ33.
That's got to be racist. What is he wearing this sombrero for?
That's his thing. He always wears a sombrero. He always wears a sombrero.
So he's just always racist.
Yeah. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Sometimes you got to go and get a wide receiver, baby. Let's go.
There you go. Let's go. Now are you happy now?
We got a wide receiver, damn it.
There we go. This is real time.
Got me emotional up in here. Let's go. I don't know you, Christian, but let's go. Let's go.
There you go. Oh, he looked like he belonged in.
You know what happened?
Aaron said, "Look, I don't give a fuck what you got to give. If you don't get in this motherfucking draft and get me a motherfucking red zone
Rogers went in there and was like, listen, I'm all for revamping the defense. We definitely got to get better on that side. But I'm gonna let y'all know right now, if y'all don't get a wide receiver, someone else is gonna be playing quarterback. It ain't gonna be me.
Get that other boy ready, because I feel like Aaron
yeah.
Rodgers calls. Who's your backup again?
Jordan Love.
Yeah, I feel like he calls Jordan Love son and boy all the time just to fuck with him. I think Aaron looks like the kind of dude that get that other boy
Nah,
ready.
don't do that to my Don't do that to my goat. He ain't gonna do
Am I lying? Aaron Rodgers.
It's funny. It's funny because like from all the public coverage I hear about, all the public perception I should say about Aaron Rodgers is like this guy's a shitty human being, yada yada yada, so on and so forth. I also like Greg Jennings. All of his teammates say this dude's a really cool dude. So now I'm confused because like, what's the truth?
That's probably somewhere in the middle, but
somewhere in the middle.
I'm happy for you. You got your.
Now, I actually like this pick. I need to see what the deal was. Does anyone know? Is Kyle in here? What was the deal for that pick? I mean, did we just swap second round picks or what?
I'm sure the Vikings.
How are you feeling about the Eagles picks yesterday?
Oh, I'm gonna let my shit ring tonight, baby.
I'm gonna let you go before I say what I think about.
Okay. Some people are saying Jordan Davis is a reach, going up that high to get him. I understand it, but a man that size, with that kind of athletic profile, is a real unicorn. I kept talking about Kyle Pitts last year being a unicorn. Jordan Davis is a unicorn for defensive tackles. I don't care if he doesn't rush the passer. I don't give a fuck. Put that man in the middle of the defense. He has to get double teamed, balls, and then you have your other D tackle, and you have two defensive ends with a one-on-one matchups who can rush the passer. If your quarterback steps up in the pocket, guess what? He's going to be standing right there. I don't care if he can't rush the passer. Can he stop the run by himself up the middle? And can he provide one-on-ones across the board? Yes, that's a win for me, especially with Fletcher Cox going to be gone next year. The A.J. Brown trade, I lost all my marbles. I couldn't sleep last night. I can't believe Howie looked at Tennessee and said, I'm going to give you 18. I'm going to give you a third round pick, and you're going to give me A.J. Brown, and you're going to like it. And Mike Vrabel ate that joint and said, okay, here you go.
That was Mike Vrabel, I'll tell you right now. That was all the Titans. GM.
I don't care who it was. Howie said, I'm going to give you, oh, that's a corner. Okay. I thought it was Malik Willis. Howie said, you're going to take 18, you're going to take a third round pick, and you're going to like it. And the Titans said, yes, sir. Howie managed to get a star wide receiver. You had to pay him, fine. A run-stuffing defensive tackle, and he did not have to give up one of the first-round picks from last year, and he did not give up a second-round pick this year. A+. Check. I was happy. I was over the moon. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Fuck a Cowboy. Fuck a Commander. Fuck a Giant. The NFC East belongs to Philadelphia. Excuse my language. I shouldn't be cursing this much. I'm sorry, Mom, but I was so excited. The NFC East belongs to us, and there's no question about it. Who can rock with us? Who can go point for point for us now? Not Dallas. Who the Commanders? Excuse me. Who the Commanders going to do? What they going to do? The Giants. You didn't even pick up Danny Jones' fifth-year option. Bums. Even though they had a great draft last night. NFC East runs through Philadelphia. See you in the NFC Championship game. We in there. Eagles going to the Super Bowl. We getting real close. Nastiest offense in the NFC. Nastiest offense.
Are y'all? Is someone else hearing this shit? Oh,
let me tell you something. So you're gonna have to cover AJ Brown. You have to either have to bracket or you're gonna single cover AJ Brown. You got to guard Devontae Smith. You got to count for Dallas Goedert. We're not even talking about Jalen's running ability. He gonna rush for 1,000 yards. He gonna rush for 1,000 yards.
I'm gonna tell you right now, he rushed for 1,000 yards. Y'all not winning more than 9 games.
All right. I'm just saying he'll have the opportunity to rush for 1,000 yards because there's no way like someone's either going to be butt naked open because you're devoting all your resources to stop him to run, or Jalen's going to have one-on-one on the outside with AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. Man, get out of here. Who got the facilities to guard that? Trayvon Diggs? Nah, fam. He ain't putting fear in nobody's heart. The Washington racial slurs?
Can I ask you one question? Because you're saying a lot of good things that when you throw things in the air, it sounds good. But I'm gonna bring a point just to connect all this. Who the hell sold these wide receivers the ball?
Y'all see, here's the thing. Y'all talk about, I know Jalen's not the most accurate, but y'all talk about Jalen like he Daniel Jones. Y'all talk
No,
about
I
Jalen
wouldn't
like
say
he
that. I wouldn't
like
say that.
like
I would
Jalen's
just say
top
this.
12.
Say what?
Jalen's top 12 to 15. And that's all I need. That's
12
all
to
I
15.
need with those
12 to
weapons.
15 what?
Quarterbacks in the league.
Okay. Yeah. Yo, can you pass me your plug? Because clearly you're smoking some of the finest weed I've ever seen.
Name 15 better than Jalen.
I'd have Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Patty Mahomes, Josh Allen. Gotta go by teams.
Russell Wilson,
Derek Carr, Justin Herbert.
7. Joe Burrow, 8.
Joe Burrow.
Lamar Jackson, that's 9.
I got a Dak Prescott easily.
Okay.
I got to go by divisions. Who else is in that division? Well, it's shaky in that division outside of them too. Okay. Go to an AFC South. You gonna be mad. I'll take Matt Ryan over Jalen Hurts.
You high. You talk about me being high, but that's 11. Keep going. That's 11.
That's a former league MVP? Former league MVP who puts up numbers and don't do anything in the postseason.
Oh, he's washed. But I'll give you that. That's 11.
Okay. I'm not going to say Ryan Tannehill. I'm not going to say Davis Mills. I'm not going to say Trevor Lawrence.
Not going to say Tua Tagovailoa. No.
Let's see,
Mac Jones, no. Kirk Cousins, hell no.
Yes,
Justin
that's
Fields,
12.
no.
Deshaun Watson, 13. That's 13.
That's
I'm taking Kirk and Deshaun over Jalen Hurts. Sorry. Kirk is accurate. I'll give you Kirk is accurate enough.
Dog. All right. See, you caping for a division rival. I know your loyalties. Like you just trying to slander Jalen. You trying to make me feel bad.
Okay, maybe at 15 is Jalen Hurts. Maybe at 15.
I say he's in that 12. That 12, 15, closer to 12.
15, I can see. Ooh,
come on. See, now this cap. This cap. Take him. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Kyler Murray. Cam Newton over Jalen. Man, get out.
Kyler Murray, too. That's Matt. Oh,
okay, so
no, I'm back on my shit because Matthew Stafford better than him, too. So that's 15. He's 16. 13. I'm back on my shit. I retake back me being wrong. He back at 16.
Darrell Revis. Look at that man hairline. Darrell, come on home, baby. It's over.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. I mean, come on home, Darrell.
I want to see.
Ain't nothing worse than the man holding on. Listen. People, as a sidebar, if you're going bald, Father Time is undefeated. Just beat him to the punch. Just go and shake that thing off. Ain't nothing worse than a man who can't let go. If your hairline look like that, I assume you're alcoholic. Like just let it go.
Bald dudes always find ways to get people to try to join them on the bald side. And
I'm trying to save you from looking back at pictures 10 years from now, like, why did you let me hold on to my hairline that long? Like,
so Breece Hall just went to the Jets.
Yo, the Jets are killing it. Joe Douglas said, "Put some respect on my name."
I was listening to Mel Kiper. Let me stop that. Mel Kiper, you low-key need your ass whooped. Because every time you were talking last night, you wasn't slandering people. You was throwing people under the bus. You was putting people on the guillotine, Mel Kiper. Relax. But I was listening to Mel Kiper yesterday, and he was talking like towards the end of the first round when the Jets had that other pick. He was talking about Breece Hall, and he was like, look, if you think about it, they already have Michael Carter. If you bring in Breece Hall, now you have a legitimate two-headed monster, both of which can come out the backfield and catch the ball. And then you mix that with the wide receiver they drafted yesterday. They have Elijah Moore. I was like, oh, man.
So here's the thing about that. My retort to that is we just sat here and talked about Jalen Hurts, and we're going to talk like Zach Wilson is any better? Because I don't believe in Zach Wilson. I don't believe in nothing that comes out of BYU because BYU gave us Taysom Hill, and I'll never forget BYU for that.
They're not even the same type of quarterback.
I don't care. BYU has given us nothing but garbage. They gave us Jimmer Fredette. They gave us I like Jimmer. They gave us Taysom Hill.
I'm with Jeff. I think the Jets are winning the draft right now. I think they're doing a very good job. You know what though? Started thinking about it.
New York is winning the draft.
Say what?
New York is winning the draft because the Giants killed it yesterday.
Oh man!
Tell
me how you feel as an Eagle fan when you saw Kevon Looney.
When I saw Kayvon go off the board as soon as he started to drop, I was like, the Giants are going to get their cornerstone, and they got attacked. I mean, they have competent management now, right? Like what's his face? What's old boy's name?
Gettleman
Gettleman would
like
have
to build the
drafted.
trenches.
Yeah, no, Gettleman's gone. Gettleman would have drafted Drake London in the center from Iowa. Like that would have been his MO. Like the Giants, you got your premier tackle, you got your premier defensive lineman who's arguably the best player in the draft. Like the Giants killed it. They don't have to do anything else.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That offensive lineman he took, Evan Neal.
That's a man. As my uncle would say, that's a man.
Yo, no, and that tackle from NC State. Did you see him? Were you watching?
Man, he could barely walk. I saw that man try to
okay, I didn't notice that too. He was struggling to walk. I saw that too. But did you see the tape they showed after they showed him struggling to walk? That brother's a bruiser. He is he's not even trying to block you. He is trying to like maul you, to
murder you.
Like if he gets his hands on you, you're going to be very upset. I was like,
oh, it looks like we have another trade. It looks like the Falcons have traded with the Giants. No, they haven't.
Okay.
No.
So B League says that the Falcons are going to be taking Malik Willis here.
Hey, that's what
I'm going to say. I'm going to say this: if they do take it, if they do take Malik Willis, that would be smart because how do I say this? Marcus Mariota ain't getting the job done.
Listen. A man, we talked about a dude named Sauce belongs in New York instead of Houston. The man named Malik belong in Atlanta. I've wanted Malik to go to Atlanta the whole time. Look, man, just trust me. I've been on this earth long enough. I know what names and places people belong. Malik belongs in Atlanta.
There's a Malik in South Dakota.
No. Trust me. A Malik?
There's a Malik somewhere in Maine. Yo, how many people have you ever met from Maine?
I don't know. That's a good question. Did they have people in Maine?
So I was talking to someone not too long ago, and they had mentioned that like they go to Maine sometimes because her parents live in Maine. And I said,
really?
I said, why do you have to fly into New York to drive to Maine? And she was like, oh, the airports out there are so spread out. It was like Maine is like a retirement state. Like a lot of people there are retired and living. And I was like, yeah, that's why nobody hear about no fucking Maine. That's why nobody hear.
Well, you know what? My wife has floated to me a couple times like, hey, we should go to Maine in the summer. She's from Jersey, so then it's some we should go to Maine for the summer for a long weekend and just enjoy because apparently it's like no humidity, it's perfect, it's some lobster rolls. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's the eastern northeast.
Yeah.
It's
whatever that
Atlantic
means.
Northeast.
There it is. That sounds like something the Patriots fan would say.
Which means it probably has similar weather maybe to the Pacific Northwest.
I would assume so.
Man, it's nice up there. They just don't get a lot of sun.
I wouldn't mind going. Come on, Malik.
Go to Maine. Yo, can they?
You want Malik?
Dog,
ESPN has been so bad.
Dog, please get to the damn pick. I don't
like. Dog, bringing people on stage. I don't care, except the Make-A-Wish kid for the Giants. He was pretty cool. Like, he was a dope kid. But everybody, I don't care. Stop bringing people on stage to read the pick. We don't care. Give me the pick.
Like, please. Give me
if we're on Twitter, I bet you the Twitter, let's see, the Falcons.
I'm not getting on Twitter because Shams will probably piss me off.
Shams do be having the
Shams, I kid you not, Shams about 10 minutes before the draft said, breaking, sources have told me that the Jags are taking whatever dude from Georgia is. It's funny. We'll get into that first, the number one overall pick. But they were like, who are these people?
People on stage, man. I don't give a damn.
Yo, am I wrong? Are we wrong?
No, we not wrong. We don't watch the draft for charity.
Nah, get these folks
off
the damn
stage. We don't watch the draft for charity, man. We watch the draft to get these picks. I don't care about these people.
God,
did they cure cancer?
Action, NFL. We know. Y'all screwed over Colin Kaepernick and blackballed him from the league. It's whatever now.
Yeah, I don't care, dog. Stop bowing. Just read the pick, woman. Damn.
Like, yo.
Shut up, Roger. Read the damn pick. Oh, I'm sorry. I have the volume down. Is that a soldier who died in battle? Oh, shit. My bad. My fault.
You know, sometimes here on the Speak On It podcast, we speak on it maybe a little too soon.
My bad. My fault.
Maybe we speak on it a smidge too soon.
Oops. Oh, my bad.
Sorry. I apologize.
That's on me.
Yeah, we gotta. Hey, Roger, come on.
Maybe I should have the volume on low.
Yeah.
So I can listen to what's going on.
What we talking about, Roger? Here we go. I got us. Here we go. They better do some shit like taking a Kobe Dean.
They better not. Excuse me?
Nah, you see that last name? Yeah, he definitely needs to be in Atlanta. You see that last name?
Hold on. Atlanta jumped up to draft a linebacker?
Oh no.
Poverty franchise.
Who is that GM again?
Someone who doesn't need a job. That's a poverty franchise.
But back to what I was saying about Shams.
My bad. Yeah.
So yesterday, right, 10 minutes before the draft, Sham comes out and was like, "Hey, according to my sources, the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to select X, Y, and Z dude from Georgia, number one overall pick. I'm waiting on @Ian Rappaport to confirm." Like, dog. First off,
crazy.
You're greasy as hell for basically saying, nah, but Ian's going to report this. I'm just going to say it first. You greasy as hell, Shams. But I get it. The game is the game. Two, did you see the look on that man's face when he got drafted number 1 overall?
He didn't see that coming at all.
No. He definitely saw it coming. Matter of fact, I think he was so definite that he saw it coming. That's why he wasn't even excited. That dude was sitting there.
I did notice that.
That's what he looked like. He dabbing people up. You know what that told me? Jacksonville probably called him like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Hey, big dog. He's probably like, hey, big dog. We know Aiden Hutchinson's a bust. Don't worry. Someone else going to take him. We got you at number 1 overall. Now let's talk about number 2 overall. He's not moving the needle for me. I'm sorry, Aiden Hutchinson. I hope I'm no, actually I don't hope I'm wrong because you play for the Lions. I don't hope I'm wrong. But he's not moving the needle for me.
No, you don't.
Like, I think he's going to be a good player, but do I think he's going to be like a? They were comparing him to Joey and Nick Bosa, and I'm like, no, y'all, those were like freaks. Like we will never see anything like a Joey or a Nick Bosa or Myles Garrett. Those are once in a generational players. That's why you take them number 1, number 2 overall, and you definitely paid them good money.
Hell yeah.
And then when Kayvon fell to the Giants, I was like, damn,
dog.
Damn.
I think the Cardinals got ripped off. Do you think the same? Like, they gave up a 1 for Marquise Brown. That is absolutely absurd.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up because I think what is going on, and I'm going to tie it back to this Marquise Brown point. I think what's going on is there's going to be a new trend in terms of wide receivers, how they're drafted, how salaries and contracts. And I'm going to tell you why. It's 2 words. Christian Kirk.
Yes.
Fucked up the wide receiver market. Let me look closer into the camera so everyone sees it. If you're not a fan of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Christian Kirk has probably fucked over your franchise, and you don't even see it yet. Let me tell you why. Christian Kirk got a contract. I'm not going to say he don't deserve it because that'd be rude. Let's just say I didn't necessarily agree with the valuation of that contract for that player, right? And I feel like most football fans maybe agree with me. You know who else agrees with us? Other wide receivers. And they saw him get paid. And they said, yo, it's a stick up. It's a stick up.
Run me my money.
It's a stick up. What happened a week and some change later? Devontae wanted more money. Yep. He also, which we offered him. He then wanted to go home. Boom. Trade him. Raiders sign him to the Brinks truck. What happens a week later? Tyreek Hill, someone I think me and you were like, if he's smart, just stay in Kansas City. He basically says, yo, no, it's stick up time. He looked at his clock and said, it's fucking stick up time. Y'all are about to fucking pay me. And Andy Reid and Trent Baalke, the general manager, looked at the asking price. They was like, yeah, he's worth it, but it ain't going to be from us.
Not going to be from us.
And you know what happened maybe some weeks later? A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, and Deebo Samuel.
Terry ain't got paid yet.
No, hold on. And Deebo Samuel all were probably like, yo, we are better wide receivers than Christian Kirk. It's stick-up time. It's stick-up time. Debo's about to be gone. Debo's about to be gone. The Titans, and it goes back, I'm going to tie it back to Marquise Brown. The Titans was like, okay, A.J. Brown's definitely worth this money. Mike Vrabel was like, pay this man. And the GM was like, he's not $25 million a year. Dude can't stay healthy for a full season. And I agree. I agree. I'm with the GM on that one. I wouldn't pay A.J. Brown that money either. So, of course, you trade him to a team who desperately needs a wide receiver because their quarterback, his balls usually land at people's feet. So you need someone with a good catch.
Okay. All right.
So I think everyone's seeing that. We get to the Baltimore Ravens, and Hollywood Brown, who came from a pass-heavy system in college at Oklahoma, now gets drafted to a run-heavy system, doesn't really fit his skill set, and because wide receiver is such a stat-driven position, he was kind of getting fucked because of it, because he's not getting paid the money he should be getting paid because he doesn't have the opportunities to show his full skill set. And I think he knew that, was trying to work it out with Lamar. They were trying to incorporate more passing. Didn't work out because Lamar was always passing it to Mark Andrews.
Yep.
He went to Lamar and said, yo, we from South Florida. We brothers. But I got to go because if I stay here, I'm not getting paid. And so my point to wrap this up, people, what I see, like the trend that's going to start, what I see a trend happening is Chicago picked corner Kyler Gordon. Okay.
From Washington.
Yeah. Okay.
Seattle on the clock. Malik, pack your bags. You're going to Seattle.
Seattle has 2 picks back to back. Fam.
Yeah. Malik is going to Seattle.
So I think the new trend.
Ugh.
They did what?
I said, is it going to be Malik or Sam Howell? Seattle has to pick a quarterback. Drew Lock's not the answer. But back to your point, I apologize.
No, you're good. So what I think is going to be a trend with wide receivers is these. And I'm talking about first round true wide receiver ones when I say this. I think these first round true wide receiver ones, teams are going to start drafting them, right? You're going to put them on a rookie deal, and you're going to hope they instantly produce. Think of Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, that instantly produce. Devontae Smith, yeah. And I think what's going to start happening is on that 4th year, which I believe is like the end of the rookie contract, right?
No, there's a 5th year option the team can pick up.
And what I think is about to start happening, teams are going to start trying to get wide receivers, right, from the first round, utilizing them for like that 1st through 4th year, and then on that 5th year, trade them and literally draft a carbon copy of whoever you just trade. What we saw the Titans do last night, I'm looking in the camera. If you're seeing me and you're hearing this, your franchise is about to do something very similar in about 3 to 4 years. Thank you, Christian Kirk. Thank you, dog.
Hey, he got his money. I respect it. Get your money. If someone wants to overpay me, I'll take the money.
I don't want him to not get paid. I'm just saying, you fucked over. Fam, there were 31 mad as fuck GMs when that deal broke.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm lying.
It comes from Jackson. No, you're not lying. But I'm glad AJ's in Philadelphia.
It's always these teams that have an abundance of cap space because nobody wants to fucking go there and play.
The other half of that is, especially if you have a rookie quarterback on a rookie contract, right? Like Jalen's still on his rookie contract, so we can afford to pay AJ Brown this money. And then if Jalen is not the answer, the next year have the capital to move up to get Bryce or CJ in theory, because I think we have the Saints first round pick. I think the Saints going to be trash. They doing all these go all out moves. The Saints will be garbage.
And I got some smoke for the Saints when we get.
Let's shoot them together. What's the joint in training day when they just all shot at Denzel at the whip? Let's shoot at New Orleans. I got smoke.
New Orleans, and I want to look into I want to get right into the camera when I say this. New Orleans. I didn't like y'all's franchise before, but it was a minimum weight. I was about y'all. I rocks with Alvin Kamara. I like Michael Thomas. I like Jameis Winston. But y'all fucked up yesterday. That was the Packers wide receiver to draft, and y'all had no business drafting him. No business drafting him. What do they need Chris Olave for? When Chris Olave's catches, I guarantee you are about to go
to Alvin Kamara.
Well,
Jameis is going to either check down. Jameis is going to either check down to Alvin Kamara, or he's going to be throwing that thing to Michael Thomas on the slant consistently. What?
Oh,
fam.
Are we seeing the reemergence of Slant Boy? That might be the most disrespectful. Michael Thomas deserves better than that.
Fam, the brother broke the NFL record for receptions in the season and got nicknamed Slant Boy because of it. Fam, that's like he has no control over that. Like he has no control. Yo, like look at how these are the sports fans that I try not to argue with. Because like, fam, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you like, no, seriously, what are you talking about?
Yo, what's up with all this Baker hate? So we have a comment, Steve Smith's reaction to rumors that the Panthers are going after Baker. No. My retort to Steve Smith say, you want Sam Darnold?
I mean, do you...
OBJ's dad has single-handedly wrecked Baker's career. Like, he didn't make the video, but he released that joint.
My opinion, I'm completely with you, Steve Smith, because do you want a chicken sandwich or do you want chicken between two pieces of bread? If you follow what I'm saying.
Listen.
If you follow what I'm saying.
Baker is the answer, but can Baker be that much worse than Sam Darnold?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
So
they are the same player. I'm convinced.
That's fair. I'm just because you can't jump up. So yeah, Seattle just drafted Boy Mayf. I hope I said that correctly. A linebacker from Minnesota. Okay, now go.
That's a good one. Yo, Seattle.
Oh, my man got gold fronts.
Time on this 41st pick when y'all have back-to-back picks. I'm gonna have some beef. Y'all know who y'all taking because y'all had back-to-back picks.
Yeah, just pick it in twice. Yo, I'm sorry. Please go back to that picture, ESPN. Did he have gold fronts in his mouth in Minnesota? Because if so, this is the best pick of the draft. It looked like he had gold fronts. If that is the case, he is the best player in this draft.
Oh my
God. Seattle just got a steal.
Yo, another thing. I'm seeing a lot of teams are realizing it's one in the trenches. It's really one in the trenches. No one ever the real sports fans I out here know. Football is all one in the trenches. You build through the trenches. Smartly, David Gettleman. Not the way you do it.
And hey, that's why the Giants scare the hell out of me, man. 2 years from now, that team's gonna be a problem. Please show the picture. Please show the picture. Oh,
you better hope Daniel Jones never makes the step. That guy makes the step, and like they have competent quarterback play. All y'all in that division in trouble because they actually have a decent enough defense if their offense can supplement them well.
Well, they didn't pick up his 5th-year option, so he's going to be a free agent after this year.
Who? Oh, Daniel Jones.
Oh,
yeah. Yo, New York. Honestly, I'm in the fence because I see why y'all wouldn't pick it up, but I also see why maybe y'all should. Y'all fucked that guy over a little bit in his time there. Same time, Daniel Jones, you be playing like some ass sometimes too. So
they drafted a running back 2 overall.
Who? Oh, Saquon. Bam. Which will be the last running back taken in the top 5, I think, for a very long time.
Correct. All right, come on, Malik. Oh, wow. A running back. Yo, they really going with Drew Lock. So they drafted Ken Walker III from Michigan State. Dog, and Seattle really going to look me in the face and it's like, Drew Lock is our guy. Yo, Pete Carroll high as hell. Get Pete out. Y'all got rid of the wrong dude.
Yo, Pete, I've been in Seattle and I smoked some of that weed. What is your plug at? Who is your plug, Pete? Who is your plug, Pete? What are y'all doing? No, what are y'all doing?
Oh, my God.
Fam, could you imagine being a Seahawk fan right now? What is this?
If you were a Seahawk fan, you were optimistic yesterday. And you know what? I'm going to call. So if Russell Wilson been there for 9-10 years, never gave him a line last night.
And they drafted a motherfucking offensive lineman with the first pick they get. Yo.
I'm sorry, dog. That feels racist to me.
Pete Carroll and John Snyder, they looking at Russell Wilson. They was like, nah, brother, you good. You got legs, right? You tough. You better get out that pocket and run.
They saying boy and son too.
I know Pete Carroll tapped him. Hey, Russ, you got it, bro. You got it. Hey, man, if anything, move out the pocket. You got it. And he over there like, yo, please just get me an offensive tackle. Please.
I just need a tackle, man.
I just need a tackle. Please. They saw Drew Lock and they were like, hey, man, we're going to make sure you're protecting all ends, man. You're going to be we're going to protect your blind side, man.
Fam, if Indianapolis does not draft a quarterback right now,
they got Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan's not the answer. Yo, you've met him before. My homeboy TJ is a Falcons fan, and before they traded Matt Ryan, he swore, he was like, "Oh no, we good with Matt Ryan." What do y'all see in Matt Ryan? He is cooked.
He is a cooked product right now, but Indy is the home of the previously cooked quarterbacks,
and that's why they need to fix that tonight. How old is Matt Ryan? Matt Ryan got to be 36. He is 36. He'll be 37 in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Pete Carroll is a future fan. Oh, that's definitely why they got. That's definitely why they. Yo, Pete heard that Future album last night, and we said, "Yo, we got to protect my motherfucking blind side over here." Yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
No. You know how I know? This is how I know Pete don't like Russell Wilson. This is how I know. What's the name of Future album?
I don't know.
I Never Liked You. How do you prove you never like somebody? You go out and draft the position you refuse to draft for 10 years.
Oh.
Tell me I'm crazy.
That's tough.
Tell me I'm crazy. Seattle, what are y'all doing? You had Desmond Ridder, you had Malik Willis, and you passed on
Sam
both.
Howell. Like, I'm not a Sam Howell guy, but you got Sam Howell.
Guy from UNC?
Yeah.
Yo, this is how I know he's gonna be a 3rd or 4th round pick. I thought that guy was coming back to school.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's tough.
He'll be somebody back up. People, and another thing. Backup quarterback is the most ideal position in the NFL. Fam, yes, pay me to sit behind somebody and never play.
Man, listen,
and if I play, then y'all know we are in trouble.
Everyone wants to be Dan Marino and Patrick Mahomes' dog. No, I want to be Brock Osweiler.
Fam, Hall of Fame ski masker. Hall of Fame. Yo, Brock Osweiler really went to the Texans and said, "Yo, it's a stick up. It's a stick up in here."
Brock said, "I'm tall and I can throw far. Give me my money." And they said, "Okay."
Yo, did you see that graphic on the Vikings? The Vikings last year allowed 11 players to have over 100 yards receiving. That
is absurd. And you out here trading picks.
That means over. They had 1,100 yards at minimum by 11 players.
That's bananas. Yeah, Chase Daniel. You are right, Kyle. Chase Daniel was like premier. Chase Daniel. What's his face? Colt McCoy.
Colt McCoy. Who's the other one? The McCowns, Luke and Josh McCown.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame ski masters, dog.
Hall of Fame ski master. I don't get
Kyle. And Kyle, you're gonna appreciate the name I'm about to say. Matt Flynn. Come on, dog.
Genius. That is perfect. One game, get
quarterback
paid.
game in history, and got the fucking bag. Yo, please sign me up one of these. Yo, don't let me have a kid. I'm gonna make sure that motherfucker tall. Be a quarterback.
How you gonna make sure the kid tall? How that work?
I'm gonna tell you off camera. I can't say it on camera. I don't want to.
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna tell you off camera because when I tell you off camera, you're gonna laugh. But like, fam, I'm gonna make sure my son a backup quarterback. Fam, get up here. Get to the league. Backup quarterback. Please rack up the money. Take that money and invest it.
Yup. Listen, kid. We're not even gonna get you to a premier school. We can get you to like a little small, a high level D2 school, Coastal Carolina. Go be the quarterback there. Cincinnati. Go play in the Sun Belt. Run up your numbers. Become a backup man. The dream.
Or if you're lucky, you can go to another way to do it is you go to a top notch, a blue blood in Ohio State. You wait your time, beat out the person, have one good season. That's all they need. That is all they need. Which is funny. Can you imagine that, yo? Cardale Jones got drafted off of that.
He won a national. You are correct. Hey, my man Kyle said Chase Daniel career earnings $39.8 million.
Fam,
how many career snaps has he had?
Shit,
under 800.
Shit.
Low key, Trubisky belongs in the Ski Mask Hall of Fame. I'm listening.
Listen, I need Mitch Trubisky to get one more backup QB contract before I say he's a Ski Mask Hall of Famer. I definitely think he's an honorable mention in the Ski Mask Hall of Fame, but
hold on a second. Is this man wearing a purple velvet jacket in Vegas?
That's icy.
Oh no! It is clean. I'm saying he moving weight.
Yo,
that is a weight moving.
Look at where black people go when you see somebody looking nice. Oh, you looking nice?
No, that is a move.
You definitely
Yo, he about to go. He about to go be on Ozark right after he announced the pick.
he
moving weight. He moving weight. You can't tell me.
Hey, he fucking with Marty or nah? You think he on Team Wendy or Team Marty?
He on Team Marty. He definitely on Team Marty. He definitely about to go cook some books.
Oh, Jeff, thank you. Oh my goodness, yes. Jeff said every assistant coach under Bill Belichick that got a head coaching job, Ski Mask Hall of Fame. And you know what, Jeff? I'm gonna add another name to that. Every one of you head coaches that came from Nick Saban, Ski Mask. Because outside of Buddy, who just won a national championship, you can't beat him. And Jimbo, matter of fact, I'll exclude Jimbo and Buddy and the head coach of Georgia. I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Kirby Smart.
Kirby Smart. I'm sorry, Kirby. I'm sorry. All right. Come on, Vikings. Talk to me. I'm going to turn the volume
Vikings about to draft Malik Willis, Minnesota. All right, dog. Shut up and read the pick.
Yo, watch your mouth. Watch your fucking mouth, yo. Watch your fucking mouth. You talking about my Packers.
Yeah. See, I told you that purple jacket. He moving. He got that thing on him. He got that thing in his pocket right now. I guarantee you, he packing.
Yo. Now we can smoke him. We can smoke him because he is not a military vet. We can smoke the hell out of him. We can smoke
it. Fam.
We're at the NFL draft? Why are we talking about Blue Mountain State?
He high. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. He is not moving weight. He is. Look at this. Look at the lady. Read the pick, dog. She said, "Read the pick,
sir. We need you to, sir. Get your ass on." Oh my goodness.
He not moving weight. He's snorting weight. Yo, dog. Read the card.
Ooh, that's a good pick.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yo, they never gonna let him come back to the NFL ever again. She had to come out and get that man.
I don't think I've ever seen that while watching an NFL draft. That's like a show producer. I guarantee that's like a show producer.
Yeah, that is a producer. And someone got her ear and said,
it was like, yo, we got a fucking show. Get this shit on the road. Yeah, they heard Blue Mountain State. They said, man, if you know how your mama talk to you when your mama talk to you when she mad, but y'all out in public. Well, he don't get your ass in this damn car.
If you don't read that damn card. And then he got the nerve to get frustrated with her. Like, dog, you didn't come to preach a sermon. Dog, just read it.
He probably went up there and was like, if you don't read Andrew Booth fucking name, old man.
We told you before you got on stage to read the fucking name. Yo, they're going to beat his ass in the back.
Oh, that's a good pick by the Vikings. I see why. They take a corner. He was a good one, too.
We have a special guest in the building.
Yes, we do.
Our friend Research. What is up, Cal? Welcome to our hosting session of the NFL draft with your Green Bay
Pack
Packers.
Go.
There we go. See, y'all can have like a pack session. Oh, yeah, see what I did there? A pack session.
Go Pack Go. Let's go.
Oh, not Desus. They got my man Desus up there for the Giants.
I definitely packed something before I got on camera. So
let
green,
let the thing sing, Kyle.
And gold, baby. But yeah, I was gonna say coming in, I love the Packers. I don't always love the picks, but then they traded up and got Christian Watson. So I guess I glad I didn't say that, except I did say it. But whatever. I wasn't crazy about the linebacker. I like Wyatt though. I like that pick. But
can you elaborate why you were a little shaky on the linebacker?
I guess, and this maybe also goes to my limited kind of experience, knowledge, scouting defensive players, but also looking through like a lot of the mock drafts and a lot of what the expectations were. He didn't appear to be a first round pick, and it wasn't expected to be one of the top 2 linebackers that kind of were like his teammate Nakobe Dean, right? So a lot of people were saying he might not even have been the best linebacker for Georgia. So that seemed like they didn't have to take him at 22. And
I see what you're
I almost
saying.
think, if they almost had flipped it, because I like the Wyatt pick, just thinking, him next to Kenny Clark, that's a great way to like bring interior pressure, help against the run. Like he's going to replace either Lowry or Lancaster or Slayton in the starting lineup. So I think that was kind of maybe, if anything, the biggest position of need on defense. Nickel corner might arguably be that, but maybe that can be addressed more easily later on.
I didn't even think about nickel corner. Yeah, I didn't even think about nickel corner.
I've heard, and as well as the stuff I do with Going for Two, I have the Full Press Packers podcast, and my co-host Jesse, he was kind of talking about the idea that instead of drafting strictly a cornerback that can play in the slot, drafting a third safety earlier, and that way, like if there's someone who is good in coverage, they can be the nickel corner, and like that's how they get 3 safeties on the field. And if ever let's say they have to let Darnell Savage walk or Adrian Amos walk, he takes over one of the other 2 spots, and then they kind of just keep worrying about that down the road. So I was kind of getting into that idea of, okay, maybe they go safety first on defense, but yeah, definitely didn't expect linebacker. I think part of it is also, there are so many other years where I wanted them to take a linebacker, like when the year where they got undrafted free agent Chris Barnes, and that worked out really well. But now that they have Barnes and Devondre Campbell, it's tough to think that he's going to come in and start right away. That's I guess the only.
No, I think that's a great point, Kyle, because do you follow? I think his name is like Peter Burkowski. I don't want to mispronounce his name, but he had tweeted out. He tweeted out yesterday about Chris Barnes, and he was going through, like he was talking about how like the Packers like to run defensive packages where they have 2 inside linebackers. And so when they started having Barnes play, I think it was like maybe week 8, they started putting him, like having him out there more and more. I was like, oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. And then to your point, I was like, well, then why draft that linebacker then? Like, next to Vondre, because we know Vondre's going to be out there for sure.
And like he signed a pretty cheap 5-year deal, so they've got him locked up. Not quite a rookie contract, but kind of long term. And maybe this is fear that they won't be able to extend Barnes, that because he's played so well, teams are going to pay him to be like their number 1 linebacker, and the Packers just won't be able to. So maybe that's protecting against that. But yeah,
that's a good point.
Now, if obviously, if they wanted wide receiver, they still got the guy they would have probably taken anyway, since no other receivers came off the board. So assuming they were maybe thinking, this is the best way to play the draft board, especially if they knew they were going to try and trade up, that, okay, we've got 3 picks in the next 10, 12 picks. So let's go with the guy we don't think is going to last the longest. That might be their reasoning, but it didn't seem like he was going to be the guy that was going to be a first round pick anyway. So I don't know, but I will say Gutekunst has made some defensive picks, like Savage and Stokes. Both were kind of viewed as, okay, those are reaches. So maybe he has an eye for the defensive talent. Like he knows what to look for and okay, yeah, how to kind of fade the noise, and he'll reach on the defensive players that he knows are going to be the better fit. So maybe they'll trust Gutekunst there, and maybe I'll be positive.
All right. Now, Danny, who did the Giants just take?
A gentleman named Wendell Robinson from Kentucky. That's a very Giants pick. Jeff, we're here to roast others. We are not here to roast me.
All right, Wendell Robinson. What is he? Is he linebacker?
He's a wide
receiver from Kentucky.
It's funny because it's not just the similar name. Like he's kind of a similar height, weight to Rondale Moore from last year. So
okay, same sort of
funny,
build.
He's almost like Kadarius Toney. Funny how that's kind of happening.
Trying to get Kadarius Toney.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think of this whole Kadarius Toney Giants situation?
Whoa, someone talking spicy in the chat.
Hold on. We'll come back to this Kadarius Toney. Bamji. Y'all mind?
I think that's
Bam CG. When you are a consistent perennial contender, you're always picking towards the back half, and you have to figure out how to navigate. The Packers, we're always picking in the back half. So we are and Kyle, maybe jump in if you disagree. We know that if we're always picking in the back half, the real draft is won rounds 2, 3, and 4. And if you look at our hit radius in rounds 2, 3, and 4, particularly at the wide receiver position, you wouldn't take a wide receiver either at 22 or 28, especially when the first 6 that you wanted were already off the board.
But yeah, I think the only year I'd really argue they should have gone receiver in the first round was probably 2020 for obvious reasons. But outside of that, like you've had, you've been able to hit, good guys with good catch radius, to go with your joke there, like Devontae Adams, Jordy Nelson, all second round picks. So if you've had that, why spend a first round pick when you can go after? And I mean, they've missed on some first round picks, but they've it's been a little bit since they've missed on a first round pick, to be honest. Deaton Jones, what was his name? I can't remember now. Something.
You know what?
He's a pass rusher. He was a pretty bad first round pick, but they've put a good string of first round picks together. Stokes, outside of Love, of course, but Stokes, Savage, Alexander, a lot of defensive backs. Funny there, but no DBs this year.
John Mechie just went to the Houston Texans. John Mechie, wide receiver out of Alabama, just went to the Houston Texans, which I think Will Fuller was never. He's been gone. Okay, and they kept Brandon Cooks too. Yep. So okay, which kind of is confusing because isn't Mechie like an outside receiver, or am I tripping? Or is he more inside in the slot?
I think more outside at Bama.
But I mean, you really want 2 guys on the outside. Yeah. They still have Nico Collins, and Brandon Cook's the kind of guy you can move around, to be honest. Like they can play Brandon Cooks in the slot, especially if the offense, that's where the NFL is kind of going. Like put your best receiver in the slot, not as and get your 2 guys outside. So, I don't hate it for Nico Collins, for instance. Like I still think he'll be. It's gonna be probably a 3-headed monster at receiver between Cooks, Mechie, and Nico Collins. So,
dog, the Ravens have low key, like the Giants have been winning the draft, and the Ravens have been winning the draft. The Ravens are on the clock right now.
I think Danny,
the Ravens
the Ravens again are a team, and I don't want to bring this back to the Packers, but a team similar to the Packers, where like normally they don't draft very high. Like Ravens are randomly, like they're always competitive. Like they're always going to be right in the thick of things. Last year they were like ravaged with injuries and still in the thick of it. They got the best safety and the best center. And I don't know if they really did much outside of maybe the trades that they made.
Yeah, that's it. But that's how they remain. I mean, they always draft for positional need. They always read the board, like they never reach. That's why they're one of the best run organizations in the entire.
So what do you guys think is the better way to draft? Like best player on board or positional need?
I think depends where you are in the draft. I think towards the end of the draft, you can really start to focus on needs, but I feel like especially
outside of round 1, let's just say, outside of round 1.
You know what? And I think that even depends on context. There might be teams, especially teams that are kind of in win now mode, where you might go towards need, even in as early as the second round. But that might, because I feel like everyone's got like who are the first round locks, and you've probably scrutinized that order so much to where you really can go one after the other. We know this player is better than this one, but then. Frankly, and this is not even just this year, but every year there aren't 32 first round picks, quote unquote, like in terms of like who we expect, but there's going to be guys that aren't viewed as first round picks by team evaluators that are going to end up there. So once that list runs out of who are the first round picks, the teams might even start at the late first to go for best available. Cause at that point they've kind of already drawn the lines on who are the elites and who are not. Yeah. So,
and I think, honestly, I think that's kind of how things played out yesterday with I think that's how things played out for I would say the teams in the back 4, 5, 6 yesterday picks of the draft. They're just look, I mean, the elite guys are flying off the board. So got to make the best.
To Bam's credit, because he's talking about don't compare the Packers to the Ravens. I mean, to be fair, the Ravens have won a Super Bowl more recently than the Packers. So to his point of underachieving,
that was a year or two. It was
2 years, right? But it's still he's not wrong about the underachieving though, because I'm sure your expectations as a Packers fan going in every year is win the Super Bowl, right? And they haven't done that in now 12 years or this 11 seasons, right?
Honestly, I'm at a point now. I just want to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they haven't even been back.
I just want to go to the Super Bowl, and then we can go from there. Like, obviously, I'm going to want us to win the Super Bowl, but like, I want us to make the damn game. Like, let's not get started on like these horrendous losses that these guys have had in the postseason, where they're like clearly the best team in the field, and all they got to do is win the damn games.
And not to use your arguments against you, but I know how highly ranked you have Aaron Rodgers among all-time quarterbacks, right? So for him to only be in one Super Bowl, that can't be anything but underachieving. Now, are they the most underachieving team? I mean, has there been a team in that stretch that just hasn't won at all and hasn't even gotten anything that they should have? Like, because it's funny because I think something Aaron Rodgers said draft night did come true. He said the 49ers will be more disappointed they didn't draft me than I will be. Since that moment, Packers have won Super Bowl, the 49ers have 0, even though the 49ers have been to 3. And so like it's not unreasonable to think Rodgers probably would have won all 3 of those Super Bowls, right? Like, I mean, you're like Kaepernick's good. Rodgers is so much better, and Kaepernick was only a throwaway. So
yeah,
like you probably don't get into the giant hole where that big comeback at the end isn't a comeback. That's the put the game away. And I mean, Garoppolo was a throwaway. You don't think Rodgers makes that deep throw to Emmanuel Sanders to win? And then there's another one. Oh, the not the Super Bowl year. They made it to 2. But they made it to an NFC Championship game the year after they went to the Super Bowl. And that was like Russell Wilson and the Seahawks just barely won. Like
that was the Richard
Rodgers
Sherman he can't guard me game. He can't. Yeah,
exactly. And then I mean, like the Seahawks kind of blew it against the Patriots. Who knows? I mean, if the 49ers are against the Patriots, they might get that win if they again have Aaron Rodgers. Maybe that's enough to beat the Seahawks and enough to beat the Patriots. Who knows? It's extrapolated. It's totally different circumstances. Maybe because he was there, they'd have to pay him more and other players wouldn't be. And actually, that never happens. But it's still reason to think the 49ers maybe could be considered a big underachievers just because they've had multiple shots at it with amazing defenses. And they, all due respect to Alex Smith, they blew it on a quarterback pick and it kind of cost them. And now it's almost over. Like now they've already drafted another quarterback. Like this is a new era. So if they win a Super Bowl now, you can't like say that, oh, you see Rodgers, like this is what happens. We didn't draft you. You've already like been forced to like trade up and go after Lance. Like it's kind of the end of the chance you had to kind of get even and win that one Super Bowl to at least say that. Maybe a salty Packers fan here, but because I'm tired of losing to the 49ers in the playoffs, because like that was brought up. It's like, oh, Rodgers can't beat the 49ers in the playoffs, which is true, and that's been awful. But at the same time, what have the 49ers been able to accomplish with all those wins is nothing, really.
Nothing.
Danny,
Detroit just
tell me
picked...
about this.
Sorry, Jeff. Don't kick me off, GoingFor2, please.
No, you guys this is a safe space for Packers fans. Like if you guys want to talk about the failures of the Packers organization, that's okay. Like I'm perfectly
Danny,
okay.
Talk to us about who the Lions just drafted. Who did they just draft?
They just drafted Josh Paschal from Kentucky. The Washington racial slurs on the clock, and I'm calling it right now. They're about to draft a quarterback, and they're gonna piss Carson off. The Washington, they will be the racial slurs until Dan Snyder has been removed. The racial slurs are about to draft a quarterback, and we're going to relive the Philadelphia Carson Wentz, Jalen Hurts saga, but this time in our nation's capital. It just feels
second round pick where was Hurts taken? 40, like probably around there, 47th, 50th.
Yeah, that's funny. We're getting
if it's
real
47th,
close.
I'm gonna laugh so hard.
We're getting real close to Jalen Hurts territory. And Malik Willis will be it can't be Malik. It has to be someone who's athletic and better than Carson. So yes, it's going to be
Desmond Ridder.
Malik, maybe Desmond Ridder. Yeah. Actually,
Washington.
To be fair, I think almost everyone here is more athletic than Wentz. So I think any of them it'll count.
That would have hurt 3 years ago, but now we letting that thing sing. Keep going.
Well, you got a better quarterback now, I think.
Yo, Kyle, you know what's funny? When I first met Danny, and I'm so glad
you say this every time you talk about
Carson Wentz was good a few years ago too. So I know what you're gonna say.
First met Danny, it was during the year Carson Wentz had everyone thinking he was an MVP, and every morning,
funny how
Danny would
come.
Every morning, Danny would come to my desk where I was, and we would have this conversation about sports, and he would always talk about how this is the year. The not only are the Eagles about to. No, they had already won. So they were trying to repeat. He was like, the Eagles about to. He was about to repeat. Carson Wentz about to be the MVP. And I was like, just you wait, because he don't move the needle for me.
I think Derek Carr won the MVP that year too, didn't he?
Oh, that was he got hurt later in the year, didn't he?
I don't know, but like that's that. Every time I hear that Carson Wentz MVP season, I think, Derek Carr also had an MVP season too, right? Like it's funny how these guys get those for some reason. Like we all just kind of call it like MVP seasons. We all know it didn't happen, but we're just gonna say it anyway. I find it fun.
I think it's funny watching the complete 360 years that Danny has done.
This guy went from Carson Wentz is better than Aaron Rodgers to maybe
I never said he's better than Aaron Rodgers. I said he has the potential to be as good as Aaron Rodgers.
Danny, no, we're not doing that. Damn well you had told me.
What's her name? Marjorie Taylor, whatever the congressman. What did she say on the stand? She was like, I don't recall. I don't. I don't recall saying any of that.
I remember vividly you saying, "Nah, Carson Wentz is better than Aaron Rodgers," and when they play, Carson gonna whoop that ass. And I was like,
and he did. That was a Thursday night game. They were in all white.
Jordan Howard did. To be fair,
and they stole that game. They stole that game.
Not really. Honestly, the Packers had no answer for the Eagles O-line. They had no answer for Jordan Howard. They had no answer for Miles Sanders. As much as it sucked, like the Eagles deserved.
That was a rough period of time. That was when our run defense was shredded cheese.
Adams got hurt that game too, so that was a really
he did get hurt. Brandon Graham put his ass in the dirt,
and then they went on a winning streak immediately after. That was kind of funny too. I think the Raiders were involved in that. Thanks, Raiders.
There's nothing more I want more right now than Malik Willis to go to DC. I really want Malik or Desmond to go to DC.
34 passing touchdowns last season.
Oh, there it is. Look at Jordan Davis. There's a horse. That's a man.
Yo, can you pause
wearing pearls?
No, I'm not about to let you get this off. I am not about to let you get this off.
Is my man wearing pearls?
Yeah. Yo, pearls are coming back in style for men.
No, they're not.
Yes,
they are.
Stop playing with me. I could rock a
dog. If I see you rocking pearls, I'm gonna Bruce Wayne that joint. I'm gonna Thomas Wayne that joint. Rip them joint. I'm not get you wearing no pearls. I'm gonna Martha Wayne.
You guys do a video podcast. Not in studio.
I'm gonna Martha Wayne them joints.
Yo, guys, I'm about to turn the volume on so Santana Moss can announce this pick.
So are you? Well, if you're Danny Ocean, are you George Clooney Batman then? Like Batman and Robin Batman with the
I am George Clooney. Even though that movie was with the nipples, that movie was
It's
terrible.
funny. I don't even think that's the worst Batman movie either. So,
we talking Batman?
I thought Batman Forever was worse. To be fair, but
it was. Commander.
Jim Carrey's amazing in that movie, but that's it. Maybe that's my Canadian bias too, but I think Jim Carrey acted the exact way the director and the way it was written, but that was just like all that's awful. But yeah.
So the Commander just took Fadarian Mathis, D tackle out of Alabama, which I don't think is
Tim. That means Deron Payne is out of there. There's no way. Like they have so many defensive tackles, man. You can't.
Well, especially after the Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, like a scruffle on the sideline last year.
Someone's leaving. You can't have that many. That was funny. You can't have that many defensive tackles. Like that's too many. Man.
Well, unless they're trading Chase Young for the quarterback. Oh wait, they've already.
Hey, I'll take Chase Young. I'll take
Chase Young. Trade hurts.
You're such an unrealistic Eagles fan, yo. Like, nah,
I'm just saying, like, if Chase Young was on the trade block, I'd call him.
If he was on the trading block, y'all would be the last team they'd call.
I mean, we gave Donovan McNabb. They owe.
To be fair, they probably wouldn't. It'd be the Cowboys last, just because that they would that would just be so loud and obnoxious. They would be able to.
Yo, it's funny how I think the whole division collectively really hates the Cowboys and kind of hates each other. But like everyone else in that division just hates the Cowboys.
Do you know?
I feel like everyone just hates the Cowboys. To be fair,
they're so arrogant, right? Like, for no reason.
Not on them. Sorry, Danny.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I don't want to start. Like they're so arrogant. Their fans are so fucking annoying with their jorts and their Flint 13s. They're the most annoying fan base.
I always go back and I mean, not that this person. Well, I'm not even going to name him because he doesn't even deserve to be named. So, remember D'Angelo Williams? How he talked about he would never sign with the Cowboys because they're fans. I remember he said that, and then also was a free agent the rest of his career and had to retire because no one signed him. So maybe that wasn't the best career move. But they had a good O-line. It would have been an okay place to run behind. He was on. I can't remember what show it was. It was either First Take or Undisputed, and which idiot, Mister. Skip that nonsense. I don't even want to name him, but he's a Cowboys fan, right? And D'Angelo was on, and he talked about everything that made a Cowboys fan awful, right? Like just all the annoying things, and then Bozo Head proceeded to like exactly live out everything D'Angelo just said, and it's just like, down to all the excuses for playoff losses you bring up, and he even brought up some old playoff loss excuses, and it's just like, wow,
so
you proved it right.
My
Not
favorite
that it was a smart thing to say, but it might have been right. Like,
my two favorite Cowboy excuses. We all know number one, Dez didn't catch it. Hey, if he didn't, who the fuck cares?
Does everyone remember?
Dez did catch it though.
Does everyone? Well,
not according to those reps.
Well, remember Dez Bryant caught a touchdown in the 2016 divisional round against the Packers with about 4 minutes remaining in the game to take the lead. And then what proceeded to happen? Mason Crosby kicks the 56-yarder, and then the Cowboys get the ball back, but they can't score the touchdown, force the field goal, and then Aaron Rodgers throws maybe the best throw he's ever thrown to Jared Cook to get Crosby into 52-yard field goal range to win the game, right? So all to say, Dez caught it, and they still lost. So if Dez had caught it in the 2014 game officially, they probably still would have lost anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. Because what happened afterwards, they turned the ball over on fourth down, which that even like 4th and 1 from their own 20, really, like as much as anything else, you blame the Cowboys play calling. Like what they should have done was just kept running with DeMarco Murray, because that was another year where the Packers run defense was awful. They had no answer for DeMarco Murray. Like there's no way they were going to stop him from gaining 1 yard. They were going to easily gain that yard, and you keep going down. Instead of trying to throw a touchdown and give Aaron Rodgers 4.5 minutes, you take that as far down as you can, past the 2-minute warning, score, and then you're like, okay, you've got to go the whole length of the field in 30 seconds, which I mean, he's done. So he probably still would have done it anyway, but like that's how you should have approached that, because they weren't going to stop DeMarco Murray. Like you could have literally just ran from like where they were at the 20, 25, whatever it was. You could have just literally ran every play from then on the ground, and they would have kept gaining yards every time, would have got first downs, and it would have just game would have been over. They would have scored. But yeah, so play calling, maybe that was Romo took it over and he got too aggressive, but Dez caught it and they still lost. So I love that 2016 win, because it basically solidifies 2 playoff wins.
All right, guys. So the Saints are on the clock currently. I think the Bears drafted a safety out of, what was it, Penn State?
Jaquan Brisker from Penn State.
I know my co-host on the Packers pod wanted him for the Packers as kind of that, again, like that safety who could maybe be the nickel corner. I think he's good in coverage, but mostly I'm upset because I want the Bears to draft a receiver. I've got some Justin Fields fantasy shares, and give the man some help. You did 2, like Sky Moore and Darnell Mooney. It's a match made in heaven, sort of.
Because Allen Robinson's not there anymore, is he?
Nope. Signed with the Rams.
The Rams. Yep, he did.
So Darnell Mooney, Equanimous St. Brown, Byron Pringle, David Moore. That's their receiving core.
EQ signed with the Bears?
EQ signed with the Bears.
Fellas,
he might be their wide receiver too. Sorry, Danny.
Our time is coming to an end. Bo is logging on. I'm going to bring Bo in. We're going to bring this all out. Bo, you ready? You good?
Bo, get in here. Bo, what's good?
Boom, shakalaka, let's go. Draft
What's
day
up,
2's
Bo?
already full swing.
New Orleans is on the clock. They're going to draft Sam Howell because he looks like he belongs to the Saints. He looks like a Saints player. Sam Howell will be a Saint.
He's also a really good heir apparent for Jameis Winston.
Malik Willis still on the board, man.
Malik is still on the board.
Guys,
Crazy.
Can I give a quick conspiracy theory?
Oh, we love a conspiracy theory. Drop it.
I think the NFL media used Malik Willis.
Yep.
Keep going.
I think
hear more.
I think NFL media, they were keen and privy enough to enough of the GMs that they knew that they talked to enough GMs that, and when you talked to most of the GMs. They weren't really high on this QB class, but they needed someone to pit with Kenny Pickett to make it a do you take him or him situation. So they picked Malik Willis. I think the media and all 32 GMs knew Malik Willis was never going in the first round.
That's fair, but that might be for his benefit, especially if he ends up. I don't know where he goes.
The right situation.
Yeah, I wanted him to go to Pittsburgh because I feel like Mike, that's a stable organization. Like Pittsburgh has the patience to deal with his.
But
flaws.
just imagine taking Kenny Pickett in the first round, whether he's from Pittsburgh or not. That's
a wild concept.
That's an awful pick.
I agree. They should have gone Willis. But you know what, D? To your credit, wouldn't be the first time that the GM or the GMs or the NFL has used the media to push an agenda. So
I tweeted this out and I said it on last night's show, but I think it's really funny that they smoke screened for a guy they literally had no reason to smoke screen for. Like nobody else wanted Kenny Pickett. It's not like, oh no, we're definitely not taking Kenny Pickett.
Like I think it's been like since like probably November-ish, once draft season kind of started getting underway. Nobody was talking about quarterbacks. They were talking about the receivers, Georgia's defense, defensive tackles. But other than that, like no one was talking about. Hell, I was watching college football, and I was like, none of you quarterbacks that are draft eligible are really moving the needle for me. None of y'all really moving the needle for me.
They stink.
You know, it's crazy to think that. Oh no, not the brain fart. Kid from Oklahoma transferred to South Carolina.
There's an R.
Rattler.
Spencer Rattler. Yeah, this is supposed to be his year. Like this is supposed to be Rattler's draft, and he's not even there. He's in South Carolina.
He's gonna get bludgeoned in that conference.
Carson
If he can't do it in the Big 12, my God.
You ever heard of Carson Strong? He has an arm. He can throw over the mountains.
Dude, Carson Strong is my quarterback 3 this year.
Really?
And everybody's saying, oh, he had the knee surgery. And well, yeah, he's also got by far the most pocket presence, by far the best arm talent. And he's the only quarterback in this entire class that was given and earned complete autonomy at the line of scrimmage as a junior in his offense. He could go to the line of scrimmage with a pair of plays like Peyton Manning at Tennessee and go out there and make the right adjustments and do the whole offensive coordinator thing from the line of scrimmage. Only quarterback in this entire class that did that last year.
That is a bar.
That's a bar. Bo, how do you feel about Matt Corral?
He's just like everybody else here. It's just you got Pickett, you got Corral, you have Ritter. These are all guys with above average athleticism, but they're not NFL dual threats. They're college dual threats. There's a huge difference there. If you can't outrun an above average edge rusher, you're not a dual threat in the NFL. There's only one of those in this class, and that's Malik Willis. That's not to say that he's going to make the right decisions passing the ball, which is why he's still available. That they're afraid of that because they're afraid that he's too much of a project to adapt to the NFL speed of the game. But at the same time, I still had Malik Willis as my top quarterback in this class.
Yeah.
And I was just going to quickly ask fantasy-wise, because has anyone else done any rookie drafts in Dynasty leagues before the NFL draft?
Tons of them.
I mean, in Superflex leagues, how often did Malik Willis fall past the 102?
Couple times, but the latest I saw him go was 105. Yeah,
so and I think you know maybe that's going to be more common now after the NFL draft, but
much more common. I'm in 24 Dynasty leagues, and my notifications on Sleeper and MFL blew up yesterday with the sound of 101 going on the block. When Malik Willis didn't go, everybody was like 101's on the block.
How many leagues are you in?
Overall, like 70, but 24 dynasties.
I'd assume most of those 70s are best ball.
No, last year I had 60 best ball that were independent of my leagues. Last year I had 52 leagues, and I kind of upped it a little bit this year.
Oh, wow. Awesome, dude.
Wow.
Send me a startup. I'll join it probably.
Well, fellas, Cal, thanks for coming by. That's it for D and I. We've
it.
had a blast.
Yeah.
I do
thank
want
you,
to say
Kyle.
one more
Thank you,
thing.
bro.
Cam Jordan's
Oh.
jacket was super tight just now. I hope he
Sweet.
doesn't sneeze or that joint is going to be on the floor.
You see how folks
Uh,
act when they think they.
I mean,
drafted
Cam Jordan, that shit was tight.
You see how
Yeah.
folks act when their franchise signs a $25 million a year wide receiver.
AJ Brown, the NFC East runs through Philadelphia. That is my take for the night.
You know the
Y'all
funny.
go-
I know Bo will agree with me here, but I've always thought that Eagles fans were just Jets fans that got lost on the way. They took the wrong exit. They landed somewhere else.
Color coordinated.
I like
maybe?
that.
That's
Dang,
it.
when
Yeah,
they-
they just
That
took
is
the
accurate.
exit. They just
Kudos. I
they
don't know
just
what
kept
that
going.
Can you tell me the
somewhere
last time you guys were in the playoffs or played any relevant football in December?
I gotta know. I just need to know. When you spend $100 million on a running back, how does it feel?
It feels great. When
It
you
feels
draft a
great.
quarterback from Duke
just
who
gotta
can't
be-
throw from
It's
me
just-
to
it's-
you,
it's
how
just
does
one
it
of those-
feel?
It's just one of those things when you see a guy like
When your
it's
GM
literally-
takes a running back
literally-
2 overall, how does that make you
literally,
feel?
This guy's gonna throw the ball, and this guy's gonna be like dodging divots. It's gonna be like World War II for him. It's like
Fam, your running back
Clunks-
wears hoop
Clunks-
earrings on the field. What are we talking about?
Clunks- I don't line up with 4 running backs though. It's just a
Yeah.
weird thing.
Your running back wears
Why is
Bo
it- why is
Jackson
it-
sneakers and
why
tears
is
his
it-
ACL going to the weight
Why
room.
is
What
it-
are we talking
why-
about?
Why is it that Howie Roseman makes 20 draft picks to still go 8-8? I don't get it. I'll
When's
never
the last time you
understand.
played relevant
Hold
football in
on now.
December,
That's
my
a-
friend?
That's a heater. That's a heater.
It's just one of those
He's talking about
things.
us. We've beaten you like 15 times in a row. What
And-
are we
and-
talking about?
And it's taking you that long to get somewhere. It's
Like-
mind blowing.
You have the audacity to look me in the face as a Giants fan
Where's
run
this?
your
Yeah.
mouth. You
Where's
made the
this?
first decent draft pick in
Hubris is only
5
from
years.
yesterday. No,
it's just mind blowing.
they had their tails tucked between their legs until the 5th pick. and the
Right
7th
now, they
pick.
just coming out like nothing happened. Like, oh, we've
and
been
then
here. Y'all
we
been
forget
garbage
who
my
they
entire
took just
adult life.
today.
It's one of
Just
those things like,
today, they had an
just run
awful
through the
pick.
list. Just run through
There are
the list.
generations
yeah.
of Giants
Robinson,
fans that
yeah.
don't know
Because
what a winning season
High-
looks like.
Darius Tony
That is
replacement right
absurd.
there.
Man, it just goes Sega Whiteside. It
The
goes
Giants are the
Rager,
Lions of the East.
Devonta. You guys
They
have got to
just
ruin
picked up-
Devonta
They
Smith's
just drafted
career.
Wandale Robinson over Sky
You're
Moore,
about to-
over George
Y'all,
Pickens.
You're
the
about-
Lions have a better win percentage than you, and you got the nerve to look me in the
You guys-
face.
You guys just spent you just went back to come up to get a defensive tackle that won't go past our offensive line. Like, how bad is that?
You know the great thing about that is Saquon's not going to be on the field to run, so we don't know if he's a run stuffer
That's
against the
right.
Giants
That's the
because
thing.
he's going
That's
to hurt
the
himself
thing.
getting out his
No,
Bentley
Mate,
week
Matt,
3.
no, Matt Breida will get around your guys. That's how bad your mob are at this point. My
We have the best
God.
O line. In,
Freed is pretty
He's
fast.
got a
You-
point. You guys passed
you-
on N'Kobe Dean, which was a mistake.
Oh my
I
God.
don't know.
N'Kobe Dean's
With
still on the
N'Kobe-
board, and we're about to be
I
on the
know.
clock.
And the Packers
All right.
reached for a linebacker at
That's
22.
all right. all right,
The audacity. Y'all haven't played a meaningful
Oh
game.
yeah, the
after
Packers taking
Thanksgiving
Quay
in
Walker
10
over N'Kobe
years,
Dean
and
is
you got
hilarious.
the nerve.
This guy's coming
You've
from
been
a place.
you've been
Let's just
looking at
play-
mock
Oh,
drafts
yeah,
every
so
October for the
Let's-
past 10 years.
Let's just
and you
pay
got the
Carson Wentz
nerve.
money. Let's pay Carson Wentz money. Let's just pay
Yo,
him.
David
quarterback
Gettleman took
factory.
a running back with a second overall pick, and he hasn't played a full season in 3 years.
He's
What
got
are
a-
we talking about?
He had a 2-time MVP, Super Bowl MVP.
Your offensive
quarterback at the
line
time.
isn't better than the
both of your
JV one
teams
down
are
the
awful.
street.
Both of your teams are absolutely awful. You're both right and you're both wrong. You're
And
both
But-
suck.
But
D, I'm
I
going to
can-
defend
I
the
can
heck out of
also-
you.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. I can actually.
Eagles and
wait,
Giants
Wait.
fighting
I can-
over the crumbs on the ground. Okay, good. Have
I
fun
can-
with that, guys.
wait,
You're
wait,
both
I can-
cute. You're both
can-
adorable.
I can smoke the peace pipe here.
Smoke
Because
Oh,
I-
peace pipe.
This is the
Sure.
thing. I wouldn't do this, but I get to actually be on with two guys who I actually absolutely love the show on Tuesday night. I wouldn't do this otherwise. Speak on it. It has to be my favorite show. It's phenomenal.
Damn,
Phenomenal.
You know,
You
it's
Don't
guys are
butter
great.
me up after just calling me everything but a child of God, but keep going.
So this is it right now. I feel like Amber Heard right now. I'm just gonna keep him here, just smack him one and just say it's all right. You guys
That was
are right.
deep. I mean, depth. I mean,
Hey.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
Carl.
might want
Hi,
to
Carl.
make
How you
sure
going?
you sat on the
Good
toilet
day.
today before you.
Carl got his-
Don't be
Carl
dropping
got
the
his,
Amber Heard name around here without going to the
yeah.
bathroom first.
There we go.
Let me ask you one question before I get out of here. Are you
What's
gonna buy when Saquon drops his hoop earring line with the crosses? You gonna buy one?
You know what? You know what? You know what?
I'm done.
You don't have to ask that question because it's a yes. That's a firm.
I had
That's a
something to
firm
say,
maybe
but
from
If,
Dan.
if, if,
Dan's
if
already
I
got
get on
pre-ordered.
one of these nights and see you with a Cross hoop earring,
Pre-ordered.
we gonna be in the chat.
there's so many things I
Pre-ordered
can say
those
right
like
now.
the show.
but
He
I'm gonna
ordered
keep
those
it
like the
I'm gonna
show.
keep-
He's like, I'm buying them in advance and get the best 10% off I ever
Listen,
spent.
I'm gonna keep this PG. I'm gonna walk away. I got things I can say to that. Now ain't the time. Now ain't the time. I have something to say. I'm not saying it. Jeff will kick us all off.
I'm hungry.
Welcome to the draft show.
Jeff
That's
is
right.
probably at home right now.
Watching
Like,
y'all.
please, somebody sign off for the love of
Oh,
God.
Well,
my God.
well, Danny and Dee, before you guys leave, first off, I know you thanked me for joining you, but really thank you for inviting me on and letting me, I guess, hijack this next segment too. But I do want to say, Jalen Hurts, I looked it up. He was drafted 53rd overall. Be crazy to think if Willis goes later than that, but they're only 3 picks away. And 53rd would be the Colts. So it'd be hilarious if he actually did go 53rd. Is the same as Hurts. So we'll
Matt
watch out for that. I
Ryan's
guess.
what-
Quarterback factory. Tyquan
Patriots
Thornton, wide
pick
receiver.
Malik Willis. Bill.
Tyquan Thornton, Baylor wide receiver.
Wow. Darn, those Devontae Parker shares of mine are getting hurt.
Taekwon Thornton.
All right.
So
Good
what
wide
about
receiver,
what about
Do you guys
this,
mind if
though?
I hang out with you until the Eagles pick?
Steelers
Is
at
that cool?
52.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
might
see
as
what
well,
they-
dude.
Let's see what they do here.
Let's see what the Eagles do. We need a safety.
Who's left on the board? This is
We need a
crazy.
defensive end.
Dude, how
Yeah,
is
where's the big
Thornton going
board?
ahead of Sky Moore and George Pickens here?
Give me the big board.
think
Give me
It's the
big board.
Patriots. They don't know how to draft wide
someone-
receivers. That actually makes perfect sense, to be honest.
I'm almost happy to see that. That makes me feel better about our pick.
Yeah, like I have.
Oh
I
yeah,
have those
N'Kobe
two guys
Dean's still
2
on. Oh
tiers
yeah,
above.
we're drafting Dean from Georgia. That's a wrap.
That's
He's
a
still on the
great
board.
idea.
Or Chad Muma. Man, we good.
Pretty sure I did a
Muma's a hell
mock
of an
draft,
athlete,
with,
but he is
with
not N'Kobe
Dean
Dean.
going to the Eagles in the first round. So
Pick is in.
Thornton killed the combine, which basically, I mean, that was
Thornton's
kind of.
Thornton's a track guy, though. All the Baylor guys just run track, and then they teach him how to play football later.
The best route runners usually the running backs, like Jermichael Hasty. But like, isn't that kind of what they felt for N'Keal Harry too, though? Right, like the athleticism.
Well, N'Keal Harry also ran a flashcard offense at Arizona State and couldn't
Oh,
learn
those
the
are
system.
worst. I hate those offensive. Chip Kelly ruined
Flashcard
college
system.
offenses.
Yeah, Chip Kelly ruins a lot, doesn't
Well,
he?
at least
he
Chip Kelly's college system still produced more professionals because his offense is like 10 layers better than whatever Arizona State was running. It's a copycat
we
thing,
don't-
but
we don't-
they didn't have the depth of that.
We don't respect Chip Kelly in Philadelphia. He is Voldemort.
You guys don't respect anybody in Philadelphia.
That's not true. We respect
is
a lot of
true.
people.
You respect a fictional Rocky Balboa, and
Oh,
you respect
don't.
Bo.
Nope. Can't go on with that.
Guys, the Eagles
You don't
pick is
even
in.
respect
The Eagles
Santa
pick is
Claus.
in.
To be
Oh,
fair, they
yeah,
were booing the
yeah.
76ers during the
False-
Raptors game.
false
fun to
idols in
watch as a
Philadelphia, I
Raptors fan.
understand.
Hey, on a very different side note, since you're talking about the Raptors, Kyle, Lucas sent the Utah Jazz home, put his foot in their ass.
Just
I
like you
said
said.
on Tuesday night.
How many weeks
Just like
ago
I
I've been
said.
saying
But
that?
anyway, Eagles pick is in. It's going to be Dean. It has to be Dean. That makes too much sense.
It's
Build the
not Dean,
defense.
it's they're dumb.
Yeah, if all
Dean or
the
not.
praise Howie got last night will be questioned.
Gone. Well, yeah, because they should have taken him the first.
Guys,
round.
you know what my favorite part about this whole NFL draft experience is? And sometimes like I think about this.
It brings everyone together. Is that what it is?
Well, yes, it does bring everyone together. So thank you, Dan. The second point is we could all be fucking wrong. All these
Yes, we
guys
could.
could be really good, or all these guys could be god awful. Like we as football fans, GMs, players, we could all just be wrong about
Packers-
these players. They could turn out to just be bad.
Packers fan got his receiver and he's
Speak
all
for yourself.
alleviated now. I
Speak
love
for
it.
yourself.
I was. Holy crap! I was not in a good mood.
I'm saying. No one
Look,
look.
the white pick.
There's no guarantee that any of these guys will actually pan out.
Listen,
Now,
I've,
obviously,
I've been
They-
off the loop for the past 40 minutes. Where did Pickens go? Is he gone yet?
nah.
Pickens
I think
went
there's
to
some
Pittsburgh
issues on
yesterday.
his personality or something. or
George
like
Pickens?
Oh no! Pickens,
Oh, I'm thinking
Pickens
of
has got a
Kenny
whole
Pickens.
rap.
My bad.
No,
Yeah, I
no,
know
George Pickens.
No,
George
he's
Pickens
on
is
the
still
board still.
available.
So
He's
I've
got
got
more red flag. He's got more red flags than any other player in this class.
that's who you're taking right here.
Can I clear something up about the Santa Claus thing? Because this has been going on for 30 years. Santa Claus came to the vet drunk and started disrespecting kids. So the fans took
So he was
Justice
blending
into their
in, and
own
they still
hands.
threw snowballs at him.
Yeah, he came in drunk. It was crazy. You can't come in drunk at
That
Santa.
sounds like
You're not Billy
everybody
Bob
else at the
Thornton.
vet, to be honest.
To be fair, they boo the
He's
athletes. they don't really
not
boo the
Billy
kids.
Bob Thornton.
Listen,
This is
listen,
not
the
that
goalie
Santa
on
like
time.
everyone else and got thrown out.
Just
He's
because
not clapping
just
cheeks in the back of a
He
pinto.
got profile because he's wearing a red suit to be acting like everybody else at the vet.
listen.
can't come
Just
to
because
Santa
Santa, just because Santa was drunk doesn't mean what he was saying was wrong, right?
Exactly.
Those kids might have deserved it, right?
I mean,
saying
yeah,
that
they
too.
could have.
Santa was off that eggnog.
Sometimes you gotta throw a snowball at a kid. It's just like that. And if the rock is in, the rock is in the snowball, then I guess it's just a rock in the snowball.
Jeff, to answer your question, the answer is yes.
What is that? What's the question? So he came in like, man, y'all kiss my ass. Y'all bullies. Where's the NFL?
To be fair, Jeff, they would have just kicked him down to the ground as he was trying to get back up. So maybe they weren't treating him like an.
Danny, you do got to accept that Philadelphia Eagles fans are notoriously known as not being.
Listen,
or
you know
Philly
my retort to
fans
that
in
is
general aren't the best fans.
someone when the Raiders were in Oakland, some guy got thrown out of the top of the stands. A dude got shot in Dallas in front of their stadium. I think a dude died at Arizona, and y'all got the nerve to talk about us. So what we fight? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
The Cowboys fan came in and got his
give you
yo.
one thing.
We're talking about fans.
I'll give you one thing. The Eagles fans, Cowboys fans, all those fans are not as bad as 49er fans.
No.
You damn right. You
talk about it. Where's Jeff at? Where you at, Jeff?
They are the worst.
Hop in the chat, Jeff. Where you at, Pip?
Thought about it. Talk about entitlement.
I actually thought Cowboys fans.
Where Jeff at? Come defend your
No,
people, Jeff.
49er fans are awful.
No, man. I know
Jersey's
some
a
bad
burden
Cowboy
because of
fans.
blood.
They gave Debo Samuel racist death threats because he wanted to
just
get
awful.
paid.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is awful.
Jeff pulling
Well,
the Vince
I also wouldn't
McMahon.
call those people.
It's
fans, but-
Jeff. It's your with an apostrophe.
Oh yeah, bro. He definitely Vince McMahon in your ass.
I don't have a fired. I don't have a fired.
Vince McMahon, just don't pull up with the do-rag.
What the fuck, Howie? What are you doing?
Hey, it's a setup factory.
It's easy. We're gonna take Kobe D.
That's it for me.
Definitely gonna take Kobe D. Went out here and got
Howie Roseman is
This
it's ye old Roseman Reach. The Roseman Reach is undefeated.
Hey, if you can't,
that's it for me. I gotta go.
if you can't draft a shot putter, what can you do?
Danny, I'll make you feel better. He knew he was going to reach. So instead of having 3 first-round picks, he traded one away, knowing I'll reach in the second, not in the first, so it won't be as bad. So he's
Kobe Dean was right
But
there.
when he
that's all I
traded
have.
up in the first, he reached on Jordan Davis because he couldn't have got him exactly where they were sitting before the trade.
I think the Ravens would have taken Jordan Davis.
That's
Now,
it.
we'll say if they didn't take Jordan and we had took Kyle Hamilton, I'd have lived with that.
You know what would be crazy? Nakobe Dean falls to Indianapolis. Like the way that they're building a defense is just insane. If he falls to them,
That wouldn't be fair.
dangerous.
About to go to Pittsburgh.
The Steelers need him
probably.
too.
They rushed that one in pretty quick.
The Steelers need a middle linebacker.
It's a video of when the Eagles drafted Jalen Rager over Justin Jefferson, and the Vikings front office was just like laughing, like, "Oh, he can't be serious."
Who did they take?
Yep.
They took Jalen Rager 2 years ago, and then there's a video
Cam
that came out of the
Jurgens.
Vikings front
I'm not
office
gonna
because the
say
Vikings
all
drafted us,
guy.
and they were just laughing at us. Who is
Cam
this?
Jurgens, man. Dan.
Chase
Cam
Claypool.
Jurgens. It's a
Look,
soft J. It's Jurgens, like the
Oh, okay.
lotion.
I've never
Like
heard
the
of
To be
it.
lotion.
fair,
Yo, what are these dudes wearing? What jacket is that? Is that leather? Is that
I'm in Canada. I
pleather?
don't know stuff.
Is that pig's
Chase
head?
Claypool. Chase Claypool doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
That-
fair,
this is
George
leather.
Pickens.
That's
Sunrise,
leather.
sunset.
Also Canadian,
Pittsburgh
maybe
take a
that's-
receiver. There we go. Every time. Pittsburgh taking a receiver in the second. George Pickens. Here we go.
Oh,
Sunrise.
That is
Wow.
a good pick.
dominant.
Sunrise, sunset, Steelers
That's
receiver in the
hey.
second.
I'm
know
not
what
a
that tells
huge
me?
fan.
Love it.
Mike Tomlin told him, "Hey, you come here, we gonna get you right,
Yep.
and you staying out of trouble."
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And there ain't nobody put
That's-
together receivers like the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's them telling Deontay Johnson you might need to find a new team in a year. They do this all the
No,
time.
no. This is
Yeah.
complimentary.
I think it's more about Claypool needing to find a new team, maybe more than anything.
Either way.
Ha,
It's
if
like,
they made Chase go up there and announce his replacement,
They're gonna put
Cole's
Deontay.
in the NFL.
They're gonna put Deontay in the
That's
spot
what
where
cost me
Nah,
that
nah,
game with
thing
the
ever.
Oh my god, that'd be awesome.
Oh.
put Claypool or Deontay in the slot and let Pickens run the rails. Man, that's
Colts ran this
that's
one
a
in as well.
Great pick.
Yeah.
That'd be the
Great pick
coldest
by the
move ever.
Steelers there because I wasn't even high on Pickens, but that's the perfect landing spot. So I'm going to move Pickens up from this. He's on the rise.
Fellas, it's been a blast.
I like that.
Appreciate
Guys,
y'all.
it's been a blast.
Kyle,
Thank you
thanks
guys
for
so
coming.
much.
Thanks for letting us raid your slot for 15 minutes to let us talk shit about the Giants.
Ain't no
That
thing. Ain't
cesspool
no
of an
thing.
organization.
So,
I'll have plenty. I'm gonna keep it rolling too because Dan's got he's got to let me outlet some of my frustration with having Kayvon Thibodeau come up my Cowboys for the next decade.
Oh God, that was
Listen,
I was
Hey,
so
listen,
heartbroken.
I've said this before. So my kids were born in Dallas. I've got family in Philadelphia. We can all agree that Washington suck. There we go.
Yes,
There we go.
agreed.
Amen.
100%.
Sleep
Worst
on that.
franchise. Worst
We'll leave it on
franchise
that
in
note.
sports.
There we go. Alec Pierce, Indianapolis.
Oh,
All right, y'all.
bam!
Enjoy
Another.
yourselves.
Ooh.
Catch us
Man,
tomorrow
All
night.
right.
Sky
Y'all
Moore
take it
is
easy.
going to be a steal for somebody.
Have a
Dude,
good one,
Sky
gents.
Moore to KC after what they did.
Yeah, maybe. Interesting stuff. Interesting times ahead.
Well, I took
Alec
I took
Pierce. I don't like Alec Pierce to the Colts. That's a terrible pick.
Oh, I was
That
going to say
does
I
not
took
fit.
Alec Pierce 212 in a rookie draft.
That's a good value.
14 teamer as well, so I feel like he'll go earlier now. So
Just
Oh,
brace
yeah.
yourself for the next 6 months of he's just like Cooper Cup. Looking forward to it.
good voice of public opinion voice.
That's my voice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the only Cooper Cup clone in this class is David Bell. So wherever David Bell goes, that's where you're like, oh, okay, Cooper Cup. That's your comp.
And so I guess I'll save this, for when D got off. But it's funny, Bo, you mentioned it. Oh, the Eagles, the Giants, they both suck. They've combined for 3 Super Bowls since the Packers last went to the Super Bowl. So that's not good. So if you go back to like the comments early on, Ben McBee talked about the Packers being the most disappointing franchise, or most underachieving. Right? And
Yeah, either them or the Saints, because we forget how good the Saints were for so long with Drew Brees, but they got knocked out of the playoffs every year by somebody. It was sometimes Philly, sometimes another, but they always got bounced out by the Rams.
Listen,
maybe Drew Brees just isn't that good.
we got about 10 picks to go.
Drew Brees will get you there, and he did win it once, just like the Packers won it once with Aaron Rodgers. But those two teams were right there where they always made it to the playoffs, but they never went past the divisional round or the NFC Championship game. And we didn't really see them match up with one another because they were both getting bounced out on separate sides of the bracket.
I don't remember any playoff matchups. That's right.
No.
We got about 10 picks to go in the second round, and we've still got one quarterback off the board. How do we feel about that?
It's
Crazy. I don't.
the most amazing drafting in the history of the NFL draft, where we all knew it and we still were jaded by the past, saying, "Oh, somebody's going to reach on quarterback," because that's just what teams do every single year. And we're actually, for the first time, seeing NFL teams do the right thing.
We got more running backs drafted than quarterbacks right now. And obviously Seattle had to do it, but more running backs right now drafted than quarterbacks. That's 2-1. For me, that's mind-blowing. That's
how I had him ranked too. I had Malik Willis ranked as number 30 on my big board, and then I had Breece Hall at 20 and Kenneth Walker at 34. So it was never out of the realm of possibilities for that to happen.
I just find it funny because we're looking at like a team like Atlanta that's been moving up and moving back. They've had an okay draft so far. They've still got another pick in this second round, but it's not like anyone's jumping them for a quarterback. It could legitimately fall to them again. And they
it's like a big game of
quarterback pass chicken.
Yeah, it really
it's a quarterback chicken game because as soon as one goes, you're going to have 3 more go right behind them. There's going to be a run, and everybody's just kind of, who's going to blink and get the first guy? And who's it going to be? Is it going to be Ritter? Is it going to be Corral? Is it going to be Howell? Is it going to be Malik Willis? You have a whole bunch of quarterbacks with the same relative skill set and grade here and there's still a lot of quarterback hungry teams, at least for a backup. As soon as it happens, that domino is going to knock down all the other 3 guys.
We got the Chiefs on the board at the moment. Their picks now win. We're talking
about
a team
Gotta be Sky Moore.
It could be, but he'd be maybe the 10th receiver? We've had 10 receivers go so far.
But that landing spot moves him more people are going to be having Sky Moore up at number 5 like me.
Could he jump with a landing spot like this? Could he jump a guy like, I'm not a fan of the landing spot because I think the quarterback is garbage, but could he jump Jahan Dotson at this point?
Oh,
he already was.
Do you see what I mean? And that was what the 3rd receiver taken, right? Washington
4th, I think.
4th?
Yeah.
I had Dotson. Yeah, Dotson's my wide receiver 8. Yeah, so I'm not.
He was the 5th actually, because they had four guys go between 8 and 12.
Yeah,
so you're not high on Dotson anyway.
Yeah.
No, and the landing spot only hurt him.
Yeah. Thank you, Carson Wentz. So the picks in, they've lost Tyreek Hill. This is very interesting for them. They've lost so much on defense as well. I find what the Chiefs have had to do this offseason. They've gone from a team that was, a hair away from making, back-to-back Super Bowls to maybe the worst team in their division. It's like, how do you even quantify this? Like, the Chargers, we know they're coming. The Broncos made their statement clear. The Raiders could be anything. And all of a sudden, we're talking about the Chiefs just falling from grace, and they could still win 8-9 games. It's absolutely bananas.
Yeah, it's true, and I love that first round. The Chiefs got a corner, a really good one, and Trent McDuffie. They got themselves another great player at the end of the round. They got great value with Karlaftis. Karlaftis I had as a top 15 pick. They got him at 30. This has got to be Sky Moore.
Sky Moore. Here we go. It's on. Sky Moore to the Chiefs. Pick 54.
Yeah,
so
it is more.
That's massive right now. The implications for that with fantasy is insane. This is,
like I said, people are going to be piling him up at number 5 or number 4 like I did the whole time. So welcome to you can come on the bandwagon with me and Derek Brown. We've been pounding this drum all off season for Sky Moore. This guy's an absolute animal.
I guess a quick question would be, looking at the two guys in the second round, they went to like the dream landing spots, 20 picks apart. Christian Watson or Sky Moore. Bo, it sounds like you've already had Sky Moore ahead of Watson anyway. So
hang on. To be fair,
Watson's a third round project for me.
Aaron Rodgers is going to treat his receiver like a redheaded stepson, right? Like, we already know that he's not going to treat.
He's an exact clone of Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Him and MVS are the same exact player. They both had extremely high drop rates in college. He's not going to learn to not drop the ball his first year in the NFL. He's probably going to have to work his way in, earn Rodgers' trust. And everybody forgets about Allen Lazard. Lazard's 6'5", and he doesn't have a ton of speed, but he's a very physical receiver at the point of the catch. And Christian Watson is a speed guy. He's a straight line speed guy. He's a great downfield stretch guy, and he's pretty decent after the catch. But that's it for his game.
He gives me the feeling. I know this sounds weird because they were teammates. He gives me that feeling of like, if you could mix Lazard and Scantling, that's what you get. That's kind of that. It's mind-blowing, but
people forget that Scantling's 6'4" too.
Yeah,
Rodgers loves his tall receivers.
So you mentioned before, Bo, that you wanted to vent about your Cowboys. I think we've got to save space. As I said, like, I've got ties to Dallas because I lived there for a handful of years. My kids were born there, so I don't really dislike the Cowboys. I found
sorry for saying Cowboys fans are so awful, Bo.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that.
They are. No, they really are.
No, because
frankly, a lot of Packers fans are pretty awful too. So
every fan base has got some bad ones.
To be fair, I
Cowboys are probably second worst behind the 49ers.
The thing is, I find that with Cowboys fans, they're easy just to ignore. Like, you can really tune them out.
Oh, the Cardinals with Trey McBride.
Ooh.
Boom.
It's nice.
My Max Williams shares.
That poor guy. No, Trey McBride to Arizona is a perfect fit. Because I imagine with the absence of they got a speed receiver, Marquise Brown. They're going to run more 12 personnel. They're going to flip back and forth between air raid, 4 or 5 wide, and 12 personnel. Trey McBride is the only tight end in this class that can be a split end. And so Zach Ertz, I don't think he's going to be out of town this year. He's going to stick around a year or two.
Yeah.
And
it's not a bad thing.
Having both of those guys as pretty much kind of the same player. Zach Ertz is really close to Trey McBride, so that's a great mentor situation. And it's another weapon to keep Kyler Murray happy, because I really think they want to extend him before the season starts. And him getting Marquise Brown and Trey McBride, in addition to DeAndre Hopkins, in addition to Rondale Moore, in addition to
AJ Green,
AJ Green is.
He's there. He had a decent year for a guy that was 32, 800 yards, 5 touchdowns, give or take.
He's drawn a lot of targets these last 2 seasons.
But if you have Rondale Moore, with all the Rondale Moore hype last year, he's dead.
Rondale Moore is dead now.
dead. Is he now? Is he now a guy that we talk about as a?
I mean,
throw-in?
I think he
Is
can
a
outproduce
throw-in?
McBride year one, like this
Oh.
upcoming season.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
And I'm always on team. I don't want rookie. Like, to me, this is not a great landing spot for McBride. It's crowded. Like, it's going to take time. And I'm looking up Zach Ertz because he just signed an extension. Like,
He had a
He's
decent
2
year.
years.
Once he went over, he was all right.
they can maybe get out of it next year.
They will.
$12.8 million cap hit, 10 million dead cap,
Oh,
so they
whoa,
save
whoa, whoa.
close to 3 million.
Dallas
but-
on the clock. Here we go. Bug. What are we thinking?
It's really got to be a defensive pass rusher. There's still a deep class here. I'm not sure who they would go with Mafe coming off the board earlier. Yeah,
Sam
it's hard to
Williams,
say.
edge.
I wanted Mafe or Ebikite, but
Not bad.
I'll,
It's in.
I'll
Not bad.
D tackle.
Sam Williams. Ole Miss.
Sam, I like that. I like that a lot. Finally, Jerry's awake. Somebody woke Jerry up because the Tyler Smith pick last night was definitely a Steven pick.
It's funny how you can differentiate between the two. It's amazing how you can tell which one's a Jerry pick. I thought they were going Jermaine Johnson. I thought it was going to be a Jerry pick all over it.
Or N'Kobe Dean. I mean,
one of those
imagine
two.
all I was picturing is them running that nickel cover 3 with N'Kobe Dean and Micah Parsons at nickel linebackers. Can you imagine the coverage of like even pass coverage or
Yeah.
sideline to sideline coverage? You won't be able to get anything past those guys.
No,
But outside linebacker, pass rusher, Sam Williams, that's a great pick.
got to be happy.
I am happy with that one.
So if they've half redeemed themselves.
I can get my mi amigo Jorge Martin just rolled in.
There we
He's
go.
got himself a cerveza. Hey.
There you go.
Órale, everybody.
All right,
Hey.
here we go.
Salud, everybody. Happy draft
Absolutely.
day. Happy
Happy
draft day.
draft
Hope
day.
everybody's picks are
Cheers.
landing in the right spots.
Yeah.
Unless you're the Giants.
Packers
Yeah.
got a receiver. I'm happy. So there we go.
We replaced
And
Kadarius
the
Tony.
Commanders.
We replaced
Morgan's
Kadarius.
only here because he's a Rams fan and they never pick anybody.
I know. I needed something to do, so I just coming up to hang out, have some beers with Bo, and just enjoy the
Welcome.
draft, man.
Thanks for coming in, man.
Look at
Awesome.
you got a crew going on. That's awesome. This is
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, well, we got
Sunday.
Dan and Kyle's going to be here the whole time. Poor guy.
You know what was great? I was sitting there thinking, I'm gonna have
So
to.
and I'm just catching up on where everybody's going. So
Oh yeah, it's
yeah.
wild.
Any
It's wild.
surprises so far?
I mean, Wendell Robinson, thank you very much to the Giants.
Taekwon
Yeah.
Thornton.
Taekwon Thornton.
Thornton, yeah, Thornton
Alec-
went before Sky Moore.
Even Alec Pierce is a bit of a
Whoa.
even Alec Pierce to the
Who
Colts is a
grabbed
bit
him?
of a shocker.
The Patriots.
Yeah, Patriots got Taekwon Thornton, and then Sky went to the Chiefs.
I mean,
And then that was also before
Wow.
George Pickens to the Steelers.
That the Chiefs got lucky on that one.
oh yeah,
The
Yeah.
Chiefs got lucky on that one. Oh man, I wanted Thornton to go to the Chargers, but he wasn't going to last to the third round.
we got a few decent teams up on here. We got the
Yeah,
Bucks. We got the Bucks on here, then followed by Atlanta, Minnesota, Buffalo, and Sanford. I think at their first pick.
Wandale was early second.
Yeah, the Giants traded back a few times. It was like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, that's.
thanks.
I don't like
Yeah.
that. I don't like that for him.
And Watson
No.
went to the Packers.
I don't like it for him. I don't like
Yeah,
it for the Giants.
That's
It's a bad
interesting, but he's so raw, and I can just see Aaron just not being happy with him. You know, when he misses an assignment or something like that. That's
Not
just
very happy.
Well, he's great. Watson in the first season is just going to be out there running cardio.
yeah. He's gonna be He's gonna be running cardio for gosh.
He's not going to see a target as long as Sammy Watkins is healthy.
Sammy
So
Watkins.
maybe week
So,
two.
Week one, Sammy Watkins is a must start DFS
must play
player.
DFS. Whatever, he's gonna be 50.
Sell high
He's gonna
if
be
you have him
worth
in your
like
leagues after week
9.
one.
It's
No matter what
always-
happens.
Shout out to my good friend Jordy here. He's mad because I'm not texting him back. And so shout out Jordy. He's a great guy. But
Amari Rodgers.
Kyle, is Amari Rogers dead? Kyle.
I mean, he's probably the starting punt returner and kick returner.
Oh,
So-
you got yourself
No.
a great crew, man, tonight.
Yeah, he's dead for fantasy. Yeah, for sure.
no, I don't know about Amari. Amari is still a decent player. Who is dead is Cornell Powell in Kansas City.
That's true. Yeah,
And I
fair
think you
enough.
mentioned
That-
Rondale too.
Well, okay. Here's a quick
Cornell.
one. Who would
forgot
Bo
about him.
and Dan and Jorge
Oh, yeah.
actually? Who would you rather have? And we'll go with two guys around the
Sky Moore. That is really
That's
sexy.
scary.
It's
It's
amazing.
almost as sexy as Bo.
Oh,
You know.
he's only saying that because he's in my house.
You are with the
And he
king of
gave me beer,
spice.
so that too.
King of spice.
Pretty hot.
With the king of spice.
goodness. My goodness.
But-
Salud, brother. Salud.
With Amari Rogers. I mean, he was a face planter
this
last
is
year.
Number 2 for the
Yeah,
Bucks.
he's a face planner. Yeah.
How about Amari Rogers or Diami Brown?
Wait a second. Is Malik still
Diamond
in
Brown.
the wind?
Mhm.
Really?
I think De'Ami Brown's a breakout candidate this year
I can see that.
because Washington's pick was awful.
You don't like Dotson? Okay, fair enough.
No, De'Ami is better than Dotson. They're very similar players, but De'Ami last year was just dominant.
Yeah.
Dotson had awful quarterback play, so who knows? We might not have seen even Jahan Dotson scratch the surface.
So he's used to bad quarterback play.
Right. Carson Wentz is the best quarterback Jahan Dotson's ever had. Same with Terry McLaurin, to be honest. It's the best quarterback Terry McLaurin's ever had.
So you hear that? My
now
God.
that Allen Robinson is with the Rams, now Dotson is the guy that we're adopting. He's the worst. It's always got to be a Penn State receiver.
Oh, DJ Moore's still there. DJ Moore's
Luke
still there.
Gedeke, that's a great pick.
Oh, when in doubt, go tackle.
Big boy. Hog Molly.
Oh, look at that.
They lost
Okay,
a lot of big boys as well, right?
That's a good pick.
The Falcons pick's
is
already in. Is this Willis right here?
No, it's
58.
not. I'm not even gonna entertain it.
They got
right, fair
Logan
enough.
Hall at the top of
Yep.
the second.
They're getting big boys.
Yeah,
I mean, they had a couple guys leave. That's gonna be a good one.
would you?
They're-
What would you? What
They're
would you be
scary
surprised?
again.
What would you
running
be
it back.
surprised to see Atlanta do right now?
Anybody but Malik Willis.
I was gonna say I would
Huh?
agree with that.
Where does he land?
It's got to be Atlanta.
Yeah.
They're up.
There were so I'm out here on the East
Atlanta,
Coast,
they're
right?
58 right now.
And at some point, they kept talking about.
Because then
Malik
after
Willis to
them,
the Giants.
it's
That's what they kept saying at some point today. They
If
were
it's
talking
not
about Willis out
them,
there.
could it? I mean, that's Minnesota after that.
Minnesota would be an interesting landing spot for him too, but they still need defensive help.
Yeah.
Is Trey Lance that bad? The 49ers take Willis.
Man. And has any
Chaos.
quarterback,
And Jimmy still hasn't been traded.
and neither Baker either, right?
No, Baker's not traded yet either.
Yeah. Any player trades today?
No.
Literally, I'm catching up. I feel so bad.
Nothing,
but I've been
nothing.
driving 6.5
The
hours.
Packers traded up for Watson. That'd be the only one.
Yeah,
Oh
Packers-
no actual players traded though.
yeah, no players
No.
traded.
They just gave
So,
picks.
Debo Samuel's still a 49er, much to his
That
chagrin.
was chaos.
Poor guy. You know.
So
but,
back to the Cardinals is the only way Rondale Moore is relevant if they move him into the Chase Edmonds role
he's
and
dead.
let James Conner be the guy.
He's-
Because Rondale Moore is more of a running back than a wide receiver anyway.
You reckon?
Maybe that's the plan.
That seems like such.
And his ADOT
That's-
and usage kind of pointed to
That's-
that anyway.
That seems
I think
like
Chase Edmonds' ADOT was longer than Rondale's last year.
More red zone targets too. Usually,
Yep.
I think there was one of those.
You put a 4-3 guy out there. I mean, Edmonds was a decent outlet receiver, but man, imagine a guy who's been doing those certain gadget plays anyway. Put him as a third down running back, and you have yourself a lightning bug that gets more than a handful of touches every year. The only time he even flashed was on that 70-yard touchdown, where basically he hid behind blades of turf. And nobody saw him because Kyler, he was wide open, and here's little Rondale over there doing Tokyo Drift under the big rig trailers.
they've got a linebacker. Atlanta's taken linebacker Troy Anderson, except
Okay, that's a great athlete too, man.
yeah.
His athletic score is like 9.9 something.
Oh, here we go.
Montana State's finest.
Pick is in.
Oh, so you guys are delayed a little
Linebacker Troy
bit. Right.
Anderson.
Okay.
Adios mio.
Big
It's-
Sky Conference,
I
Big
agree,
Sky.
How far is Willis gonna fall?
The NFL is just saying what they're saying about this quarterback class.
It's bad.
Why do they
All those
have-
people who took Willis 102 in Superflex leagues.
No bueno.
Well, you know what? If Russell Wilson wasn't going to get picked till the third round, why? They're probably figuring.
Dak Prescott to the fourth, man.
Yeah.
And Dak was in the SEC putting up numbers. We saw Dak dominate the SEC his last year, and he still fell in the 4th round. And it wasn't character concerns. This guy was an absolute model citizen, just like Malik Willis. I mean, Willis, after he left Auburn, completely transformed his life.
Yeah, and you know
And-
what?
and
You
wasn't,
saw
like-
the interviews at the Senior Bowl. The guy just looks like the guy looks absolutely like the guy you want, just leading your team.
Yep.
This is amazing. I can't believe the Falcons passed on him though.
I'll tell you
For a
what.
big
speaking-
sky linebacker.
So Jorge probably missed this as well. So we're talking about players dead. We're talking about players dead in the water, right? What do we think of Michael Carter right now?
Ugh.
Because Brees Hall went to the Jets.
Because Brees Hall's a Jet now.
Yeah, done.
Oh,
No, he's not done. No. I refuse to say he's done, but he's definitely downgraded. This is a team that's a LaFleur Shanahan offset. They're gonna have series by series rotations where the running backs are always going to be by committee.
So
You're going to have 3 running backs on that team somehow. They're going to have Brees Hall, they're going to have Michael Carter, and another guy, probably Ty Johnson, in his last year of his contract, just run a 3-headed monster committee, and they all have talent as receivers. They all have talent as big play guys. So I think it's just going to be your run-of-the-mills committee, and with Brees Hall probably being the most productive of them.
So how do we feel about Hall and Kenneth Walker?
He went 2 picks.
Seattle, yeah.
Yeah, I almost like
Seattle.
Walker better right now. to be
Oh,
honest.
that's just man.
Yeah,
That
Rest in peace. We already knew
Rashad
Carson was dead, but Penny,
Yeah.
that's a big hit to Penny.
that's a huge.
So we're
hit.
talking about the two. We're
There
talking about
for a
the two
second.
best running backs in this draft, right? The 2 best running backs that have come
By
out.
far.
One's gone to maybe a timeshare with Michael Carter, and if we think Ty Johnson, the other one's in Seattle, which we don't know anything at this point. What's going to happen with Penny and Carson? That could be Carson in trouble as well with his neck. Hope he's all right and all that. But
That's why that
are we
pick
now
happened.
looking at another running back to fall?
Oh, John Mechie to
do something for us.
Texans.
Like, what-
Yeah, I mean,
Like, are we
yeah,
now
the
looking at
Bills.
looking at Isaiah Spiller and going, he needs to go somewhere worthy? Like, what running
right
back?
here to the Bills.
Well, he's another
Maybe.
guy like Zach Moss, like Devin Singletary, where they're 4'5", 4'6" guys that are great receivers, that are good all-around runners, but they're nothing special.
Makes no sense,
And-
right?
But Spiller immediately becomes the best option still because Singletary's
So-
okay. Moss has never really developed into anything. He was better as a prospect than he has turned into as a pro.
So we're talking about possibly, if this was Spiller, the 3 running backs going to 3 positions of
the Colts
undesirable.
picks. God, that's 3 in a row.
It's wild at this point.
Sorry.
But watch, if we want to put Rondale on the ground, it's going to be if the Cardinals go and take James Cook in the 3rd.
There's only so much they can do in Arizona. How many more offensive players can they get? Like at this point,
Why
what are they-
not, man? That team was just a few. When they
They went
when they
11
lost
undefeated.
Nuke, they went from top 5 offense to nothing.
They were 11 undefeated, right?
I don't think it was that long. The Packers beat them, and that was like 7-0.
Are you sure? Didn't they go?
Yeah, 'cause
11
I don't
games
think it was that
undefeated?
late in the season.
Are you sure? I thought they went like 10 undefeated or something.
No, I think they played the Cardinals like week 7, week 8.
You're gonna make me look this up, aren't you? Yeah, it was because I remember the Packers beat the Rams, lost to the Rams, I think, a week before, and then some weird.
No, they
business
beat the
like-
Rams. It was the Vikings they lost to.
I don't really watch what the Packers do, mate. I don't really care.
Yeah, I know. I remember Dalvin Cook ran through them. Dalvin
That's
Cook's only
okay.
good game last year.
Cincy on the block at the moment. Here we
Spiller
go.
go to the could Spiller go? Oh, wait a
Spiller's not coming yet.
No.
I mean, Spiller to San Fran, who have just lost Mostert.
second.
That's a terrible fit.
Yeah,
San Fran only gets speed running backs, and that's why Sermon was a horrible fit for them.
They
Yeah,
probably learned from their mistakes from last year. Or probably not.
yeah. That in hindsight, that was a really bad, a really bad pick.
Yeah, and I mean, if you were profiling players last year, there was a great portion of people who had Elijah Mitchell ranked above Trey Sermon. I was one of them, and when they picked Sermon first and then Mitchell later, we're like, okay, well, what's Sermon going to do? Because this offense is looking for that 4-3 guy that can press the edge on the outside zone runs.
Trade alert too
Use
in
the
the NFL
scissors.
draft. Bengals just traded up for the pick. It looks like they moved up 3 spots, and the Bills will be picking 3 spots from now at the 63rd pick. But yeah, Bengals on the clock now. Who could they be trading up for? Who do they really think they had to trade up 3 spots to get?
Have they replaced Eli Apple yet?
Yeah. with
Fair enough.
the ball boy and the water boy.
They did get a DB earlier, I think, but that's more.
Yeah,
I think he's a safety though, not a corner.
Either way, he's a body. They got Lewis Seen, didn't they? Or the other? No, it was the other guy.
The Bengals. Here we go. The Bengals have.
They got
Daxton Hill. So this is
Daxton Hill. Daxton Hill is a 4-3 safety. He's a free safety. So Eli Apple is still safe, but he's still awful.
He is awful. Interesting for them. Like that, they've picked up a lot of offensive line guys, right? This offseason. They've done all right. So they've at least addressed that part, I think, decently well to protect Joe Burrow, because that was really the 2 problems that they had down the stretch. Was we can't protect Burrow and Eli Apple is garbage. So that was really the 2 things that we saw them do. They've picked up Alex Kappa, Lyle Collins.
But after Booth went, that was a big teardrop in the cornerback position. So if they're trading up, they're reaching for a corner. So I think they might be going. There's still a couple wide receivers in this tier. They don't need that. They do need tight end, but there's no tight ends in this class because McBride's gone.
They did pick up Hayden Hurst. That's not the worst addition to a tight end.
Well, that's a great role player.
He's not going to block the way Uzoma will. Like we know what that guy could do.
I mean, most rookie tight ends are going to come in and do what they need anyway, but especially it seems like after McBride, this class really falls off. So
really falls off.
And I think, like I was saying earlier, McBride, I don't love the Arizona spot, but he's still the tight end 1 in the class, rookie draft wise. It's just, I don't want to necessarily spend a mid-second round pick on him.
This is probably the Nakobe Dean pick that we've all been waiting for.
Yeah. They got Logan Wilson a couple years ago, kind of around that same thing. I think was like a guy that was maybe expected to be a first rounder. I think he even fell to the 3rd. So,
and Nakobe Dean was my middle linebacker number 2. The only reason he's falling is his height. He's 5'11". So he's like London Fletcher, but way faster, way more athletic. But Fletcher turned into a 15-year pro, multiple Pro Bowls. Everybody respects him, loves him. Nakobe Dean's a high character guy. He just plays like it's got hair on fire. I don't understand, because I do think this is a great move because they already got Daxton Hill at free safety, and this defense is going to run a lot of 3-3-5 and nickel zone. So Nakobe Dean running that field general in the middle for most of their base defenses, that's a good fit if they go that way.
It's weird to see him. Like, do we think Quay Walker was a reach by the? No.
Yeah, huge reach.
Right. So to see
if you're going to pick Quay Walker over Nakobe Dean, you're basically saying you don't watch any college football whatsoever.
So Cam Taylor-Britt, cornerback, Nebraska.
Yeah, so they replace Eli Apple.
Cam Taylor-Britt, there we go. I love it.
Well, maybe. Is this an adequate replacement for Eli Apple?
It can't be worse than Eli. Listen, I spent a few years watching him with the Big Blue, and I can tell you now, when we got Eli Apple, I think it was like the 11th pick, everyone sat there going, oh no, like, what are we doing here? But
Cam Taylor-Britt's an okay player, but like he'll battle Eli Apple. And I think he might start as a slot corner, but he'll push him as the off corner.
All right. Anyway, I've been on for over an hour, so I'm gonna kind of make my way and leave the Bo Dan collective, because this duo I know Jeff was looking forward to, so I'll actually let it happen.
Ozzy.
Oh, no.
Or maybe I shouldn't leave. I don't know now. Or maybe I should. Maybe I should desperately get out of here now.
I got a lot of problems with you people.
Bo's a big hit down under. I know that much. He's starting fights with Vegemite fans, and
I'm bigger than Vegemite these days.
That's all right.
I was gonna say, do they like your hot sauce in Australia?
I haven't shipped any to Australia yet, but I've shipped to Canada and the UK already, and Mexico. So what's the holdup, guys? I know it's not cheap to ship down there, but
it's not.
We can make a deal. It's funny. I don't feel like it's only really
You know,
If Brad Bolt wants to order, or my guy Daniel O'Connell, the beard, those guys need to place their orders. I'll give them a good deal just to get it down there, because they're lacking in flavor. I mean, they're so lacking in flavor down there that they call McDonald's Macca's.
I still call McDonald's Macca's.
Exactly. What is with that? That's the laziest pronunciation of any word in the history of
lazy
words.
Pronunciation, Bo. Let me welcome you to the Australian English Dictionary, where we abbreviate everything.
Be honest, like
Everything ends in a vowel.
Yep.
Yeah,
Except for the words that end in A, where you end them with an R.
No, we can find a word with A that finds something else. It's not hard. You just got to get creative. That's
here in America.
Kyle would be Kylo. There we go.
Yeah.
Kylo Ren.
But so his last name's Center, right? We'd change his name to Centers.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So
not
if
center.
you're down at the pub with your mates, well, where's Centers at? There we go.
I'm right here.
So we'd abbreviate it. There we go.
Perfect. Where center will be tomorrow on the Going for 2 Live network, starting at 12 noon. That's when the day 3 will kick off, round 4. So
what's that in Canadian time?
Well, which province?
Yeah, I know. I mean, Eastern time is the same as the States. There's no exchange rate on the time.
It looks big. There's not much there, though, is there? There's a few buildings at the front of the country, but
right, yeah, they line them all up on the border like casinos at the Nevada border.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure like 90% of Canadian population lives within I think it's 200 kilometers of the border.
Yeah, so what's the population of moose? What's the plural of moose? Is it meese? How many moose?
Pretty sure it's just moose.
Mooses.
You just use the same word for plural and singular.
It's populated by moose, and not the kind you put in your hair.
Nah.
Not the good chocolate cakes, but anyway, chocolate cake. Yeah, the dessert in this whole draft will be tomorrow. Going for 3 hours probably. Myself and the Dynasty Gambit crew. A couple guest Gersons joining, so that'll always be a blast. Zach Pulowski, who we've had on the Dynasty Gambit recently as well. But yeah, check that all out tomorrow on the Going for 2 Live network. But I'll hand it off to Bo and Dan as they get the show on the road, and I'll get out. Thanks, guys. Thanks for letting me hijack your show for a bit.
That's all right.
Bye, Kyle.
Bye, Kyle.
See ya.
All right, party time.
We've done all right. We've done all right to get through the last.
Yeah, I'm really glad
minutes.
he hung around long enough for us to get our feet wet. You know.
Yeah, it's all right. It's a nice little handover. I don't mind a little handover. Who doesn't like a handover?
And my most hated team in the entire National Football League is on the clock at pick 61, the San Francisco 49ers. John Lynch has his CTE has been kicking in. This is their first pick of the year, but they're run by two guys that take more credit for failure than any other duo in the NFL.
Kyle Shanahan? Kyle Shanahan?
Kyle and John take credit for
really?
Yeah.
Him? Sure,
I've never seen a guy praised when his career winning percentage is under 500.
It's he got a lot of hype for the what was that guy out in the...
For being somebody's son. That's the entire Kyle Shanahan hype is that he's somebody's son.
He got. I remember that one year he got all that praise. He had Pierre Garçon and Deshaun Jackson firing, and then nothing. He's been.
If you have Julio Jones on your team, you're going to be pretty good. That's all I took from that Falcons team that he had.
I feel bad for Dan Quinn not getting the credit for that.
They
do it. Took him a while.
All right, let's see. Here we go.
Drake Johnson.
Oregon Duck making the pick, though. I love certain 49ers. Eric Armstead's one of them. Pride of Sacramento, California. That's in shout out NorCal.
Oh,
Drake Jackson from USC, outside linebacker.
Three-time second team, all Pac-12 selection. Drake Jackson, USC.
Early declare linebackers. That's smart. Very, very smart. Outside linebacker too, because they're struggling to get a pass rush opposite of the one they call Bosa. Nick Bosa is a stud, and on the other side, they pretty much have nobody to draw double teams or take advantage of the single matchup when Bosa's double teamed.
There's such a hard team to. I don't know how to read the 49ers at this point because we assume it's Lance under center. We assume they're going to move Garoppolo on. right? We don't know what's going to happen with Deebo Samuel. Half the time, George Kittle isn't available. He's on the pine. Another time, you've got Ayuk, who, what happened to him at the start of last year was criminal. What Shanahan was doing to him. He doesn't know the playbook. Well, of course he does.
Fake,
it's the same
Sharp
playbook.
Shanny.
Yeah.
Fake Sharp Shanny decided that his best pure wide receiver wasn't going to play.
Well, the Chiefs are up again. Like, this is wild. Safety Brian Cook. Okay, so they don't have really. We can't really go off and say they have a Tyrann Mathieu replacement because what he was doing was pretty good, right? But they're filling the void now. We can say that they're filling the void.
They needed depth anyway because they put their corners on man coverage islands a lot in that defense. And we saw what happened when they did that against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Sorensen was getting cooked. I remember Sorensen. All I remember was through
they were all
Sorensen was getting cooked for like the last month, 6 weeks of the year. That's all I remember was Sorensen.
I'm pretty sure Sorensen's day job is where like he's like on the Olympic curling team because that's about as athletic as he is.
Oh, so he's the Austin Hooper of linebackers. That's what we're saying.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. There we go. Daniel Sorensen, Austin Hooper. Welcome.
They are brothers. Separated at birth.
There we go. Playing the same position, but they don't really know. There we go.
No, they're running around circles like electric football.
Oh my God. I mean, to be fair, Austin Hooper's fallen into a bit of pay dirt at the moment. Like,
yeah, he's the Chase Daniel of tight ends.
That's it. He's just gonna keep getting that average of 8-9 mil a year for the next 7 years. And just if he's smart, he goes to those tax-free states, those ones that are a little bit sketchy like that. If he can
Nevada, Texas, Florida.
There we go. Just keep circling away around the South down there, and just keep finding your way around those places that have nice little enhancement bonuses down there. I think that's the way to go if you're Austin Hooper. But again, like Buffalo's racing this one in, they're starting to really come through pretty quick. I'm still looking at this. The Giants are the next up that could take a quarterback. And I was saying before, the New York media at some point today started to push this Malik Willis narrative. Now, I don't know why. Maybe they wanted someone come. It feels like they were just saying it to get someone to come up.
The fifth-year option, we knew they were going to decline, got declined.
Yeah.
And now it's a buzz thing. It's a buzz thing because they know they're moving on from Daniel Jones unless he wins a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
They're not moving on from a Super Bowl winner, but I think best case scenario, if Daniel Jones is there next year, it's on the franchise tag because he balled out in 22. Yeah. But the writing's on the wall. He's gone, and we don't know that they're going to be bad enough to get a top 3 pick and land Bryce Young or CJ Stroud.
Well, you look at teams like I still feel like a team like Detroit has done better and can and will do better. I look at a team like the Jets will do better than the Giants. I don't think there's any Giants people out there that are delusional enough to think that 2 decent draft picks are going to get
yes, there are. Oh, yes, there are.
To be fair, though, I had a Giants podcast once, and I was a part of this Giants Twitter world, and it was the scariest place.
It's that shadowy place. You must never go there, Simba.
I'm not going to lie to you, mate. I gave it a year, and I got to get out of here. I don't want none of it. It's not great. So
I like how you're really sugarcoating that.
Yeah, so it's just like this delusion. Like I understand, like they didn't know if they liked Gettleman and were upset for Jones, or it was a Garrett thing, or we love Judge because he's a disciplinarian. But then, like you see the guy calling quarterback sneaks off your 15-yard line, you got to go what?
Twice in a row.
I understand it was what Jake Fromm or Mike Glennon, and it was like 2nd down in the 3rd quarter. There's no need. So you gotta sit there and think, what are we getting out of this as an organization? But look,
the lamest of lame ducks.
Yeah, but I mean, the only upside that you can look behind it is the people that they brought in this year. Shones look good, Dables look good, Kafka's look good, Martindale's look good. So like the people that they've brought in, like structurally, look okay. But then you look at it, okay, we're going to decline Daniel Jones, perfect. Now you got to do the same to Saquon, like. You got to let him go. You got to move him on, and then you've got to really start this rebuild because you can't. I think we say this with dynasty teams. You can't half-ass the rebuild. You've got to go all in. Detroit almost blew it. We saw what happened with the Jets last year. They were playing for pride, and then they miss out on Trevor Lawrence because they won too many games. It's one of those things where I think the Giants can finish in the bottom 5. I'm comfortable saying that again. It'll be 5 or 6 years in a row doing that. They could get a top 2, top 3 quarterback at that point. And they might give up a few to go and get, if they had to, because if they know they're going to get a quarterback, it could be something they do. But, you know, it's a dichotomy that they're going to have to face. But no, Giants fans are a little off. I think confused is the word.
Yeah, that is it, because
I think confused.
You got to admit there were so many that were excited about Gettleman getting hired when he completely imploded Carolina on his way out. That team was like poor. I mean, I'm not even saying Carolina's new regime is any better, but that team was pre-fucked. When Gettleman left town, he left it like the Joker.
James Cook to the Bills.
Boom, Buffalo, James Cook.
Wow, there we go.
Whoa. That's right. That's right. We got fireworks now.
And watch the overdraft happen. He's going to jump everyone.
Yes.
He's going to jump everyone.
So much. Woo! Wow. I love that pick. I absolutely love that pick.
We finally got a good pick.
Hey, Jordy's watching. He says, wow. If you impress Jordan Griffith, you've done something, guys.
I feel like I'm a part of history right now. Look at this.
That's phenomenal.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. Kyle, you love this for Singletary. Rest in peace, Singletary. All those passing down the work that you got last year, dead.
It's all
James
well and
Cook
good.
is 10 times the receiver of
Singletary.
Singletary.
This is the thing. It's all well and good till week 12 when the fantasy playoffs start rolling around and Singletary's numbers start nudging up, just to really drive into everyone else that this is a problem. But look at this. Oh, wow. Look, I mean, they did this. They did listen. I think it was almost on the cards that they took a guy like this. You look at the guy that they were almost adamant they wanted J.D. McKissick, right? They miss out on him in free agency through some weird turn of events. They get a guy that's as good of a receiver as he can be, a rusher, and that's massive. His hands are great. He's in a second round, like his brother was a second round pick too, correct? Like that's pretty cool for the Cook family. I think that's amazing. And you know, he gets to go to the Bills. Great organization, incredible line in front of him. They did lose a couple of pieces, but we were talking sheepishly before about the running backs, Walker and Hall. You see this now. What do you think?
I love this. This is, I mean, I think it's a little bit of a reach for James Cook, but it's a perfect fit, so you can't really fault it. So that's what I love about this pick is they went and got their guy, and they got a guy that can really take off. So
we can now say that James Cook, would you be saying he's now a first round draft pick in rookie drafts now? Would you push him in? Say, let's call it super flex, because what does it matter? He went before another quarterback. We could say. He went before everyone. He went before Malik Willis. I can't believe he just went before James Cook went before Malik Willis in this draft. Yeah. There we go.
That we did not see coming. We did not see that coming.
But we're talking, say hypothetically.
Oh, man. Broncos finishing up the second round in style. Nick Bonito. That's a great speed rusher.
Strength on strength.
I'm actually surprised the Cowboys didn't take him.
Do you know what the funny thing is, like, from the other side of it as a Giants guy? I look at how the Cowboys draft, like, defensive players. Say D-line, linebacker, it's like they don't miss, really. Like, you can't, Jalen Smith got hurt. He was hurt coming in. Van Der Esch, what's happened to him, it's been a shame because his rookie year was mental, right? And, you know, he obviously had Sean Lee in there too, and they had a really good stack of guys around. They don't really miss on these, you know, D-line, linebacker guys, edge guys, Dallas. So, if they've taken a guy, you've got to look at it and go, okay, I feel like I have confidence in them. Okay, he's fallen, and I understand that, but I'd feel confident with what Dallas has done in that regard.
What do you think about this?
James Cook, Kyle, go back. Kyle, you've got a show to prepare for tomorrow. Go away.
Kyle either needs more of that or less of that. Whatever he's drinking, he needs more or less. Not whatever amount he's on right now.
Canadian water's strong.
They didn't pick him there to not use him.
Exactly.
Kyle, my God.
Kyle is rough, man. Does he hate the Bills or something? Because I thought he was a Packers fan.
Kyle marches to the beat of his own drum, and I respect that about him. So, you know, so we could say what surprised you day one? Like, what did you see day one and go, what, for better or worse? What did you go? What's gone wrong here?
2 rounds.
Uh,
2
I'm
rounds.
sorry. Third,
Yeah, so the big surprise are the 2 linemen at the end of the first round that the Cowboys and Patriots took that had second or third round grades attached to them, according to everybody else.
Yeah.
So you had Tyler Smith go, you had Cole Strange go, and we're talking with glaring needs and stud players in glaring need positions for those 2 teams left on the board for reach linemen. It made no sense at all for either of those picks at that juncture. It's not like they're bad players; it's just they're bad players for that spot.
The Rams, McVay's reaction, I'm sure you
Great.
saw. Like
That is
they said,
exactly
we thought
what
he
we're
was.
all thinking, and I'm glad somebody said it. I'm glad McVay, who is the best coach in the league, I'm glad somebody said it like him, where you're like, yeah, we're not crazy.
Yeah, we thought we were taking him at 100. Why were we scouting him? Like,
yeah, we wasted all our time thinking we would get this guy in the 3rd round.
So, I'm trying to think of like teams with what their distinct need is. We've just entered the 3rd round. Jacksonville's on the board. They've put their pick in. They've
Jacksonville
overpaid.
needs everything.
Like they've overpaid for Christian Kirk. They've lost DJ Chark. I don't know what side of the Chenault tilt you're on.
I love him as a player, but in that spot, he needs to be traded. Like
Okay,
I wish they would trade him.
So what are we doing with receiver in Jacksonville? Because we can't be going, we've just paid Christian Kirk. We're leaning on Laquan Treadwell again, right? That can't be. I feel at some point, Zay Jones, Evan Ingram, I don't care. Dan Arnold, I don't care. Like, they have to start adding better quality in around Trevor Lawrence for this thing to really take off, because we can't rely on Travis Etienne.
What do you mean better quality? They paid Christian Kirk more than anybody in the league.
Jacksonville ruined the league this year.
Yeah.
They ruined everyone.
No, Trent Baalke ruined the quarterback or the wide receiver market
They
for
ain't
the
getting
entire
Christmas
league.
He ain't getting Christmas cards. I know that much. Green
No.
Bay, no Christmas
If he
cards.
gets them, it's going to be a spring-loaded box of dicks in confetti form.
Well, courtesy of Antonio Brown. I mean, who's this? Who we got?
Yeah, the truth comes out here. Look at that, Dan.
Oh my God.
He hates James Cook. That's all that matters.
I hate James Cook.
I got
Alabama kid?
it.
Especially the best receiver playing for Jacksonville. Tony Baselli. All right.
So I want to say, yeah,
Luke,
that's
okay. So they've made a sensible decision. Luke Fortner at center. Okay, I understand. Look, they re-signed Robinson, right? They grabbed Brandon Scherf. Now a center. That's 60% of their line. Norwell, did they lose Norwell as well? Andrew Norwell? I feel like they lost him.
I don't know. I mean, we get a research team on that.
Kyle, come back.
Where's Norwell?
Where's Norwell?
Paging Dr. Norwell.
So, I'm just looking. I'm trying to find a couple of these receivers. I'm going through it. We
Actually,
know that,
I want to get to this as we enter the 3rd round now. Watch out for San Diego State punter Matt Ariza. He's going to go in the go in the 3rd round. I'm interested to see which team gets him.
Don't, because it's going to be someone like my team's on the board next, and I just feel it. Don't do that. Don't do it. They're going to do it, aren't they?
I don't know. Their punting situation wasn't quite as bad as the Packers.
Well, to be fair, the Giants do struggle for field position, and a punter would solve half our problem.
Yeah, especially a punter like Ariza. This guy's a generational talent.
Oh, Brian Asamoah, Oklahoma.
That's a good pick.
Minnesota. Decent. Yeah, why not?
I like the Fortner pick too, to be honest. The Jags are having a decent draft, even though they reached on Trayvon Walker.
Yeah.
It's still not bad.
Oh, so you're not the biggest Walker guy?
Kyle Sinra.
So we did a mock
There you
out.
go.
We did a mock elsewhere.
Our
Norwell in
research team,
Washington.
Kyle Senra, has come up with an answer.
Norwell
Is
in Washington.
Norwell's protecting Carson Wentz these days?
There's nothing that could protect Carson Wentz. The last stadium that guy needed to go play at was Washington's, because that's been a graveyard for years. You're talking old. He might be 29, but his bones are 58, and you want him to go and run out on that field?
And he's going to run on that field and double clutch and hold the ball for 20 seconds, and they're going to blame the line. And that's what the one thing about Carson Wentz is. I think he's going to have some decent games, but by all accounts, everywhere he's ever gone, the guy's a cancer in the locker room. He's an absolute turd of a person on the team.
I've seen that. Nakobe Dean doesn't go on Giants around the block. So, you know.
Here you go. Are they going to replace Nick Martinez?
Blake Martinez still there. He's still there.
Yeah, but Blake Martinez coming off an ACL. That's a big red flag for a linebacker like that.
The whole Giants team last year was an ACL, man. Come on.
Well, except for their healthiest player, which was Kenny Galladay. He was awesome.
How about that? 300 yards. It was all right. The most Joshua Ezeudu.
I think Kenny Galladay was I think he just he had one of those trading spaces movie moments where he traded spaces with my uncle, who's had 3 heart attacks. Joshua Ezeudu. Oh my God, you guys are idiots.
Yeah, probably.
An offensive guard. You needed a guard, but that's not the one. Welcome to how I felt last night when the Cowboys took Tyler Smith.
I don't think he's a starting guard anyway at this point. So if he's not starting, the thing is
anybody to that, Jermaine Johnson or Nakobe Dean, who's still available.
That fall is insane. For me, I can tell you that the Giants, their line at the moment, they picked up Feliciano. Well, they picked up. Oh, no, hang on. They picked up Feliciano. They picked up Glowinski, and I kind of like that for them as well. They picked up a guy from San Fran or Arizona as well. I forget his name. So they've done all right addressing it, actually making an effort for the first time in Jones's career to actually address not just one part of the line, but the whole shebang. I don't think this kid's going to come out and start. They got other guys. We were actually okay at center for some point last year. I still think Shane Lemieux, they kind of floated the idea of mixing him up between guard and center and whatnot. I don't actually mind him. If this is a guy that's going to come in and play right guard, left guard, I get it, but I don't think he's going to be starting straight away. And the way that the Giants are going, if you're not going to get if this is a project guard, go get someone else. I'm not saying go get. I'm not saying this guy.
Why draft a project when there's there's ready-made guards still available here, and they drafted a project. It's just like Cole Strange, and it's just like Tyler Smith. What are these teams thinking? Especially a team with a new regime, is they're thinking they're going to have to rehab brand new players. They already have players on their team they have to transform into their mold. They can't release everybody. They can't say, "Hey, you're not my guy," and get rid of them. Well, you can start with Daniel Jones, but you still have Bradbury that they can't replace because there's no other corners on their team.
They can't get rid of him. That's the other.
They can't get rid of him. They want to, and they can't. They have to pay the man because he's the only living, breathing, warm-bodied corner on their team.
Not a fan of Adoree Jackson?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Adoree is the Christian Watson of corners.
Wow.
Really fast, and that's it. He couldn't cover a dead body with a tarp.
They picked. Oh man, I'm having a mental blank. They've done all right, in certain parts of what the Giants have done in terms of
this new regime is going to be a million times better by default than
I mean, it's a good step.
Absolute buffoon.
It's a good step in the right direction, but even Holmes, Darnay Holmes was coming on all right as well. So if they're saying because he was playing a lot of slot at some point last year, I think if he's a guy that they think that can take over in a certain degree, I understand. But to lose Logan Ryan, that's another problem. But at the same time, that could be because Xavier McKinney's ready. So there's certain ways that you can look at it too. And everyone's waiting for McKinney to kind of blow up. Quietly, I'm excited for what he's going to do this year. I think he's going to have one.
Kyle's got our next topic on deck right here.
James Bradbury, Xavier McKinney, Julian Love. I mean, he was okay. I mean, when he moved to safety instead of corner, they tried making him a corner, and it wasn't working. They moved him into safety, and he was actually okay.
They hid him at safety. They hid him in a corner. We got to put this guy on the field somewhere, but we're going to put him at safety like your quarterback in high school.
Yeah. But they've got absolutely nothing. Do you know who the safety? I'm just checking the Giants depth chart now. Do you know who the safety is behind Xavier McKinney? No one. So do you know who the free
It
safety
seems
is?
promising.
Yeah,
It seems
do-
really
You
promising.
know who the free safety is behind Julian Love? No one. They don't have anyone. They don't have anyone. So maybe they can't get rid of Bradbury at this
Taking
point.
bows already. So I
It's-
think after they took Neal and Thibodeau yesterday, they got heavy on the sauce because Wendell Robinson and Joshua Zudu. That's just that's the good old Giants back in true form.
The thing is,
Because 5 and 7 yesterday were spectacular.
they felt like New York Football Giants picks, and they really did. And I look at Wendell Robinson and I'm thinking, I see that it's not that it's awful. I feel like they're just trying to piggyback on the trend. Like you take a look at, say, Miami, and it's Waddle and Hill, and it's speed, right? Speed kills. You look at these teams that have those tandems of speed. That's all very well and good. And I understand that speed might create time for Jones as well, and speed might create space for Barkley as well. I'm looking at these things, but then you've still got Kenny Golladay and Sterling Shepard who are just slow. It makes no sense. But I think a sleeper for fantasy this year. I know everyone likes to punt tight end, but I love that we signed Ricky Seals-Jones. I think that's a great signing for us for fantasy. You don't have to.
At least he can catch.
Well,
The previous tight end has brick cinder blocks for hands.
Name one. They all were, right? Kyle Rudolph, Evan Ingram, Caden Smith.
Rudolph could catch everything if you threw it right at him, but he's a corpse out there dragging his ass around.
He is a heavy fella.
Ingram got open, but you throw it and he looked like a toddler trying to catch a beach ball.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad he went to Jacksonville. That'll work out well. Cleveland on the board, they put up cornerback Martin Emerson out of Mississippi State. I have been half maintaining for a while that I feel like Tennessee need to draft a quarterback. I feel like they have to because I think they can get away from Tannehill. But to get away from Tannehill next year and only to lose AJ Brown at the same time, to know that next year Derrick Henry could be a wash. I don't mind them picking a quarterback up here just to kind of groom behind Tannehill.
This is a Tennessee team that's on the verge of a major rebuild.
But they were the best team in the AFC last year, which is even more mind-boggling. That whole defense was...
But they're on a steep cliff looking down right now.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, what do you think about what Kyle says? Who would have guessed that Nakobe Dean and Malik Willis would both fall to the third? I thought Willis had a chance to fall if things broke the way they did. I had no idea that Nakobe Dean would even fall outside the top 20.
There's always that one guy every year that drops off the face of the earth. This guy was everyone's linebacker one at the start of the process, and we're looking at now.
Him and Devin Lloyd for me were neck and neck based on style choice. The style of defense. If a defense needed a bigger guy, then they would take Lloyd. If they needed a faster guy, they would take Dean. It was a no-brainer.
There's only been a handful. It feels like there's only been a handful of linebackers that have gone anyway, which is even more mind-boggling. There's 4, 5, 6.
But the ones that have gone are like, okay, these are second, third round guys that should.
They went where they probably went,
but not ahead of Dean.
Tackle for the Tennessee Titans, Nicholas Petit-Frere, Ohio State.
Did Dean have a Laramie Tunsil video we never heard about? What happened?
It's a good video. Do you like what he's done during the week? Have you seen what he did during the week?
Did Nakobe Dean join ISIS and only the NFL teams knew about it?
It can't be good, can it? It can't be good.
Okay, they got a tackle. So
did you see what?
On the line.
Did you see what? You saw what Laramie Tunsil did during the week, right? Did you see? So the gas mask picture, the footage that came out. He's turned it into an NFT. It's a way to capitalize, right? How good's that? Well, how do we turn something into a positive? Well, let's think about it. Jacksonville back on the board again, followed by Chicago, Seattle, Indianapolis, Atlanta. A couple of quarterback-needy teams. Seattle, Indianapolis. Maybe you could see it doing. Well, and we're talking about quarterbacks, right? We could say okay, Willis, Corral. How would you be feeling right now if you're Carson Strong? You may be hoping that a couple of these guys fell in the second. Okay, maybe I'll be a project mid-third or whatever. He's in all sorts of Bailey Zapp.
I still contend that you're going to have a run of quarterbacks as soon as the first domino falls. And that first domino might not be Malik Willis. It might be Matt Corral. It might be Desmond Ridder. But as soon as the first one, oh, there you go. Chad Muma going to Jacksonville is a great pick.
Ooh.
And again, ahead of Nakobe Dean, who, according to VR Hidalgo II on YouTube, he's hearing that Nakobe Dean has some undisclosed medical issues. That might explain it. It's got to be medical because we haven't heard any character concerns surrounding Nakobe Dean at any point at Georgia.
The last player I remember having a fall of grace like that was Jalen Smith, wasn't it?
Jalen Smith had a very obvious ACL tear in the national championship game. There was a reason why he fell. We all knew he was going to fall, just like Ojabo did to the second. But for this one, where nobody really knew until you start to hear rumors of undisclosed medical issues, like we still don't know for sure why Nakobe Dean is available in the third round when he was a top 20 prospect.
Yeah, it feels like something is definitely gone.
Something's really wrong because Chad Moon was a great pick, but he's going exactly where he should.
Again, and it feels like those linebackers, they're going where they should be going. This is the time.
Exactly.
Now's the time. But to see this guy keep falling, like someone's like, if you're a team that's bereft, like, okay, we could, even a team that has incredible linebacker depth. Who's a team for you that has great linebacker depth right now? Who would you sit there and go? You could say Dallas for all I care. It doesn't really bother me.
No, Dallas doesn't. I would have thought they would have taken Nakobe Dean.
So who you're looking at, like Seattle, Indianapolis, Denver up next? Like Denver could take Dean and just say, "Get right, we're good."
Denver needs a linebacker.
Yeah.
Well, they just got one though. They just got the. Didn't they get Jackson?
They took one. Edge, was it an edge guy? I feel it was an edge guy.
Well, they got Bobby Wagner too. The Rams got Bobby Wagner.
Yeah.
Let me double down on the Broncos here.
Denver didn't. I thought they got Drake Jackson. I thought they were the ones that got Drake Jackson. Right?
Denver.
I'll sort this out. But Chicago's
on
on the board.
Jackson.
Oh.
What do you think about? We look at Chicago right now. What do you think about what Chicago's been doing around to help Justin Fields or lack thereof? Do you feel like Byron Pringle's racing around the block to help him out, or is Darnell Mooney going to be a thing, or what are we doing here? What are we doing with Chicago? Because they made that trade with the Giants last year to get him, and it feels like they're still stuck with Matt. It feels like they've not really done anything. Like they got rid of Khalil Mack as well.
They already missed on the wide receiver tier.
They have absolutely missed on the wide receiver tier.
They took a corner that wasn't as good as Andrew Booth before Andrew Booth, and we knew they needed corner, but you got to get the better corner. I mean, that makes no sense to get into that pick and then take a lackluster corner before the wide receiver cliff happened. They could have had their pick of wide receivers there.
They've added Equinemius St. Brown and Byron Pringle. That's who they've added to Darnell Mooney this year to help Justin Fields out.
It's pathetic. And it's a new regime too. And so far, that's just awful.
Denver have taken... Who did they take? Nick Bonetto. They took Nick Bonetto.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, I mean, Velus Jones Jr., wide receiver, Tennessee. They took a wide receiver.
Velus Jones is a speedster. He's a 4.3 guy.
That's a great name.
It's a very good name. That's a strong name.
Velus is Latin for frickin' speed. So you get a guy.
I'm gonna believe that's correct. I'm gonna start telling people that tomorrow.
It is. Velus is Latin for speed.
There you go.
And
what's Jones Latin for?
Jones?
Yeah.
Keep up. Gotta keep up.
I mean, special teams player of the year. There you go. Velus Jones. Next to Darnell Mooney and whatever 15 tight ends they can rotate around.
Well, they cut like 4 of them, so they still got some left.
Jimmy Graham.
Okay, yeah. So VR Hidalgo II, our Nakobe Dean injury source is saying a pectoral injury, which could set him back a year at the worst.
You'd think you'd want to get him into your building, though.
Yeah.
If at that point,
Ojabo went with an Achilles,
Yeah,
I'm not dropping
worried
Dean
about
for
Peck.
Peck.
That's how heavy is Ojabo?
Ojabo's 265, 270.
265 on a snapped Achilles. I think I'd run with a Peck injury. I'd be okay with
Yeah,
that.
a Peck injury for a middle linebacker that's a speed guy anyway. I mean, I know it re-aggravate that wrapping somebody up, but
We've had a pretty big run at receiver for a while. Like if we're talking Velus Jones Jr. at the start of the third, at some point
that's a reach too. I mean, Velas is okay, but that's a 4th, 5th round pick.
Yeah, it's clearly like we're talking a struggle here. We're talking Watson 1.
Yeah, so your top 5 available are Dean, Malik Willis, Travis Jones, the D tackle for UConn, which I was surprised he's still there. That's another Cowboys pick that I hope they get here at the end of the third. Desmond Ridder and Matt Corral. And then if you want to throw in the next 2, Sam Howell and Bernard Raymond.
We're talking 7 wide receivers went the second round.
Yeah.
And 6 went the first. So 13 by the end of the second.
Well, I predicted 8 would go in the first, and there was only 6 because after Traylon Burks went at 18, they stopped.
Yeah. So you were sitting there looking at the over-unders going, there's another 12, 14 picks. Give me one. Someone do something.
Anything.
Anything. I would draft and redshirt Dean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
Great player.
Really gold. That's before my time, Hidalgo. I have no idea who that is.
Maybe another guy with a torn pectoral muscle.
That's it.
Notable pectoral injuries.
That's it. I mean, Seattle's on the clock.
Yeah.
We're talking about. We've been saying receivers have been.
If there's none on the counter still, then in the garage fridge.
Okay. What's on the menu?
I got carne asada marinating in the fridge overnight, so we're gonna grill up some carne asada and make some nachos and tacos.
Good Lord! And because it's about 3:00 in the afternoon in LA.
I
Right?
just sent Jorge into my garage to get a beer, and I forgot my dog was in there, and she's barking at him. Sent him in there to his peril. Sorry, Jorge. Welcome to my house. This is my dog. She doesn't bite, but she will bark at you incessantly.
There we go. That's
just for a beer.
There you go. Poor guy. He's been driving for 6 hours. He's been attacked by a dog.
Welcome to NorCal.
Take that. I'm trying to find so we're talking all these receivers, 3 running backs, 1 quarterback, 1 tight end. Who stands out? Who's someone for you that you think's either going to fall off the face of the earth in your drafts coming up, or who's someone that's just going to just skyrocket? Like I think we can say James Cook's a guy that a lot of people were looking at that mid-second. I guess he's probably jumped up a full round at that point. I'm looking at receivers right now. We're talking about obviously DK Metcalf, maybe a trade candidate. Tyler Lockett's he's got to be 30 now, right?
Yep.
The 13 receivers at this point. Could Seattle do that right now? And who could they be reaching for in that case?
For a replacement, there's really nobody with size left except for, Jalen Tolbert is 6'1", but he's more of your slot guy. He's a really, really good route runner, but he went to South Alabama. He's a project still. He's a good player, but he's a project.
Yeah.
And if you're rebuilding, Seattle taking Kenneth Walker, it says that they're at least trying to contend.
Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker. I still dying we're going to rebuild, but we're going to still contend with a running back with our second pick of the draft while we still have Carson and Penny. Let's just do it.
Well, Carson's neck injury might be career-ending, and Penny's whole career has been
career-ending. Yeah, threatened.
Yes. Yeah. So it's a good pick because it's a good scheme fit if they're going to keep the ancient, the old and royal and ancient Pete Carroll around longer. But John Schneider's the Kenneth Walker might be John Schneider's best pick ever.
Seattle have just taken a tackle. Abraham Lucas out of Washington State. They've gone the
All
Homer
right.
pick.
See, this tackle class is super deep. I'm not surprised that these guys are coming off the board.
Indianapolis up next, followed by Atlanta, Denver, Baltimore. Interesting time. I have at this point I've got no words because I had a whole bunch of questions like, okay, quarterbacks, we're going to run down. Let's talk about quarterbacks. I'm just looking at,
And we got to talk about the ones that are still there. All of them except for Kenny Stinkin' Pickett.
how do you feel if you're Kenny Pickett right now being the only quarterback take? You feeling pretty good, Kenny Pickett, right now.
And
You must be laughing.
I think Kenny Pickett stinks, so I think it's hilarious.
It's such an interesting.
I love how Pittsburgh literally smokescreened everybody when they had no reason to.
We love Kenny Pickett. If he falls to us, we'll take him. Okay.
Right.
Do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, they're like, I dare you.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, you mean
boy.
Kenny Pickett, the guy whose hands are smaller than my 9-year-old daughter's?
Oh, we have a quarterback.
Oh, we got a quarterback.
not Malik.
Indianapolis got a quarterback.
Colts. What are these two doing?
Oh, it's
What
Indy's
is-
not trade.
What are these two doing?
The PFF already has Indy getting Jelani Woods.
I think he just
Okay,
killed a
then.
guy. He just killed a guy. What happened?
Oh, so the Twitter feed's ahead.
So,
So what we're hearing is that the Colts got Jelani Woods out of Virginia,
they
the
did.
tight end, which is a good pick.
Atlanta
And
on the
then
block.
the Falcons got their guy. Wow.
Wait, I'm a little behind. So what do we got? Do we want to ruin it for the people tuning in, or do we just
Desmond Ritter.
what?
The Falcons got Desmond Ritter, who is a pretty close comp to Marcus Mariota.
Mariota.
Except my comp, when I wrote up Desmond Ritter last week for Fantasy Pros, it was the direct comp was Josh Johnson because they're.
He had a good game for the Ravens. He had a great game for the Ravens last year. Got me into a fantasy playoff, Josh Johnson. It was fantastic. I started him and Nick Foles. Fantasy playoffs. Got the win.
Yeah.
No worries. Very
I
good.
mean, before we get to the Ritter pick, Jelani Woods is an athletic freak.
He is.
We're
He's a
talking
very big,
relative-
quick boy.
Relative athletic score of almost 10, like 9.97,
You
6'7",
You got him and
6'7",
Miley Cox.
runs a 4'6". He's
Him and
beast.
Miley Cox in the red zone. Him and Miley Cox. They got like guys that are 7'12",
Yeah, they got the trees.
and then you got those guys like at least protecting Taylor a little bit. Hell of a pick. Hell of a pick.
Now let's get to Desmond Ritter going to the Falcons to
Unbelievable.
back up his older brother, Marcus Mariota.
Oh, he's stunned.
They're both great guys. They're both extremely good human beings. Very inspirational.
I like Desmond Ritter. I have
soft-spoken.
no problem with Desmond Ritter. I think you have to look at this now and go, if you had to take a quarterback now between Ritter and Pickett,
I'm
who would
still
you take?
taking Malik Willis.
oh. So you were talking about quarterbacks before. You're saying once the first one drops, the rest
Yeah.
will follow.
Here come the
So we're now
Dolphins.
looking at a few teams coming up.
Denver won't need one. They got
Baltimore, you've got
Baltimore won't
Indianapolis,
get one.
maybe. The Giants,
Indy,
Houston. Houston and the Giants are coming up.
Yeah,
I can't imagine Pittsburgh doing a Washington and going a quarterback like Washington did a few years back.
yeah.
Just-
Hedge their bets on Kenny Pickett one day later.
Wouldn't you? It's not the worst
No, I
idea.
wouldn't. I don't think that's not. The
But you are athletic, Marcus Mariota, right on the comp. Look at that. They got
At
you.
87 could be the next time that he could go. Yeah, leak.
I mean, there's literally no one really coming up.
No.
Like outside of the Giants and Houston.
Cowboys backup quarterback Malik Willis.
Wait, Houston? Did Houston just trade up? Houston just trade up, I think. No, Houston were there. It's a mess right now. So Houston's on the board. You're looking at the Colts, the Giants. Philly could take a quarterback.
They
It's not-
could.
It's not out of there.
Jalen Hurts and Malik Willis are direct comps.
That'd be the most Philly thing to do, though. I can see Philly doing that.
To answer our new friend VR Hidalgo II, no, Malik Willis has not been drafted yet, and he is now fallen to the. We're getting into the meat of the third round, and he's officially no better than the third best quarterback in this draft.
Hidalgo, there's been the same amount of quarterbacks drafted as tight ends. That should tell you everything you need to know about what we've seen. And I'm probably more excited for the tight ends at this point, which is wild.
Oh, yeah. Woods and McBride they're a lot more exciting than Desmond Ridder and Kenny Pickett.
It's insane. What a devastating draft. All the fantasy potential we could have had, nothing. We're going to give it up for Gladys soon enough, and Gladys is going to have all the fun, which is great. But I don't know if I'd want to be on she's going to be on here soon. I can't wait to talk to her.
Jay's already waiting in here.
I can't wait to talk to her about Pittsburgh and Kenny Pickett because I've had the pleasure of doing Monday Night Show with her for the past 2 seasons, and we've done a lot of Pittsburgh games, especially through the COVID era, right? And with that COVID era, we had all those Pittsburgh games that got delayed, and it must have been every week we were covering Pittsburgh at that point. And she was like just mad at Ben Roethlisberger for 2 years. So I can't wait to hear what she has to say about Kenny Pickett. Yeah, she's going to be mad. Hey, Jay, welcome in.
How you guys doing?
How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Great job.
I told you Houston traded up. I knew they did. I thought I was crazy.
You are crazy, but we didn't say anything.
Houston is on the clock, yeah.
Houston on the clock. We're talking.
Sorry, I had to get you guys in the right frame. I didn't want to be the gigantic one. Big time.
I actually even wrote that down to introduce you, but we never even got to do that. I had big time Bo McBrayer. Never even got to it.
No,
we just rolled right into
We rambled on for 90 minutes without even covering really anything.
We rambled. We just started running our mouths at the Eagles, and that was about it. That's okay.
I mean, it was a perfect transition. You start talking about my co-host and what she thinks about Kenny Pickett.
So
we telling her she's been lighting incense for like the last 3 months, trying to get the Steelers to come in on Malik.
She's been lighting the incense. Oh, it's bad. When she starts lighting incense, nothing's going right. Oh no! Some days I'll be like talking. We'll be on the stream and like we'll see like smoke coming up out of nowhere. Like, oh no, she's had a bad day.
So Christian Harris is officially ahead of Nakobe Dean now.
I don't understand what's happening. Did people not watch Georgia play football last year?
No, they didn't.
What would happen?
NFL is notorious for not watching college games.
He's going to fall to the Rams, isn't he? He's going to fall to the Rams.
Oh, that would be.
He's going to fall to the Rams.
That's almost like the Ravens
they
got Kyle Hamilton at number 14.
Yeah.
You know, the guy's the second best player in the draft. Like some teams just get richer. And the Rams haven't picked since Vietnam, and they're going to roll back into a guy who should have been picked in the top 20.
As we say, them picks.
Yeah.
F them. I'm sitting next to a Rams fan, so I guess I'm outnumbered again.
F them picks.
That's right.
Wait. So we got
whose house?
Was it
Rams house?
Get out of here. You're on NorCal now.
World Champs house.
I'm gonna ask,
this is not a 49er home, so that's a good thing.
No. I'm going to ask the Rams fans.
Keep your voice down.
I want to ask the Rams fans. Was it hard? I understand winning a Super Bowl is phenomenal, but was it hard? Because as a Giants guy, we got to do it against the Patriots. So, everyone loved us. But was it hard to watch you guys play against a team like the Bengals, who everyone loves? Like, to see the Bengals rise over the past 18 months has been incredible. Was it hard as a Rams supporter to go, the Super Bowl we want to win, this is great, but was it hard to see the Bengals and say, this is a tough one to watch because everyone likes the Rams? Because at one point you guys were like Darth Vader.
Oh yeah, I had no problem
because blocking his face here.
Because the parade was still nice. So
yeah, right.
No problem whatsoever. It was, what?
It's 4 years in the making from the last Super Bowl, which everyone would have thought you were heavy favorites for. And it felt like that last Super Bowl when you played the Patriots, everyone was kind of on the Rams like they were the Bengals. I find that kind of everyone liked the Gurley thing, the Jared Goff thing, and the Sean McVay thing was going crazy, right? So everyone was kind of riding the Rams hype like they were the Bengals this time around. Bengals will get better for it, but so you had no problem with that at all.
Not at all. But
Bengals had to pay their dues.
Yeah, there we go.
Bengals got to pay their dues, and the other thing is, how can you not feel bad about? How can you feel bad about Aaron Donald getting a ring?
Right.
Oh, don't no, you gotta love it.
That just made it.
Look, or Whitworth or Weddle, like guys like that. Like I'm a big Jalen Ramsey fan. I don't care what people. I love Jalen Ramsey. I think he's awesome. I like seeing him get one. Like talk your talk. Like he's untouchable at times, right? So. I like those guys.
I would say this though: if the Rams are playing, if the Bengals were playing anyone other than the Rams, I would have been wearing an Ickey Woods jersey.
Yeah,
repping the Bengals on that one. They're a fun team to watch for sure.
Because I look at the rest of the NFC and I just hate everyone. Like the 49ers, the Packers. You look at those teams that could have been running down. They were just awful. So I just would have found it hard to. Obviously, you support your team, but at least it was a fun game. It was awesome. It wasn't like the last one with the Patriots, which was just brutal. Was it 10-3 or something? It was just
that was 13-3. It was horrific. And I was at a great Super Bowl party filled with Ram fans, and it was just it was a bummer. Yes, exactly.
Two times
Jared Goff in this game.
We don't even get to say two. No one's ever even said this year. 2-time Super Bowl winner Sony Michel. No one said that yet. I feel like the Sony Michel hate's gone too far, but that's okay.
He's just like 2-time Super Bowl winner Eli Manning.
Ooh.
two-time Super Bowl MVP Eli Manning.
Yeah, again, every once in a while.
I thought Eli Manning's name was Tom Brady's daddy. That's what we call him.
I understand. Listen,
every once in a while, the blind squirrel find both of his nuts.
And both of those nuts found rings. But I'll tell you what, I find that again, we were talking about the confused Giants fan base. I understand where. It's very hard, say the Hall of Fame talk. I just find it hard that the NFL's not going to forget his stats. His stats are garbage, but I just don't think they're not going to put a 2-time Super Bowl MVP in as first ballot. I just can't imagine they don't.
He's just got to reveal his real middle name, which is Coattails.
What's that?
By the way, pick in for the Houston Texans, Christian Harris from Alabama.
Wow, good pick, but
good pick.
Where's Nakobe
Where's
Dean
team?
I'm telling you, he's going to the Rams. I can feel it. I can feel he's going to the Rams. They're going to get a.
Let's just.
Can you believe
let's
that?
just not talk him up. Let's just not talk him up and just let him
let him fall. Let him fall to the Rams. There we go. Oh
that would just be an embarrassment of riches.
The Rams are at 104. There's a lot of teams in between that need linebacker.
So how is it?
Is the torn pec official?
No, we just heard it from the random guy on YouTube watching.
Because I just looked up. I haven't seen anything from.
So VR Hidalgo must be the doctor that worked on him.
Hey, so Vic is it's my boy. Welcoming him into the Going for Two, fan base up in here. He's a good guy. He's a Jets fan. I wanted to kind of get him to talk about his Jets a little bit here. I actually think they're having a really good drive.
Travis Jones, finally. Man, Baltimore's just getting everybody.
Baltimore's doing what Baltimore does, right? They're going to get loaded up on all the defensive players.
Dude, but they're getting guys at such extreme value.
They do this every year.
They never make a bad pick. They never make a bad pick.
Their GMs.
Oh, Marquise Brown might have been a bad pick. He didn't last long.
Well, they made up for it by robbing Arizona, right?
Yeah. Arizona, he got thrown into the wide receiver committee in Arizona. We don't talk about it now.
They haven't taken another receiver, have they?
No. It's Devin Duvernay, Tyler Wallace, James Proche, and Rashad Bateman.
Bateman season to the moon.
Bateman and Andrews are the new Tyreek Hill and Kelsey.
Yeah.
Lamar is like another.
I just want to see Bateman get through an off-season healthy. If he can start the season healthy, okay, wheels up. I get it, but
Bateman special. You guys
There you go.
all get
Colts.
about Bateman.
Colts Bernard Raymond tackle. There we go.
Kyle, the U.S. Hall of Fame should be in Baltimore.
Rashad Bateman is the he's one of those guys. I don't know, just always going to be hurt.
Colts pick.
You think?
He reminds me of the running back for Seattle. Can't remember his name. The kid from San Diego State.
Which one? They're all injured.
The one from San Diego State.
There we go.
Name Rashad Penny.
Yeah.
Penny, just all the talent,
The dude's in the house.
Zach, you got yourself a receiver. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel ecstatic. This is what I've been wanting. Christian Watson all day. That's the one. I love it.
You a Packers fan, man?
Oh yeah, I got my shirt on too, and a flag behind me.
Okay.
No, I love it. Christian's the guy I wanted because I didn't expect them to trade up to a higher pick. I had read a lot of reports that there were just plenty of other teams really excited about the top 6, and I wanted Watson, but I wasn't expecting him to be available. I didn't think Green Bay would actually be willing to trade up. I like the first round picks, but I'm a little nervous too because everything I've read and looked into about both of them, there's Wyatt and then who was the other one at 22?
Walker, wasn't it?
Yeah, Walker. There's concerns in different ways with both of them. So
yeah. So
yeah.
you didn't like Sky Moore over Christian Watson?
I am all aboard the Christian Watson hype train. Over here,
is that by proximity over there? Just
no, I've been into him for weeks. I've been trying to give the hype his way, and I was hearing them give the MVS Lazard hybrid earlier. A little piece of me died inside when I heard that. I was like, oh my god.
To be fair, I haven't had a good run with you over the past week or two, so it was all right. Yep.
I'm gonna find my comp that I wrote.
Vic with a hot take over there. Christian Watson, third best receiver in the draft. I don't know about that, Playboy.
That's hilarious.
That's adventurous. That's adventurous.
Yeah, that's an acid trip adventurous.
I can see how you could get to that conclusion.
How? Like the map upside down?
7 or 8 scotches, my friend. Yes, that could get me there, but oh my god.
I like what I saw. He's raw in certain areas, but I think the biggest areas he needs to improve for Watson's sake is stuff that he can develop with time. So
because he runs routes like a toddler right now, so we gotta get him.
He improved though this past year compared to his previous years.
So
does Aaron Rodgers even like rookies these days?
Alex Wright, UAB.
What's your combo?
DJ Chark.
Oh, perfect. That's exactly. I mean, I'll take that. I'm higher on Chark than the other two.
I'll take
we love you, Gladys. We missed you.
Whatever. I heard you guys were talking about me.
No, we actually weren't this time.
If I could give you a hug, Gladys, I would. How you feeling?
Yeah. Let's see. Kenny Pickett got picked as the 20th, not Malik Wallace, and then another quarterback didn't go to the 3rd round because the Steelers suck. So I feel really great right now. How are you guys feeling?
Gladys, let me welcome you to the Daniel Jones era for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's an upgrade over what they have.
Flip that one.
The incense is burning.
Right here.
I brought the incense up. I was like, oh no, Gladys has got the incense burning already. It's not good.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Yeah,
at least with the Pickett pick, we know that Trubisky's the guy.
I mean,
we're
laughing at it, right? The Steelers are up in 5 more picks at the way that Malik is falling like a rock. Gladys, you might get a redo here. Then that would be really bad because then you would have taken 2 quarterbacks in the first 3 rounds.
So, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. Although I have to say that I like the George Pickens pick. So Hmm.
Hey,
We have
Sunrise,
great
Sunset,
wide
Steelers in
receivers.
a
Just no
second.
one to throw it to.
I'm moving Pickens up for sure with that pick. That's a
Yeah.
perfect landing spot.
Can't hate it.
Yeah.
All he needs, he's got the Zoolander of quarterbacks. He can't throw left.
One thing I'll say about the
Deontay
Pittsburgh Steelers,
possibly as well
whoever is scouting receiver talent
Needs
for
a
the
bonus.
Pittsburgh Steelers is
Claypool.
just flat out amazing. If you think about the
For
Steelers
40
receivers
years.
over the
We've been doing this
years,
for 40 years.
It's insane.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that same guy's not scouting.
Quarterbacks. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. He's out of practice. It's been a while since he had to scout a good quarterback.
there you
He's
go.
Out of practice, you know.
You were spoiled. You were spoiled by Ben Roethlisberger
Well,
for several years.
What
whatever.
about the Chargers getting Nakobe Dean? They don't have any weaknesses that they need to fill right away.
Are we on the 79th pick already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was listening to you guys, which I won't do again.
We've had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I saw.
Gladys,
You came in blazing, my friend. I don't know why anyone would think any different.
I think you know how I feel about Philadelphia. Is it Philafraudulent? Philafraudulent or Philadelphia? One of the two.
Philadelphia, but give the man time to breathe.
Again, tell me how you really feel about Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Philafraudulent. Yes, they. I could have said it better. Steve was saying it right. You know, to have an actor playing a boxer on top of your steps in front of a library isn't really the most ideal place for an idol to be, considering it's all fictional, which is like the make-believe dreams that people in Philadelphia have of greatness.
I mean,
Yes.
you nailed it. What I said earlier is like your hero is a fictional character in a movie.
It was you that said that. That's it. I mean, listen, that's the whole. I can't get behind the whole. This town is down and out, but we just dropped $100 million on a guy. Like, we're this great, but we're the underdog. How can you be the underdog but be the favorite? It makes no sense. They're confused. It's a confused team.
They've taken a few punches like Rocky Balboa.
They need a few more. Yeah, they need a few more. Like that's what it is. But that's okay. Look, I mean, I don't think there's
Chargers pick is in.
acquired Khalil Mack. They got J.C. Jackson. I thought they were actually going to go running back. I thought they needed an upgrade over Austin Eckler. That's just me though.
Did they get attacked? Well, no, Zion Johnson. Yeah, he's a guard.
Zion's a flex.
Who are they? The
He's
Chargers
already-
in, but do
Great
we know?
tackle. He's
Pick
bookend.
is in. I think we're a little delayed. We're a little delayed here. I like Philadelphia. I know Carlos. I like Philadelphia.
Anyway, Dan, I think you need to breathe a little
I
bit.
do. I will back out gracefully. 6 more
No,
months.
I didn't say leave. I said breathe.
6 more months till we get the hang out again. Guys, how do you feel?
No, I didn't
18
say
what?
leave. I said breathe.
Oh,
I would never kick you out. You know better than that.
there we go.
Broncos.
Greg
So
Dulcich.
Dean did win the Buckets Award, right? Is that what I saw last year?
No, I think he's Gesicki. He's the new
I believe
Gesicki.
so.
He's going to be expected to have great production and just disappoint.
JT Woods, safety out of Baylor.
Wait,
He's-
who did Nakobe Dean go to?
He hasn't gone
Yeah.
yet. That's
No
what
one.
we're JT Woods.
And Pittsburgh's on the clock soon. So,
No, Giants are on the clock.
no, we
Denver.
got Denver,
Denver.
the Giants, Atlanta, Philly, Pittsburgh. Oh, where's
Jorge
Dulcich?
and I are gonna log off here and get some tacos in our belly.
There you go. I'm going to stick
Appreciate you
about.
guys. Great job, man.
I'll stick about till the Giants picks over. I'll hang out a little bit more.
All right, you have fun with that.
Salud, everybody.
Screw the
You
Giants.
guys have a good night.
So,
Enjoy round
Bye. Have a good night.
Unnecessary,
Have a nice
Bo.
No, totally necessary.
Ah. We're like the big brother you always wanted.
No, Dean did win the Butt Kiss Award last year. Jay, you were right.
yeah, I
checked to
meant
make
that with
sure.
the utmost in sarcasm. I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
So
When
he's
I'm
hurt?
watching,
He's hurt.
Who's that?
Is that the word?
Nakobe Dean?
Yeah.
They're saying it's a pec injury, but like that's
mean-
what we got. That's what we got from YouTube comments. So
We're not.
I don't know what
Didn't we
you
already
realize.
draft two guys who had late ACL injuries and one who blew out his Achilles.
At his pro day, Ajabo at his pro day. Greg Dulcich, tight end.
Pretty much thinking that
Broncos.
nothing.
Ooh.
Wait,
Take that.
Go
Take that,
ahead.
Albert Oakwood. Go, Albert Oakwood Butte. Take that, Greg Dulcich to Denver.
That makes more sense. I wasn't as high on Alberto, so I like I view that as an upgrade for sure there.
Huge.
He was what? I think on my board I had him as tight end too. So it's a good pick there.
Third tight end off the board for tonight. Total. Luke Bryan and Jelani
Like-
for the Colts. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm surprised Likely hasn't gone either. Figured
What
someone
about, you look at the tight ends that were being spoken about as prospects prior to the process starting. Jalen Weidemeyer was the number one tight end everyone was speaking about, and then the Pro Bowl, the
Senior Bowl.
The Senior Bowl, he absolutely tanked, and then the Combine, he just hid, and he's just disappeared.
I've never watched.
This
Go
is it
ahead.
for me. Giants are on the clock. This is it for me after this. Let's see where we're going. How bad can it get tonight? Because we've had some stinkers so far. We
Did you
started
guys
off.
killed it first round?
Yeah, we did. We normally kill the first round, and then
Oh,
it goes pretty. Then it takes after that. You know,
How do you feel about Wandale?
I find it weird because. Wait. Let's have a look here. What do we got? Cordell Flott, cornerback. Okay, it makes sense. We don't have depth there. All right. Sure.
dude, what feed are you looking on?
Yeah, he's fast. Are you on cable right now watching?
Yeah,
it?
I'm okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
because
What
I'm
are
on
you
a
watching?
stream.
LSU cornerback Cordell Flott, and that makes a lot of sense because if Bradbury's out the door and Adoree Jackson's the only other guy you got, maybe Darnay Holmes, that's a lot of problems that you got at cornerback. And I understand it because like you're looking at Carson Wentz who can't throw a ball, Jalen Hurts who won't throw a ball, and Dak Prescott who you never know when he'll throw a ball. So I understand, but it's a bit of a problem. And they needed to do better, I think, recruiting at that point this year. But I'm glad they did it. I mean, they've got a lot of rebuilding to do, and I'm okay with that. Guards, receivers. To go back to the Wendell Robinson thing, it was a reach, and I understand it, but a lot of better receivers went before him.
Right.
I think he went before Pickens, which is a problem. But I was saying before, I think when you look at how the NFL has half evolved, and again, I use Miami as the case for this. It's speed, right? So you look at Hill, Waddle, speed. You look at Philly, if you want, Smith, Brown now, speed. You look at what Dallas is, Gallup, Lamb, speed. If you're going to have Tony in the slot, Wendell Robinson out the side, I understand it to a degree of what they're trying to do. Speed helps you alleviate pressure from the quarterback. It's going to open up gaps for Saquon Barkley. I understand why. It's still a reach. So as much Nakobe Dean has a shoulder, he declined surgery. Oh, sure. Why not?
It's only your future.
Yeah, it's only your future. No worries.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I mean, I understand
Okay.
why
That makes
Wendell
sense,
Robinson was a reach, but I don't like the pick. I don't hate it. If a week ago they were talking about trying to trade Kadarius Toney, like it's just like
you can't take anything serious the last week before the draft. It's all smoke
no.
and mirrors.
It's not just that. The New York media has been on Kadarius Toney since the moment he turned up in New York, and like part of it wasn't his fault. Like he said a few things in press conferences which you just sit there going, maybe you shouldn't have said that. Like speak to PR first beforehand. But that's also a rookie mistake. You got to forgive and let go. He also had the ankle injury last year. He suffered the COVID. He was really late. He was also late signing his rookie deal. So like everything that he did last year delayed him getting in the door early. And then obviously then they go and get Golladay. And then there was a lot of things that went wrong for his start to life in New York. And it never really got better outside of that one big game. He had, I think he went for like 140. He had one stupid big game and that was it. But a lot of that came when Sterling Shepard was injured. And if Shepard's back from his Achilles injury, then what are you going to do with Tony? It's, you have to the one thing you have to do is just say, it's a new staff, it's a new coaching staff, new backroom staff. Let's see what they can do. And you got to give them a clean slate. And you've got to let the Gettleman era go. The Jason Garrett, Joe Judge era go. You've got to let that go and just see what they do here. So, He's an explosive player. He's good in open space. And if you saw how Buffalo ran their sets, Emmanuel Sanders in space, he'd get there.
There you go.
You know, Stephon Diggs in space, he gets going. Like they like those guys in open space. So we'll see. We'll see.
The old saying is you can't coach speed, right?
Well, yeah, but you know, we also can't coach in New York, so we also got that going for us. But it was a pleasure to join you guys. Thank you for having me for the last 10 minutes, an hour and 20 or whatever. Bo, that was fun. Speak on it, guys, every Tuesday. They're a fun bunch. Kyle, as always, good to see you guys.
You too.
Nice to see you again, Dan.
Have a great night.
You too. Tell the princess I said hi.
Oh, she's still a princess. She's doing coding at school. She's 5.
She's doing what?
Coding. I don't
She
even
needs
know.
to teach me.
Yeah, she's smart. Putting this, you know how Jeff was shooting on me and you for not knowing very much about technology, Gladys?
Yeah.
She's jumped both of us.
Yeah. You dick. Go ahead. What?
And the incense is strong tonight, Gladys.
Yeah, it is.
Have a good night.
Bye, babe.
Cheers, bye.
Gentlemen, how are you? Sorry I was late.
All good.
Difficulty.
We're doing
Forgot the time,
great.
but whatever. All right. So on our section, my dog is licking the wall. I don't know why right now. I should be concerned by that. First round, who was your favorite pick? Fantasy wise, if you had a favorite pick fantasy wise.
Mm-hmm.
First round was a little shallow in that.
I think
area.
there's more picks that scare me from a fantasy perspective than ones that I'm actually excited about. There were
We'll
more.
get to the scary ones, but
Yeah.
who was their favorite? If you had a gun to your head, who would be your? And you had to play either Dynasty or redraft. Who was your favorite pick? Atlanta took edge. D'Angelo Moore from WKU from Western Kentucky. Who was your favorite pick?
It's going to be, for me, it's going to be Garrett Wilson. I hate to say it, going to the Jets. My boy Vic knows that I got plenty of hate for him with the Jets coming in here. But I just think that what the Jets are doing there, they're giving Zach Wilson, they're giving him wheels up.
Weapons.
I mean, he has the weapons. I think the Jets are actually having a pretty good draft here.
The Jets are winning the draft.
They're winning the draft.
It's
I
scary to
felt
think
like
that.
I felt like there wasn't too many places where Garrett Wilson could go and not be really dynamic and not be Garrett Wilson there. So that's going to be my favorite pick. I like Drake London, but it's the Marcus Mariota.
No.
Yeah. No.
Zach.
I'm on bandwagon off of that. I have to agree. Otherwise,
Nakobe Dean just went to Philadelphia.
Finally.
Oh, okay. Way overdue. No,
I'm sorry, Jack. Zach,
no, you're
go ahead.
fine. There's just some concerns with the other ones. If I wasn't going to take Garrett Wilson, it would probably have to be Jamison Williams, or as low as I am on this 22 QB rookie class, Kenny Pickett being the lone first rounder and then another one not going until the third would probably have to be the one I like the most, just from a standpoint of they added another wide receiver as well. So if they like Kenny that much, they must clearly see something that I didn't see. And therefore, he's probably got to be the biggest riser in regards to fantasy ADP for me in rookie drafts.
Kenny Pickett. So
I'm not going on a Kenny Pickett rant. I'm just
that's a tough one for me, right? Because Kenny Pickett was gaining steam for being the most NFL ready, but that's because he was in college for like a billion years.
He's 24.
And he had one good year. Like his last year was fantastic. I will give you that. But look at his first 3 years.
The first 3, right. And so I like to see what quarterbacks, I want to see the talent that can come to the NFL rather than being kicked out of college. And that's kind of what I feel happened with Kenny Pickett. He was a safe pick, though, for Pittsburgh. He's a safe transition from Ben Roethlisberger, coming into the next thing. So I get it, although I don't like it. I get it for Pittsburgh. for me, the What Were You Thinking award, that's going to go to the Washington football team or the Commanders or whatever they're calling themselves these days, because they traded out of Chris Olave and then basically came back and said, hey, how about Jahan Dotson? And everybody went, what?
That pick was traded 4 times. Indy to Philly to New Orleans to Washington.
Absolutely.
I would have rather had Burks there personally.
Right. Burks went 2 picks later to Tennessee.
I feel as if you read my Rotoballer article there.
I didn't know you write for Rotoballer.
Yeah, I do. Because that's I mean, I think. Well, I don't really. It's the quarterbacks. It's not the wide receivers. Do you know what I mean? Like it's the quarterbacks. I don't. You have all that talent. If they can't get you the ball, what is it more? What does it mean? I mean, the Washington pick I didn't get. The Atlanta, was it Atlanta? Who did Atlanta pick London?
Yeah.
I
love that pick.
Drake London with Mariota doesn't make my girl parts happy. It doesn't. You know what I mean? It's not a really good. I'm like looking. No, this doesn't.
This is the 10 o'clock hour, everybody. So,
did you listen to Speak on It, guys? I will never drop as many F-bombs as they do, and that's like my favorite word. And I could never. I'm like thinking, we're allowed to say fuck. Why? What happened, Jeff?
There you go. Danny Ocean, blame him.
Exactly.
I like Drake London. And I like Drake London for Atlanta, even though
it's Mariota though.
Yeah, even though Mariota sucks. So the caveat to how do you combat a bad quarterback, right? Well, you get somebody who's just really good off of the line, or somebody they can just play basketball with. And so you look at with Kyle Pitts and you get Drake London, you get 2 big physical receivers that are going to have high catch radiuses, which is what you're going to need with Marcus Mariota. Right. They're going to high point the ball. They're going to be really physical. They're going to fight for his ducks that he does throw when he does throw. So I think that there was a little bit of scouting there on Atlanta side, knowing their situation. I thought that London was a good fit because it wouldn't make sense for them to take, a Garrett Wilson or Chris Olave there because Mariota's not going to be able to utilize them.
So you're thinking that Mariota's going to be there for a while?
I think he's going to be there for at least this year. I don't think that they're going to do anything else at quarterback. They've had multiple opportunities now to come in.
Right. And Ritter, right?
Right, yeah. And so he says, Vic is saying, I think Olave has a shot with Winston to have a good start in fantasy. Agree with that. I really like Chris Olave. I've been on record as saying that I believe that Chris Olave was better than Garrett Wilson. People have kind of given me a hard time about that one, but that's my hill that I'm willing to stand on. I think that you're separating hairs there. But I definitely like Olave.
Sorry. I was just want to feed off of what you were saying with London and Pitts, the basketball player type weapons. I mean, I don't necessarily like it from a fantasy production standpoint this year, but I look at it in regards to, if this is a team that's in the middle of a full rebuild and they're planning for years ahead, say they're one of the worst teams in the league again next year, they could get a Bryce Young or a CJ Stroud in next year's class, and Ridley's coming back along with Kyle Pitts, and then you add Drake London into that. Whoever that guy is, he can just lob it up and any of the 3 can go get it. I mean, and at that point, I'm really excited about any of those 3 weapons.
Well, I mean, it's great that he knows his place because that's the first thing he said when they talked to him. He's like, now Atlanta has the Twin Towers. So he realizes that he's going to have to work, whether subconsciously or consciously. You know what I mean? He realizes that he and Pitts are going to be the 2 main. Well, that's all they have, really, Cordella Patterson. But It's him or Pitts. I mean, which from a fantasy standpoint, depending on their schedule, might not be a bad pickup on either one. Because where else are they going to throw? Where else is the ball going?
Right.
Patterson can only do so much.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of it. I like Jameis Winston in New Orleans. I mean, I just like from a fantasy standpoint, I like Jameis Winston.
Well, we talked about from a fantasy perspective. I have no issue with Jameis Winston. Our guest Marcus Grant seemed to despise that notion on Monday, because with Winston you're going to get right. You know what we're going to get. We're going to get the ability to throw 500 yards in the game. He's going to get 5 touchdowns, and then he's going to erase it with 3 pick sixes there. But in fantasy, they just don't penalize enough for interceptions. So Jameis Winston is a gunslinger. He's going to push the ball down the field. Give me that guy.
Right.
That's what I want in fantasy points. I don't care how we get them.
And I think Michael Thomas tweeted something out when Olave was picked. So the thought is that Michael Thomas will be back. So Michael Thomas is back. Kamara, I guess we're still waiting to see if he's going to get suspended for his shenanigans. But yeah, I have no problem with Jameis Winston having those 2 targets to throw to.
And I like it from an immediate standpoint in that regard, but I also look at a lot of these, out of that first group of 6 wide receivers, I look at all of them as guys who are in positions where with future classes, a better quarterback could be selected, and there's going to be nice weapons already there to help that quarterback succeed. Obviously, a lot of the quarterback success with rookies depends on the system and the development they can provide, but I look at a lot of these where it's short-term fixes at the quarterback now, but could really help them long-term in regards to what it could be.
Okay, so where did Ritter go? I just forgot, and he just got picked. Desmond Ritter, he was the second. There hasn't been anything between Pickett and Ritter, right? Quarterback.
Yeah, and Ritter went to Atlanta.
Okay, so
yeah, Desmond Ritter, Atlanta.
I mean, I could even see the situation where Ritter beats out Mariota.
Yeah.
For starting position. I mean, everyone's.
And then you talk about the whole Jameis Winston thing. You're going to get that with with Ritter. I mean, he's going to push the ball down the field. I liked watching Cincinnati last year. I thought that they were a really exciting team to watch, and it's because of Ritter and Alec Pierce. So I don't hate it.
No, I mean, okay, so Ritter. So let's assume that Ritter beats out Mariota. Does Ritter? Oh shit! Ritter, Pitts. Oh, Malik Willis just went to Tennessee.
Ooh.
I like it relative to where they got it. I mean, I'm low on this class, but if you're not having to take a first round pick or say an early second on some of these guys, worth a shot if you need a QB.
Yeah, worth a shot.
I really like that choice. I don't know why. I would have liked it better if it was Pittsburgh and they waited, but I'm not hating that at all.
I wish Derrick Henry was 2 or 3 years younger.
Yeah,
that'd be fun to watch, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
That would be fun to watch. Malik Willis coming in Tennessee, coming back behind Ryan Tannehill.
Okay, that's the question.
Play.
Is he behind Ryan Tannehill, or do you?
I think. So when he fell, right? He fell all the way to the 86th pick. Something happened there because there was a point in time where Malik Willis was talked about being a top 12 pick in this draft. He fell all the way back to number 86 overall. I just don't think that they were very high on him. And I think that a lot of teams basically factored it in. Is his rushing upside worth us reaching on what they define to be a project in a weak quarterback draft? And I think that we saw the answer of how the NFL thought about it. And Malik Willis was a casualty of that. I do think that he's going to sit behind Tannehill. with no pressure to come in and start or even play right away. I think that he's going to be someone that he's not really going to get his shot probably until his year 3. How they just signed Tannehill, right? They just gave him a big deal, didn't they?
Yeah, I believe
yeah.
so. And I like it from a standpoint too of if it gives them flexibility because we've seen Tannehill get injured before. So say something like that happens again. Obviously, you never root for that, but now they've got a guy where they can throw in for spot starts and really try and test the waters outside of practice.
Right. Yeah. And Kyle, right. Yeah, exactly. Willis Falling says that teams think that he's too raw to start right away. But I do see, because he's with Tennessee, right? And they're not afraid to get creative with some play calling. They're going to get him out there. They're going to get him some Trey Lance reps with the 49ers. They're going to utilize this skill set. So I think we are going to see Malik get playing time this year. I don't know if in a super flex dynasty league, I don't know if it really moves me off of Malik Willis. I'm still going a pretty high pick. He's no longer going to be that 1-2 for me.
See, I think people discount the emotional part of players. Like Willis thought he was a first rounder too. Like he was there yesterday.
Yeah.
So he goes in the 3rd round. You talk about motivation to get on the field and prove all those other teams wrong. I honestly would not be surprised if Willis outplays or is playing by the end of the season.
Yeah, I think. Well, he's going to get playing time no matter what, right? They're gonna have packages for Malik Willis there, especially Vrabel likes to kind of mix it up a little bit.
Right.
Shout out my boy Dan Ramo joining us. Dan, Victor, these are some of my guys. We talk football literally like all day long. Dan's your resident 49er fan here, so he's going to keep me balanced when I get into my Rams bias. And
no, you Rams bias, stop it. Although, did you see that on the clock, their little promotion of stealing the draft? Or no?
No, I did not.
Oh my God, you have to YouTube that. The Rams did a promo before the draft called On the Clock, where they had people playing Kroenke and what's the GM's name? Snead? Is Snead yours?
Yeah.
Snead, and then little Eastwood was Sean McVay, and then they had the players, and it was like Ocean's 11 kind of thing, and the theme was we're stealing the draft, and that was like the best thing ever I've ever seen. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, we still a draft by not taking picks.
Exactly.
Picks.
Exactly.
So.
It was so awesome. Oh, Dallas took a wide receiver, Jalen Tolbert.
Oh, I like that pick there.
Tolbert, Alabama, South Alabama, right?
Yeah.
Good player.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure this time of year for you as a Rams fan is fairly boring, but at the same time, I'm sure you'll take some downtime with the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we taking her down. So, we talked, right? I talked about this. Even Marcus Grant was asking, how he felt about the Rams. Can the Rams repeat? And I believe that the Rams' problem is in division. I've said it always. I'm going to give the 49ers. I just don't like that team. They make the Rams play a style of football that is not conducive to how we want to play. They're very physical. They're attacking, just relentless on the run. We don't have an answer for Deebo Samuel. Nobody does. And so if the Rams, and you think about it, right? I mean, they swept us in the regular season up until the playoff game. They beat us 6 straight games. So they kind of got our number a little bit. So I'm afraid of the Rams. Boy, Vic is tying a dark horse with Breece Hall. I don't know how Breece Hall is going to be a dark horse. I actually think that Breece Hall is going to lose a little bit of value going to the Jets. Crowded backfield there. I think that with Kenneth Walker III going to Seattle, I think he's going to leapfrog. Me, he's going to leapfrog Breece Hall in the running back rankings there in terms of where we're drafting these running backs. I wanted to see Breece go to Kansas City or even Buffalo I thought that that's where they would go. I thought that opportunity was missed, for Brees there. So with the Jets, I mean, they're all gonna cannibalize each other. Not to say that
Hey,
Brees
what's
is
your
not a
boy talking
stud.
about 6 straight?
He's talking about, he's bragging how the 49ers have beaten the Rams
Oh.
6 straight. But we got the one that counts though, Dan.
Oh, wow.
So
Yeah,
the Bills.
it was fire. It was on fire.
I'm sure the rookie drafts will be a lot less consistent now. I think, ahead of time, it's kind of a clear cut ADP for 1, 2, a clear set of where these guys might be. And now it's about trying to figure out if you value that talent or that fit or the mix. And I don't know, especially with some of the running backs or even the wide receivers, there's certain ones where the opportunity is a lot more there right off the bat.
James Cook is a big riser for me. I mean, going to Buffalo, right? They went to Buffalo.
Yep.
I did not see that coming.
No, that was a big one.
Did he go to Buffalo?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, there's some interesting picks for sure. I don't know. Overall, my head's in a tailspin right now, just trying to process some of these adjustments to the rookie rankings as these guys are getting a new home. I mean, a lot of unpredictability per usual, but I think it seems like there's more surprises than normal this year in regards to kind of what you're hoping for and expecting with some of these fantasy players.
So, I'm sorry, let's go back one. So you think it helps James Cook that he went to Buffalo? Is that
absolutely?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not strenuously disagreeing, but I don't. I think Buffalo's still gonna. The only way I think would help him is if. So Josh Allen led Buffalo in red zone touches and red zone, and the only way it would help him is if they take that away from Allen. Do you know what I mean?
I think they're going to do that. I think as the Buffalo Bills get really serious about winning a Super Bowl, they're going to have to start dialing back Josh Allen's rushing attempts.
Trying to protect him.
Right. You got to protect that investment there. James Cook is, we know, he's no Dalvin, let's not get that twisted right there. Right. He's a nice lasser, taller Justin Forsett. And Justin Forsett was a very good NFL player and a very good fantasy producer. So I do think that James Cook, his draft capital of where he went, we talk about landing spot, right? And just how that's just going to make him go up. Be interesting to see where Isaiah Spiller lands, still on the board.
Right. I just don't see anyone surpassing Walker yet.
Walker's my guy right now.
Especially if Carson is hurt as bad as they were alluding to earlier. Then, wait, who is this that said that? Kyle. What is wrong with you? Oh, Kyle hates James Cook. We learned that last segment. I'm not sure why, but he said he hates James Cook.
Man, get him on board. Get him on mic. We got to hear why. We got to hear the defense on that.
Kyle, you coming on? I think you still have the link. Come on, man. Get in here.
I got to hear this one.
Because you're not going to bed. Is that what he just said?
Sky Moore. Vic, I told you I was really high on Sky Moore. That guy going to Kansas City, that is
with Tyreek gone.
Great. That was a great pick.
He has to be happy. Like, I wonder these guys that fell, like Sky Moore and James Cook and there's a Malik Wallace, Desmond Ridder. They've fallen into really good situations. Do you know what I mean? I wonder if it kind of lessens the pain of not going first round when you can say, but you know what? I'm probably going to start this year and I'm probably going to be really, really good at it.
So in Buffalo, don't we? So Kyle, you got to get a mic, man. You got to come in because in Buffalo, I think we want a pass catcher. That's Buffalo's problem, is that they didn't have a running back who can catch out of the
pass.
backfield.
Right. Which is why
Catching
they
us up on the draft real quick.
Washington.
Cameron Thomas, defensive end from San Diego State, going to the Cardinals. Jalen Tolbert, we talked about, wide receiver, South Alabama, going to the Cowboys. Terrell Bernard, linebacker, Baylor, going to the Buffalo Bills. And then the Las Vegas Raiders, Dylan Parham, guard, coming from Memphis.
I like the Parham
to
pick
the Raiders. Good pick there. We talked about Derek Carr, right? We talked about how he's just a good NFL quarterback, but now the worst quarterback in his division. But at the same time, he's a fair quarterback. They're holding the placeholder there.
Derek Carr?
Yeah.
Did you just say Derek Carr was a placeholder? Is that what you said?
No, just we're talking about just how he's just like the worst quarterback in their division now by default. So he kind of been relegated to just being a guy now.
Yeah, but he has. Did you see where they didn't pick up Josh Jacobs' 5th-year option?
Yeah, there is 3 guys from that 2019 class they didn't pick up, including Jacobs.
That's the only one I noticed. I mean, the only one I cared about.
Yeah.
So my argument to that, Kyle, is that Allen didn't dump to the running backs because he didn't have anybody to dump it off to. It was Zach Moss or it was Devin Singletary. So neither of those guys will inspire confidence in me. If I'm a quarterback, why would I dump it off when I can just go ahead and run and get the 6 yards myself?
In the red zone. Which
in
was
the red zone.
Crazy. Which was crazy. Okay, let's go back to that Derek Carr statement. So Derek Carr is the worst quarterback
in his division. Do you disagree?
Hold, please. I have to process. Takes a minute or two.
Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, Russell Wilson.
I know. I'm trying to think of everyone's weapons. So Derek Carr just got Devontae, and he has Waller's not going anywhere. And is Renfro still there?
Yeah, still there.
The worst quarterback in a quarterback-heavy division with Russell Wilson. Yeah, I'd put him ahead of Russell Wilson right now.
Ooh.
With his weapons? Yeah, I would put him ahead of Russell Wilson.
Wow.
Not the Judy, Javonte, Cortland believer?
Dude, Judy's got to show me
that he doesn't drop the ball.
That he doesn't drop the ball. That he's not Evan Ingram in a wide receiver body. Yeah. Judy's got to show me he doesn't drop the ball. Patrick's got to stay on the field. Tim Patrick's got to not get injured like when the wind blows on him. I'm not sure. I kind of like Albert O, but, Noah Fant was the man, so we have to see what Albert O can do.
They just took Dulcich as well at tight end.
I heard that you like that pick, but I'm not really sure how I feel about it. Although I could see them going two tight end set. But, yeah, I mean, I would put him ahead of Russell Wilson right now.
Jerry Jeudy did not forget how to play football. We can talk about – I remember last year there was a point in time where people were talking about Jamar Chase can't catch. Everything's hitting his hands. And, I'm not too worried about Jerry Jeudy with Russell Wilson throwing him the ball. I'm not that high on Cortland Sutton, but he's still a good receiver. Tim Patrick, I like as a wide receiver 3. I just don't see enough holes in the passing game for me not to have Derek Carr Russell Wilson being pushing Patrick Mahomes for the number 2. I like Justin Herbert number 1. That's a hot take for me, but that's
I think that might be valid. Ahead of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And Mahomes 2.
Yeah, so that's how I have it. I have Herbert, Mahomes, Wilson, and then Carr.
See, I would.
And we're talking entirely too much about the AFC West, by the way.
Why? Oh, Tampa Bay just took a running back, Rashad
White.
Ooh, I was hoping he would go somewhere else.
Where were you hoping he would go?
Somewhere with more opportunity this year. Yeah. Because they brought Leonard back on a 1 year, right?
Yeah. Leonard
and
back.
Then they have Vaughn as well.
Keyshawn Vaughn suspected to take a jump.
Yeah, so I don't know how much of an opportunity I see if he's RB3. Obviously, if an injury happens, there's more of an opportunity, but I don't know. From everything I read, Tampa Bay really was hoping for that next step with Keyshawn this year. But
Yep.
also, real quick, I did want to say with the James Cook aspect, while I'm not super high on him, I look at it where now they're going to throw it more to the running backs because they lost Emmanuel Sanders and Cole Beasley. I get neither of those were massive
Slot guys.
producers, but at the same time, they had a pre-existing chemistry with Allen, and now it's Gabriel Davis, Isaiah McKenzie, and Jake Kumaro. Those are the three wide receivers on their depth chart right now behind Stephon Diggs. So I see plenty of opportunity there if he can take that workload.
Yeah, absolutely. When you talk about opportunity, talk about volume, you talk about going to a team that is going to score a lot of points. At the end of the day, you want to be, even if you're just an okay player on a good team for fantasy, that's all that we really need. And I like it. Somebody was talking about earlier how these players that are falling, and they're falling late in the draft, but they're falling to good teams, right? So you see these teams that are
I just
picking
said that.
late in the draft. Yeah, that's what you were the one that said that. So these people that are falling to these teams that are back, these are good teams, right? They're
Yeah.
picking in the back of the draft for a reason. So I don't hate it. I don't hate it where these guys are falling to.
Sean Ryan guard going to Green Bay. I like
The
that as well.
So Green Bay has only drafted one wide receiver, right?
Yeah, so far.
Christian
Take that,
Watson,
everybody.
the reach.
The future. I already shared some of my Christian Watson propaganda earlier, so I don't know how much I have to get back into that again.
Courtney is saying definitely a reach.
I will stand on
I thought
mountaintops.
she was coming on. Where is she? Did I miss her?
Private chat.
Yeah, I saw that, but I thought she was coming on the feed. Oh, Courtney, so sorry.
Oh, you're muted.
That's because my kid's like freaking out, like, Mom, would you quit the football stuff? I'm like, no.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. What's going on, guys? How are you?
Good.
Hey, you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm good. I'm very, very well. I'm very, very well. Been listening to y'all for a while. I've been trying to keep the kid in check. Looks like
San Francisco just took a running back.
Man,
Ty Davis Price from LSU.
That's a surprising pick.
How are you feeling about New Orleans draft, Courtney?
I mean, I'm happy that we got Chris Olave. I mean, I think that I'm upset that we let go of our third and fourth to jump up for him, because I still think that if he wasn't on the board, that we would have been able to grab somebody else and it would have still been good for us. Like, there were so many wide receivers. I understand that they were going on a wide receiver run, but we needed those picks. I just think that I don't know. I think that we could have waited. But I did watch a few videos on actual Trevor Penning actually after he won, and he seems like a really damn good guy. Like, I watched his tapes and I know that he is going to be strong, but I think he's going to be a leader in the locker room and following Cam Jordan. And I like that. So,
Zach, who is your team?
I'm a Packer fan.
Oh, that's why you like Watt. That's why you like that they took Watson.
I was high on him weeks in advance. This was just I was hoping he would come to us because I wanted it. I mean, I was just pulling up our the Going4 2 Dynasty rookie rankings just to compare where my value on him was in reference to everyone else, and clearly we have difference of opinions, pretty much everyone, and then there's me.
Well, do you think that was a Aaron Rodgers pick? Like, do you think that he had? I mean, I kind of no. You don't think he had a hand in that? I do.
I think I had read reports all week saying that Green Bay had been doing a whole bunch of interviews with him, and I know with Gutekunst, I can never say his name right, but he likes raw physical profiles where, you know, they can mold them, especially more so on the defensive side of the ball. But I look at someone like Christian Watson, yes, he needs to expand his route tree. He's no Devontae Adams, but very few are like him.
Right.
But at the same time, I look at it. He's fast. He's tall. I mean, he seems somewhat strong. He could bulk up a little bit, but I like what I see in regards to future. Not right away. He's not going to be a Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, these stupid numbers as their rookie year, but I like it for the future, and especially once we get rid of the diva at QB and bring in Jordan Love. He'll be ready then.
So I have a question. Now, I heard this on NFL Network. You guys had arguably the best wide receiver in the league, and he's gone now.
Yeah.
And you didn't get out of the second round in playoffs with him. What are your chances without him? Because who's going to replace Devontae Adams?
Do you want to hear an optimistic Packers fan? Because that's not what you're going to get. I mean, but you're also talking to someone that's wanted to clean house and get rid of Aaron for a couple of years. So, I mean, okay. I've had a lot of years of successful QBs in my life, but at some point with Aaron, it gets old. I'm ready to see what Jordan Love is. But
I think we should start calling that the Ben Roethlisberger effect, where they just hang around and they hang around.
Too long?
Yeah.
Not any good.
Yeah, no, I'm scared to see if and when there is a decline, but realistically, I think Rodgers will retire and move on to other things before that. With the 2 first-round selections at 22 and 28, though, I really like that. I like what they're doing. They're trying to really stack up that defense. You look at all the teams that have beaten them; it's these overpowered defenses that can kind of shut down options. And realistically, yeah, they don't have weapons for Rodgers to throw to, but if they only have to ask for so many miracles because they have a good defense, it might balance out. Every time I think of Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs, it's usually the Hail Marys. What?
They just took
Matt Corral. Ooh.
Who did? Carolina?
my boy.
That's a good pick.
So Matt Corral was my number 2 ranked quarterback coming into this draft. It's pretty high on him. I think that's a really good pick.
But I'm going to tell y'all right now that pisses me off as a Saints fan that I'm going to have to root for the Panthers like in the closet. I got to root for the Panthers in the closet. You know what I'm saying?
Why? Are you a Mississippi fan?
She's got on the sweater.
What?
Born and raised. I went to Ole Miss. I graduated from Ole Miss. Matt Corral's my boy. He's my boy.
There you go.
We smelled a rebel when she logged on.
Honestly, I was kind of hoping that he would sneak off to Seattle and throw to DK. You know, DK is from Ole Miss too, and I kind of thought that might be fun just to, because Drew Lock's not the answer there. He's not the future, but
But Pete Carroll is just going to try to run the ball, so it doesn't really matter. I mean,
hey, did y'all already talk about it, or was I? I mean, obviously, I might have not heard it when that happened, but why did the Broncos take another tight end? Did y'all talk about that already? Yeah, you don't think?
Well, they lost Fant. I mean,
yeah, well, I get that. I just was kind of, I don't know. I was just wondering if y'all talked about it.
I think Gladys mentioned it a little bit with the 2 tight end sets, which I think is realistic. They have a somewhat weak offensive line, so maybe putting more tight ends out there can take some of the pressure off of some of those vulnerable spots on the O-line.
Good player. Into Zach.
By the way, Sean, the Green Bay Packers, when they took Sean, we didn't talk about it because it's just a guard, but I really like the Packers' last pick, Sean Ryan, UCLA. I mean, we're talking about a guy who was an All-American, and people forget that, you know what I mean, his freshman. So kid can play some ball. The 49ers with Tyrion Davis-Price, good in the screen game, right? He's going to be able to help the 49ers in that little blocking scheme that they want to do and get out in the flats. So that was another good pick. These last 3 picks have been really good. Matt Corral, obviously, we're talking about that one. a little bit there. I expect that Matt Corral will be starting by week 4.
Yeah.
For the
Not even
Carolina
that long.
Panthers.
He's
If
probably
not
It's that
gonna
long.
sooner.
he's probably gonna be
Yeah.
around preseason. I mean,
look,
yeah.
look, I know that I'm an Ole Miss fan and I know that I love him, but in my opinion, he is so NFL ready. He is an incredible player. He makes great decisions at the line. He's got an incredible arm. It's not like a Carson Strong arm out of Nevada because that kid can throw that ball.
Oh my God.
He is,
Yeah.
but he is a locker room leader and he is going to change the face of the Panthers. He is
Good player.
it's a great choice. Great choice. And I'm very, very lucky. I'm very happy for him. Very happy
The one
for him.
pushback that I have though, we've seen it a lot of times on these college quarterbacks in this very unrealistic pass heavy system that doesn't translate well to the NFL. So I mean, he can have some very you take him over Jimmy G.
I get what you're saying, but I definitely think he's NFL ready. I think he is definitely ready.
I like it for CMC as well. I think just having a little bit more versatility at the QB position should open it up more for him. I mean, if he can stay healthy, of course.
Who's the OC there?
Good
Carolina.
question.
Yeah. Isn't it?
Do you not-
Everybody's
Everybody's
keyboards are moving
Ben
really
McAdoo.
fast.
Ben
I can't
McAdoo.
think.
McAdoo.
Who is it? Mac?
Oh, my
Ben
goodness.
McAdoo. Wasn't
I mean,
he the
what-
former Giants
Yeah,
head
from the
coach?
Giants guy.
Former Giants,
Yeah.
yeah.
Look,
Okay. And
VR
that was
Hidalgo said that
What?
he's like I said VR Hidalgo. I want to in our chat that said he's like Zach Wilson. I don't think so.
Yeah.
That's
He
a
said that's the
compliment.
comp. They're
That's a
comping
compliment.
into it.
Nah.
Hey, right now, I don't hate Zach Wilson. I'm kind of liking that a little bit there.
They're setting him up for success, aren't they?
Definitely taking away his excuses, right?
Exactly. They're doing the
Zach
same thing for
Wilson.
Dan Adams. They're trying.
The Bengals took a defensive end, Zachary Carter from Florida. And the Colts took safety, Mick Cross from Maryland.
Do we have any immediate reaction concern for the other running backs in the room in San Francisco with the Davis Price pick? I wasn't high on him necessarily, so I'm surprised he was taken there, but every year, same question. How does this change the valuation of the current RBs?
It does, right? It always does. But
Yeah.
I'm going to trust the 49ers when it comes to them drafting running backs, that they just know what they're doing there. Mostart's gone.
Sermon
They got
then could
Elijah.
have a bounce
I
back
think that
year.
they realize that Trey Sermon might be a little bit of a bust there. So they're gonna come in, and that's gonna be the 1-2 with Elijah there. So
I mean,
Really
Right.
quick on the Packers. Would you pick a wide receiver for fantasy? Any of their wide receivers?
yeah, because they got Aaron Rodgers throwing them the ball.
oh,
Who?
I
Which
have
wide
been.
receiver would you pick?
Go ahead.
I'll take a flyer on Christian Watson. I'll take a flyer on Christian. So
Don't ask this guy.
I have been making moves for the past 2 weeks, preparing in advance because I figured I expected Green Bay to take him.
Uh-huh.
For the past 2 weeks, I've just been blunt about it in trade talks for rookie drafts. Look, I think Green Bay is taking Christian Watson at some point. I want X pick in the first round. What do I need to give you to get it? Because I'm going to reach on him relative to ADP.
yeah,
Nothing crazy. I want him. I think he's going to be good in the future. So
Yeah, so
I've
when you
been
look
real
at that,
aggressive on it.
these small schools, right? So what I'm looking at for players that come out of small schools is, are you just dominant? If you're gonna go to a small school, then just ball out, right? And every time we watch Christian Watson, because they're playing against bad competition, but the dude he was always open. He's just an amazing player. I think that he's a good player. I didn't like it though, man. I thought it was a reach, and I like Christian Watson.
You were disappointed during the pick, and I'm over here doing laps around my apartment, just screaming for joy.
So Zach, you would pick Christian Watson too for your fantasy?
Oh yeah. I don't like any of the other wide receivers. I I mean, if you don't really expect it this year, I am nervous about what he can produce this year, fantasy wise. But overall, I'm really high on it long term. I mean, they had a graphic during the draft. The previous second round pick wide receivers Green Bay is taking was Greg Jennings, Jordy Nelson, Randall Cobb, and Devontae Adams. So, I mean, that's a big company. I don't want to get too carried away, but I'll remain optimistic.
Courtney, would you pick any of the Green Bay wide receivers for fantasy? Not Dynasty, just regular redraft.
Not Dynasty redraft?
Yeah.
No, not right now.
Yeah, no. I thought we were talking Dynasty.
Yeah.
You're doing Dynasty. That's what you play.
Look, I play Dynasty and redraft. I got a redraft. I got 2 redraft leagues that have been going on for 15 plus years, and I had Aaron Rodgers in one of them last year, and it was a constant. I understand he's still got an arm. I understand he's still in a great offensive scheme there, but no, in redraft I wouldn't right now.
Okay.
I would let someone else.
I was just curious.
In redraft, as excited as I am about Christian Watson, I'm gonna let someone else pull the trigger. Someone else is going to get way too excited about him being the only kind of high profile in a way wide receiver for the Packers, and someone's going to take him way too early. I mean, that's
the thing. That's the thing. He's going to go too high.
Like, I love the future, but this year there's probably going to be some big names available when he's taken in your redraft leagues. So I would consider the other options easily first.
Out of the 3 quarterbacks, 4. Out of the 4, out of the 4 quarterbacks that have been drafted, or which one would you choose for fantasy?
I think I know Courtney's answer.
No, I mean it would either be him or it would be I mean it would potentially be. I mean, I potentially would probably do Ritter too, because I don't think Mariota's the answer there. And he's got, I mean, they got London, they've got Pitts, and I think that Desmond Ritter could start pretty soon there too.
Yeah, both of those guys are going to be first month starters.
Yeah.
I think I'm coming in Matt Corral. I had him number 2. He's now going to get bumped up to number 1 fantasy quarterback for me.
Nice.
Yeah. He's got the team. He's in the right division, right? Nobody's playing any defense in the passing game in the NFC South. The Saints are okay defensively, but you need a guy. You need a guy that's going to throw some balls in the NFC South, right? He's going to sling it. Got Christian McCaffrey still coming out of the backfield. DJ Moore. Yeah, they got a good team. I'm going to go. My number 1 fantasy quarterback out of the rookies is going to be Matt Corral now.
He was my number 2 as well. Prior to the draft, I had Ritter at 3, and at this point, I think it's just going to bump Malik Willis down. Matt Corral 1, Ritter 2, and
My boy Vic is dying on this Christian Watson hill.
I'm glad I'm not alone. I will be screaming from mountaintops talking about my love for him in Dynasty leagues. Not yearly, not this year. But
one thing I say about Vic, he is a plant your flag kind of guy. So he's planting his flag on him. He's beating that Christian Watson drum with you, man.
Me too. I'm still on the Jarrett Patterson drum from last year as the UDFA. That one wasn't too disappointing.
What's his name? What does VR stand for? Is that his name?
His name is Victor. I don't know what the R stands for.
Victor, who is your first 2? Christian Watson's your 3rd. Who are your first 2?
You know he's a Jets fan, so you know he's going to say Garrett Wilson 1.
I mean,
that's a good choice, though.
Sound crazy to you?
London.
In our Dynasty rankings, I had Christian Watson at 8 overall.
In your Dynasty rankings?
Yeah, that's where I had him at. So he was, let's see, I have
him ranked.
London, then I had...
just went.
Washington just took a running back.
Washington took Brian Robinson out of Bama.
No, I just mentioned Jarrett Patterson. There it goes.
Yeah, there it goes.
The dream died today.
It did. I actually like Jarrett Patterson too. I had him in a couple dynasties. Like, I like the kid. Oh well, I know, right?
Hurts my soul. Oh.
I forgot about Brian Robinson. To be honest, that's a good pick.
I'd like to see where Damian Pierce goes. That's another good running back that's still out there. I like him. I like that bruiser.
Brian Robinson will steal the job from Antonio Gibson too.
Yeah,
I'm not a Gibson believer.
From Antonio Gibson?
Yeah, he's a better Antonio. He does Antonio Gibson better. That's what he is. I had just so you know, I had Christian Watson ranked number 9 in my fantasy wide receivers this year. So
out of the wide receivers,
ahead of Johan Dotson and David Bell,
you know where they land?
and Wendell Robinson.
I mean,
what?
You're ranking fantasy wide receivers and fantasy running backs before you know where they're going.
It's
right.
I always do that.
Talent
evaluation,
yeah.
And then,
so
I'm sorry. What did you say, Zach? I didn't hear you.
It was more of an evaluation of talent ahead of the draft, and then I adjust accordingly because sometimes it's fit based, sometimes it's talent based. Like for example, Elijah Mitchell last year, he plummeted down draft boards once he went to San Francisco, and I mean I was so high on his talent that it was still. He was just a sleeper pick. Obviously, it picked up by the time camp came around, and they were raving about him. But that's where some of this stuff kind of helps me with my fantasy valuations on guys. Doing it before, the raw stuff, and then fit, like what Jay was mentioning as well.
I'm sorry. Cleveland just took
He's answered your question. Gladys, Vic answered your question. He had number 1.
Cleveland just drafted wide receiver David Bell from Purdue.
Yeah, we just talked about him.
That's a good pick there.
It's a good pick, yeah.
I mean, depends on who the quarterback is.
That's
Cleveland. That's going to be Deshaun. What are you talking about?
Depends on how long the suspension is.
Not for a while. I mean, come on.
They could take. Yeah, we don't know.
What are you going to say, Jay? I'm sorry.
We don't know. They don't know. Hey, David Bell is like drawing comparisons. He's like the Black Cooper Cup up in here. So
I like David Bell.
That one.
What were you saying before that, Jay?
There you go. Vic was answering your question when you asked him who his top 2 receivers were: Jamison Williams and then Garrett Wilson.
Oh, okay,
came in there.
Jamison.
But yeah, going back to David Bell, that's just. You don't think that Christian Watson's? You don't think that Deshaun's going to play?
I think I think the NFL is going to suspend him for a few games.
Yep, right there. So, I agree. They can't. I don't know how you can't.
Define a few. Is it the Ben Roethlisberger few?
Wait, what now?
Define few. Is it the Ben Roethlisberger few?
I was expecting 4 to 6.
I mean, because he was exonerated criminally, they can't really give him the max. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think he's going to send it 3 games.
Okay, so I think the Cleveland Browns can sacrifice 3 games, and having Deshaun Watson for.
Did you forget they're in the same division as Pittsburgh? Whatever.
Yeah. They
cannot sacrifice 3 games. All right. Let's just get that straight now.
You forget that both of those teams are in the same division as Cincinnati.
Cincinnati's. I am
Baltimore.
I am going to die on this hill. Cincinnati is going to suffer the greatest Super Bowl hangover known to man. They are
right there.
to be there. They got there. They are not going to be able to overcome the fact that they got to play the Rams in the Super Bowl and they almost won.
I am 100% with you, Gladys. I actually was just talking with one of my friends about this that I do a side podcast with, and we were both talking about it. And I think it's going to be a huge slump. I think everybody knows what their plays are going to do. I think that Jamar Chase is going to have a slight slump, not a huge one, like it's, but a slight one.
Not like the Rams.
I think Mixon is going to have a year because I think Burrow is going to have a really hard time.
Well, I'm just going to tell it to you like this. We talked about it on our pod on Monday. The odds for the Bengals are just too good for me to pass up. I will be going to Vegas and putting $100 on the Bengals to win the Super Bowl. They're getting plus 2,000. So,
you can go into Underdog Fantasy. You don't have to go to Vegas to do that.
Hey, whatever. I just want you got to go to Vegas, right? You just got to go to Vegas. I just want to do that. That's how I'm going to choose to burn $100.
You're going to put on Cincinnati?
Yeah, I am.
Is that to win the Super Bowl or to win the division?
To win the Super Bowl.
I'm gonna go throw money down on. It's gonna be a random one. I always do random ones because I'm here in Nevada, so I can bet just right down the road. Right?
That's true.
I'm actually gonna throw a random one down on the Ravens because I think they've had a really good draft, and I think it's gonna come out of
AFC North. Hate for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Look, I am not a Ravens fan. I am not a Lamar Jackson fan, but for some reason I just have, I don't know. I'm going to throw some money down on it. Like 20, 30 bucks. I don't know.
I'm going to throw some money down on the Browns then, I guess, just so we have all four. I don't believe it, but just so we have all four.
All three of these.
Look, I put money down. I put money down on the Rams and the Bills last year, and I won the Rams. So,
hey.
Anyway.
You probably got good odds on that too, because Tampa was the fave, right?
Yeah, it was. Gosh, I don't remember what it was, but I mean, because I only put like $20 down. It's not. I mean, because I kind of throw it around a little bit, right? But I think I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was. Oh, hold on.
So why she's doing that? Whatever she's doing.
No, my husband just walked in and he heard me say it, and he was like, "Honey, we got it at 12-1." He heard me screaming. He was like, "The kid's up here watching a movie, and I hear you screaming about football." He was like, "Oh, it was 12-1. You're good."
Holy Boomer Cyrus and Batman.
The Arizona Cardinals just picked edge. My Jay Sanders from Cincinnati.
Yeah, Cincinnati's getting some love.
How many players did Cincinnati put on? I mean, they had to equal Georgia, right?
Cincinnati, yeah, they're putting some love in.
Yeah. Holy shit.
You know, Cincinnati was a good team this year, though. I can't lie. I hate the way that the playoff system worked in college playoff, because it looked like they set it up to get Alabama versus Georgia in the title game, where I don't know how that ranking. I felt that Cincinnati shouldn't have been able to avoid Alabama. And I think that Georgia and Alabama should have played in the national semifinal. But of course, the SEC, I've been joking with my guys, Dan and Vic, forever, that the national championship in college football is called the SEC Invitational.
It's stupid. It's stupid. They need a better system. It's stupid.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on college playoffs. That's stupid.
Daniel says that Trey Lance will have an MVP Cam Newton type of year. So I'm no.
With or without Debo? That's my follow-up.
Do you actually think they're going to get rid of Debo?
No. God, why?
I have a hard time seeing a team be willing to pay what San Francisco would most likely want as a return.
So do you think he's going to sit? Do you think he's going to sit there?
Crazy enough to give up Debo. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, but if he doesn't want to play, do you think he'll sit?
I think they didn't offer him enough money on the initial attempt for an extension, so he's trying to have a bargaining chip in regards to getting paid what he feels he's worth. So in the end of the day, I think he will stay, but for right now, they'll go back and forth for a little while. I'm not really expecting a sit-out. I think San Francisco's going to flirt with trade ideas, but they're not actually going to do it, and then they'll end up agreeing to something.
See, I'm going to go to more conspiracy theory route on San Francisco and the whole Debo situation. I don't think it's all about money. I think that he's openly protesting the 49ers keeping Jimmy G at quarterback.
You really?
Yeah.
Because I heard he hated Lance.
He didn't want to play running back. Like he thought it would take too much toll on his body. He just wants to be wide receiver, which
if you play Trey Lance, he doesn't have to run that many run plays. Those become Trey Lance plays. Right.
But okay. Sorry. Jets just took tight end Jeremy Ruckert from Ohio State.
There's way too many picks this round that I actually am really happy about for each team. I mean, I look at Raymond, the OT from Central Michigan. I love that pick for Indianapolis. Jelani Woods, Dolchich, Nakobe Dean, Malik Willis, Corral, Ryan. I don't know. I could go on and on. Cross, Kirby. There's so many good picks right now where I'm surprised these guys are still available. A few of these guys I definitely thought would be middle second round, late second round. And great value for a lot of these teams right now.
Good
It's
value.
been a weird draft.
It's been a very weird draft.
It's been a very
It's-
weird draft.
It's been a weird draft because teams are drafting well. That's what it is. You don't have these egregious reaches outside of a couple of teams.
Like the Patriots?
Yeah. That is exactly what I was thinking.
That's because great minds think alike, Gladys.
That's what it is.
Jay, I agree though, and I think I was low on this quarterback class. I have heard a lot of comparisons to the 2013 quarterback class, which was E.J. Manuel, Geno Smith, and that's pretty much where I'm at with this too. But when I look at it from that perspective, those guys were taken really high with a lot of expectations. This year, only one first round. It's a lot easier to have the bar set low.
Yeah.
And then if they do anything, cool. You're not really expecting a lot based on what you paid to get them. So,
Isn't it weird though that the one that was taken in the first round is probably the last one that will get on the field?
Oh, I agree with you. I think they're going to run Mitch. I think they're going to run Mitch for a while. I don't think he's going to get on there in the first month or two for sure. I think Mitch Trubisky's going to run that offense for a while.
What does that say about Kenny Pickett though? If you can't, if Mitchell Trubisky is keeping you off of the field,
he was the most NFL ready quarterback in this draft class. I don't understand.
You already know how I feel about that. He's in the NFL because he got kicked out of college, not because talent.
But I
think Matt Corral is actually the most NFL ready quarterback.
Smart lady over here.
I like him more. I'll agree with that. I don't understand the Kenny Pickett draft selection at all.
You are so happy you weren't here when they had that 20th pick and they picked Kenny Pickett with all those other quarterbacks, because even my dog left the room. He's like, what is happening here? Is she losing her shit? I'm going to go in the bedroom and just hide because this has to get over quick. Anyway, I said I wouldn't go on a Kenny Pickett rant, and I'm not going to. One good year. He had one good year. He was in college forever. First 3 years, nothing.
Yeah. How old is he?
Good year. Come on.
24.
And his hands are 8.5 inches. And he's playing in cold weather.
Kenny small
and he
hands.
wears a glove. Come on. Seriously.
With Mitch already there, why not take the upside guy?
Right, I thought it was going to be Malik Willis, but yeah, I don't understand that pick either. But
the Dolphins just picked linebacker Channing Tindall.
Tindall, yeah.
And Kansas City just picked linebacker Leo Chenal from Wisconsin.
Okay, can we talk about?
That is a good pick for that slot.
I know it was a while ago, but can we talk about Sky Moore to the Chiefs?
Oh, we talked about that. That's when you were having your issues.
I'm so sorry. That is a kid that I want in redraft and dynasty. I love Sky Moore.
All over the place.
Love him.
So in my pre-draft rankings of the 22 wide receivers, I had Sky Moore ranked number 5 in the same tier with Jamison Williams and Treylon Burks.
I did too. I love him. I'm sorry. That's when I was single parent and drinking, y'all. Doing good. I was, doing good stuff. You know what I'm saying? No, I love Sky Moore, and it kills me because I'm not a Chiefs fan, but I think he is going to fly high.
Yeah, he's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I think that's a great landing spot for him.
It's gonna be pretty.
I had Christian Watson, wide receiver 6, and then I had Sky Moore, wide receiver 7. Those are two I was higher on than everyone else. I like Sky Moore and KC for sure.
See, now I feel bad because I had Sky Moore ranked higher than I think a lot of people do. Now he's just going to be like, oh, look, I'm a genius. I'm taking Sky Moore early. Now he's going to be too rich for my blood now.
Where do you think he'll go? Where do you think Sky Moore will go in Dynasty Superflex?
I think he's going to go in the middle of the first round, I think, in the Superflex. Because of where he went.
Right.
Yeah.
The lack of draft equity for the quarterbacks is going to give people some pause there in case they were feeling aggressive there. Also, with someone like McBride, I do like the fit long term, but you still have to look at Ertz as the immediate guy there.
Yes.
The running backs have weird teams for right now where you just have a lot of questions. So I think some of the wide receivers are going to be the clear answers.
Yeah, they're going to rise up. I think that Breece Hall is no longer the clear-cut 101 in Dynasty anymore. He went to the Jets. That was not a great landing spot for him right now. Could be, but we're not talking about right now.
Right.
So I think that the wide receivers are going to kind of rise up to the top, and so I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to see 4 receivers go in the top 5 picks. I wouldn't let Breece go too far, but I wouldn't be surprised to see 4 receivers go there.
Still going to try and spread my Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker propaganda in my league chat so they don't get too aggressive on some of the wide receivers I'm trying to get.
Who's honking? Who's honking?
Me.
All right, your Rams are on the clock.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
I don't know who's gonna take it.
We're trading them picks. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, there's only you and one more team, unless you're trading for 2023.
That's what we do.
Might not be a bad idea.
Steven Jackson, the memories.
Steven Jackson.
The memories.
You picked Logan Bruce, guard from Wisconsin.
Okay.
Once again, a 3rd-round pick I like. Jeez.
Wisconsin puts out some big boys.
Oh, yeah.
There's too many 3rd-round picks I like. This is ridiculous.
So Chad is saying, you asked about the draft. What's so different? He's saying it's because the draft is over 3 days. Gives teams time to recalibrate. I missed the days when Cleveland was under pressure and kept making bad picks under the old draft format. They used to go, 3 rounds straight in the first day? Is that how it used to be?
It was 7. Well, 7 rounds altogether? 8? No, it was more than 7 rounds. And they would 1, 2, 3 was the first day, and then 3, 4, 5, 6 or something like that was the second day. And then I think they only went 2 days. I think it was the weekend. So Friday and Saturday, maybe.
So there is some traction to that point there of just fatigue there for the teams and just making bad choices under pressure like that.
Well, I mean, should they be? And I guess should you be under pressure? You know when the draft is. You know who you want. Right. You have a draft board. If someone takes who you want, you should take the next one down.
Because the point is that because these rounds, the point is that the days gave you a little bit of time to rethink it. So even if you're sucking in a draft, you had a chance to regroup and just be like, wait a minute, we're kind of bombing our draft a little bit here. Let's get back on track.
Okay. I mean, I guess I could see that if you're drafting. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, if you're the Cleveland Browns, there's no excuse.
When analytics
there's no
came
hope for
in,
you anyway.
Getting the younger and the not necessarily younger, but you got people who aren't Dave Gettleman, for instance, drafting, and you have the Ozzie Newsome. I don't know. I mean, I think it's more the GMs that Danny. Oh,
yeah, y'all just see San Francisco just took a wide receiver.
There's your Debo replacement right there. He's already better.
Danny Gray at SMU.
Danny Gray at Debo.
You really think they're gonna trade Debo?
No, I think it's all propaganda.
Yeah.
For Debo or
for Debo to try and get. I think both sides are trying to leverage their case for why they're offering this or why they want that. But
okay, so here's my whole thing on that Debo thing. If he doesn't want to do what he's doing, he only wants to be a wide receiver. He doesn't want to run he doesn't want to be that running back wide receiver because it takes a toll on his body. How can you ask for more money? You're doing less.
Right. That's what made him special to me.
I agree. But also the issue is if he's really getting a lot of snaps from behind the line of scrimmage, then the front office can come in and try and give him money like he's a running back because he's adding more wear and tear in that regard, which running backs obviously get played a whole hell of a lot less than wide receivers. So that's part of what I've been reading in regards to, the difference in money. Debo wants to be treated like one of the premier wide receivers. Well, they're trying to say, well, you're kind of taking some wear and tear like a running back too. So maybe we should pay you in the middle somewhere.
Because he's both. But who said it? Was it either it was on the TV or it was the guys that were that were there before us, the B League and Dan and Bo. If Christian Kirk, Jacksonville paying Christian Kirk all that
Yikes.
money, just blew up
Yeah.
the wide receiver. You know what I mean? It just, you're paying someone who isn't performing as well as the numbers that he's getting. So that's why Tyreek Hill, is like, see you, Kansas City. If Christian Kirk gets this, I should get this. So the wide receiver pay scale is skewed anyway. But
and then you got a sweet little Cooper Kupp that's like, I'm just going to play the game. I don't need the money right now.
Because you putting on rings. It's his day will come. So is that Denny? Is that Ocean? Is that Speak on it? Is that crew?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the crew that was talking about that, where the guy he was saying that Christian Kirk literally fucked up everybody's
yes, there was
everybody's team, because now it becomes a stick up right now, where it's like you got all of these wide receivers. That's what he was saying, that all of these wide receivers are coming in, and now it's like bank heist time now. Like Christian Kirk just got the bag. Let me show you, this dude never had 1,000-yard season.
Thank you.
Yeah, awful.
And it was. I don't.
And so now you do get that situation where all of these receivers are like, wait a minute, it's our time to cash in now.
And you're seeing a lot of the top. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh.
No, go.
You're just seeing a lot of these teams with the top tier quarterbacks that are paying them a lot of money being unwilling to pay a top tier wide receiver a lot of money as well. I mean, obviously these quarterbacks are making what, 40, 50 million.
Let me think. Like Aaron Rodgers, maybe?
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes. Some of these guys where they're really making the most money, they don't want to suddenly pay 80 million of their cap for two guys. And I think that's where you're seeing them try and roll it, get more draft picks, hope to get 1, 2, 3, like a collection of guys to fill the void of one guy. So then
do you think Rodgers
get him on rookie deals?
Suspected that Adams would leave?
I saw on Pat McAfee's show yesterday. He said he didn't, but
I don't believe that.
How could you not when you took all of the money?
Yeah, I
don't believe that at all. I think Aaron Rodgers has a hand in everything that happens over there.
It was Devontae's wish. I think he.
Well, I understand that, but you don't.
But
you don't think he knew that? Come on.
I think he was convinced that him signing the deal would realistically draw Devontae back. But I think Devontae is his own man. Like, he's not married to Aaron where he has to stay there with him. And I wish Green Bay, I'll say it again, I wish they would have just traded both of them.
You wish they would have what?
Traded both of them.
Devontae and Aaron?
Yeah, obviously not in the same deal, but just get rid of Aaron too. Actually have cap space.
Yeah, but who was going to take his ass?
It could be just as simple as Devontae Adams just wanted to end his career playing home.
He was a childhood Raider fan. His college teammate.
He probably looked at Derek Carr. Like, you're the worst quarterback in your division now.
Yeah, but Derek Carr.
Let me help my buddy out. Let me help my college buddy out a little bit here.
Let me not play in the cold.
Right.
That's true too. Let me play in
the desert. You get older. You start getting older, and them bones start hurting in Lambeau.
And I think
if they paid him in Green Bay, you don't think he would have stayed? Is that what you're saying?
No, they offered him the same amount. They were willing to pay him, but he didn't want to stay, which I also can't blame him either, because the amount of expectations on him, regardless of the fact that he is amazing and one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, when you expect him to be the sole guy that has to get open every time, regardless of how many of the 11 defenders are on him, you're asking for a miracle at a certain point. And I can understand, wanting to go to your dream team with your college teammate, and you have Waller, Renfro, and Jacobs. They have plenty of options there, so I don't blame them.
The Raiders will be fun to watch this year. They'll be fun.
And I mean, not dealing with Aaron's bullshit all the time would kind of be nice. I mean, I would feel the same way. I do feel the same way, and I'm only a fan of the team.
Hey, you guys, I got to go put my kid to bed, but I appreciate you having me on, and thank you so much, Gladys, for including me. I appreciate it.
No, thank you for coming on.
Yeah,
you
we're
guys.
done, huh?
Hey,
I think that's the. I think
Night,
that's
kiddo.
it.
Hey, you guys have a wonderful weekend, okay? Enjoy your rounds
too.
tomorrow. Bye, guys.
All right.
Yeah, I agree. Christian Kirk did do what Kirk Cousins did a couple of years. Definitely pulled off a robbery.
Something
There
about the
can't
name
blame the
Kirk.
guy for getting his money though. If somebody's stupid enough to give it to
To
him,
pay you, yeah.
yeah,
You take it. You're not going to turn it down. I mean, you shouldn't turn it down.
that's super corny, bro. Super corny. Moral of the story: don't trust a Kirk unless he's a captain.
That's your boy, man. That's your boy.
That's funny, corny though. I'll take that one.
Are we
All right.
surprised
What
that the
team,
Jet?
what
Oh, sorry,
team
go ahead.
won the draft? What so far? What team lost the draft so far?
Washington lost the draft. You traded out. I mean, that Jahan Dotson is that's irreparable. That's just not a good. That's just not a good pick. I think that the Jets. I hate to say that. I think that the Jets. Hard not to win the draft though when they had so many damn picks though, right?
Well, they won it in the first round. They only had 2 picks, and then they traded up for one. So
I think that the Jets had a lot of needs, and they came in with a plan, and I think that they executed their plan very good. And they got high. They didn't just like it wasn't just like, oh well, we need this guy, take this guy. Like they took high end players with every draft pick. Something's in the water for the Jets there. We'll see how it translates on the field for them. But yeah, they don't look like your father's Jets, based off of the way that they drafted tonight and yesterday.
Zach,
My biggest loser would have to be New England. I do not like what they did there. Cole Strange, still shaking my head at that one in round 1. There's a lot better offensive linemen available at that point, but also Tyquan Thornton at 18th pick of the second round. There was wasn't George Pickens still available there?
at the 18th pick?
Oh yeah, and I believe wasn't Sky Moore as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have easily taken either of those guys over Tyquan Thornton there. Obviously, Bill has his ways, but this is one of those draft classes that really makes me scratch my head, and especially when you're trying to piece together around a more of a game manager type of quarterback like Mac. Some interesting draft picks there.
They could have went instead of Tyquan Thornton, they could have went any of those 3 receivers back to back to back. Pickens, Alec Pierce, and then Sky Moore. They all went back to back to back, 52, 53, and 54.
I have all 3 higher than Thornton.
Yeah, 3. Yeah. So.
And who did you think won the draft, Zach?
I don't have a clear winner. Like you heard me during this 3rd round. There's too many teams that I was actually really impressed with. No one reached. There was a lot of things where there was a lot of times where I felt that a team actually took what they needed. Say it wasn't the guy that was slotted to go there, but direct need, and you can also clearly make a case as to why that pick happened there. Teams are getting smarter, I guess. Top 3. I want to leave the Packers out of it. As much as I love what they did, I don't want to give the biased opinion. I like what the Jets did. I like actually what the Giants did as well. New York, what's going on? They actually did good in a draft. That's concerning. And then the Chargers as well. Those would have to be my top 3.
Wait, who did the Chargers? What pick of the Chargers are we talking about?
I like just so they've only had 2 so far, but they had Zion Johnson, which I thought was a great selection. There's still some other guys.
The tight end, from UCLA.
That's right.
They got him.
What's up?
What? Who got the tight end?
The Chargers. The Chargers.
I thought the Broncos got him.
No, wasn't it the Chargers? Let me check back. Go back.
The Broncos.
I could be wrong now. Greg Dulcich, right?
Dulcich, yeah. Where did he go? Yeah, you're right. He went to Denver. Chargers took JT Woods right before Dulcich there.
I would have liked Dulcich in LA though, but no, I like what the Chargers did with getting Zion there, and especially if he can fit into what I view as a already progressing offensive line. Obviously, they need to prioritize protecting Justin Herbert.
Absolutely.
Zion will fit right in there. So I really like. I've honestly been impressed with a lot of teams this draft. This third round, especially, had so many picks where I couldn't believe guys were still available and teams are addressing team need, but also just a great bang for your buck relative
Yeah.
to the pick slot.
Do you think there's someone on the board that's still available for tomorrow that you're surprised is still there?
Best available.
Yeah, for me, Isaiah Spiller. We can talk about how much he's dropped. Isaiah Spiller was somebody who produced in SEC football. I think that it's recency bias with him not, running in the combine and in the injury there. I think that he's just being a little bit disrespected for his skill set, being someone who can actually catch the ball out of the backfield in an era of football where we need running backs that can actually, catch the ball back there. There was a period of time where before all of this happened, I actually had Isaiah Spiller, the number 1 running back overall over Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker before the combine happened. So I think that you look at Isaiah Spiller still there. That's a steal. We're talking upside quarterback. I like Sam Howell over anything Kenny Pickett has done.
Yes. And I just hear the pain. I'm sorry.
It's
And
okay.
then for a wide receiver to bet, I think that Justin Ross out of Clemson is going to be a good player there. Clemson is producing wide receivers. They got some pretty good receivers in the NFL. Got a good program over there.
Khalil
So those
Shakir
are
as well.
those are 3 guys that I think are at this point in time coming in as going to be steals.
Zach?
For myself, Sam Howell, agree there with what Jay was saying. I like, similar to what I was saying earlier in regards to the quarterbacks in this draft. When you're not reaching on them, being too aggressive based on team need, and you're taking them actually where they should be falling in the draft.
Okay.
If you get Sam Howell in the 4th round, it's worth the risk. And if you need a quarterback, why not? That's a great opportunity there. Otherwise, I do like Calvin Austin, Isaiah Spiller as well. Damian Pierce is another running back I've been keeping my eye on. So we'll see what kind of slot. There's a few running backs where, depending on the opportunity they fall into, their ADP in both yearly and dynasty could skyrocket, because there's a few teams we're still expecting to take a running back that haven't even looked that way yet. Also, Isaiah Likely, the tight end out of Coastal Carolina. I think that'll be a good pick once it's his turn.
What do you guys think of Hassan Hawkins? No? That he deserves to be on the...
How do you feel about him?
I think that he is one of those players that it really does depend on where he goes, what kind of system that he's in, for him to succeed. I don't think he's better than any of the ones that have taken now, but I mean, I'm not sure that Kenneth Walker will succeed in Seattle. I think just because he's in Seattle and, Pete Carroll wants to run, and Carson's probably not going to be playing anymore, and he sucks. But so far, he's the only one that I think went to a system that he will succeed in. The Jets are just stacked on paper anyway. On paper, the Jets are stacked. Do you know what I mean? I mean, Zach Wilson, I read a stat that it took Zach Wilson last year an average of 4.19 to get rid of the ball. 4.19. Like, that's an eternity to get rid of the ball. So they're going to have to rely on running backs and their O-line, but I don't feel good about that. I don't feel good about him being there.
I like their weapons. I'm a Zach Wilson believer. I was optimistic for him last year, but after watching the Jets, it seemed like he was trying to be
everything.
He was trying to be Patrick Mahomes when you can't be Patrick Mahomes your first snaps at the NFL level. He's trying to do too much. scrambling around. I think as they add these weapons, also hopefully get some protection for him, have a more competent defense where the other team isn't just scoring right away, and he's trying to have to pull a miracle out of nowhere when he's still trying to learn the ropes.
Right.
I think there's a definite upside in regards to what he can be in year 2, and I think I'm a big believer in year 2 is the year you actually evaluate quarterbacks, because year 1 it's so hot and
I don't
cold.
even have Hassan Hawkins ranked in my top 15 running backs. So I'm not very high on him at all. I would like to see, we talked about the North Dakota State. I'd like to see Pierre Strong get in on a good spot, being an SC homer as well. Keontae Ingram. I think that's a really good player there. All of those players. And Damian Price out of Florida. Did he go? Did Damian Price from Florida
No, he's
go?
still available.
No, yeah, I don't have him.
Yeah, he's still available.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. You said Daniel Bellinger, tight end. That's what Victor said. No, let's see, best available running backs, it's ESPN has listed Isaiah Spiller, Damian Pierce, Zamir White, Ty Chandler. Jerome
Damn, if
Ford.
ESPN is saying it, I got to change my.
Yeah,
I can't be aligned with.
ESPN.
No, I'm just looking at the position they organize. Oh, another guy I'm excited to see where he goes. Someone that I would be curious to see Green Bay try and go after with a later round pick. Besides Justin Ross, he's probably my favorite wide receiver available. But Romeo Doubs, that's someone I was really high.
You like
on.
that? You like that Carson Strong?
Oh yeah,
that's a big.
I was high on Romeo last year. He's great one week, disappears the next. But, he's got certain skills there that you want to roll the dice on. My concern is I was high on him as a sleeper, a guy I could snag in the 3rd or 4th because no one was looking his way. And then all this pre-draft stuff, all these sleepers are starting to get more and more hype, and I'm watching Romeo Doubs climb and climb. I don't see that. He's a guy I'm happy to take a flyer on in the 3rd or 4th with like relative expectations at most, but you can't expect too much with any guys there.
Right, and that's what you do, right? You start getting late in the draft. You're taking flyers on guys with a little bit of something special, a little bit of pop there. We're not looking for somebody that is going to come in and just be a mediocre. You're literally swinging for the fence. Why? Because if they don't pan out, they were a 4th or 5th round draft pick, which is to the point that the guys were saying yesterday, the first group yesterday, when they were talking about Andy Isabella, and they were talking about why Andy Isabella should have never been a draft, because he should have never been drafted that high to begin with. So
I agree with that. And I mean, I look at Romeo as the perfect fit there. Not someone you should reach on, be too aggressive with, but I'll give you an example of 2 games this past year. Because overall, 80 receptions, 1,100 yards, 11 touchdowns. Sounds good, but nothing that would just blow you away. But 2 weeks, one against Fresno State, 19 receptions, 203 yards, and a touchdown. And then against Air Force, 11 receptions, 159 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And stuff like that, where the consistency there wasn't there, the concerns are there. But at the same time, when you see those gaudy numbers, even if it was Carson Strong throwing him the ball, worth the risk at some point where that's that upside you were talking about.
Well, I like Carson Strong. Just like we had Courtney Salmon, that kid is chucking the ball. That is a big arm player. So,
where did you have Carson Strong ranked on your quarterbacks?
Let's see, fantasy rankings. Carson Strong, I had him ranked number 6 behind Kenny Pickett.
Oh my God! All right. On that note.
On that note,
I think we're going to Sarah Farewells, Jay, Tell people where they can find you if they want to talk to you. Although I don't
J-Bank,
know why anyone want to right now, but if they do.
JBank727 on Twitter, social media,
Look
Facebook,
at you
find
getting
me.
Twitter crazy.
Yeah.
You guys
My
need to follow
Twitter's-
Jay on Twitter. Jay
I,
Banks.
they forced me to open up a Twitter account.
It was the only way to give. It was the only way I could send him a link to this. Like Jeff, Mr. Technology, can send him a link on Facebook. I can't do it because I don't know why. I barely can do it on Twitter. So JBank727, and then isn't there a Facebook group that you're in or something?
I'm in a bunch of Facebook chats, but you find me lurking around with Jeff on the Fantasy War Room on there. His fantasy
Lurking around
group.
sounds
yeah,
absolutely not
going for 2.
crazy at all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely
lurking
not.
around sounds perfectly normal. Zach, where can people find you, my friend?
They can find me on Twitter at the Big Pulowski, like what's displayed on the screen. That's probably the best and only way I think I'm really accessible. But I'm always ready to talk any of the football, basketball, baseball. I've also just watched the Grizzlies close out the Timberwolves. But
Ja Morant,
I want to thank both of you for having me on. I'm glad it worked out. I had fun talking with you too.
No,
yeah, it was fun.
Yeah,
You guys made a boring day fun.
You
Late
guys
day 2.
watch tomorrow, day 3. I think it's all Kyle, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll be jumping in at certain parts with him tomorrow as well.
Kyle and Zach for tomorrow. What time do you guys come on? Do you know?
I believe he's got a few different guests at different points. I don't know
okay.
exactly.
So I
who
think it
and
starts
when.
at noon tomorrow. Rounds 4 through 7. Going for 2. Just hop on, come see Kyle talk, Zach talk, and we will. Jay and I will see you.
2
Not
Mondays.
next Monday, right? No.
Yeah, a week
Is it
from
next
Monday. A week from Monday.
A week from Monday. Yeah, a week after. A week from Monday, and we will see you on the 2-point conversion. Thank everyone who hung in there to listen to us talk Dynasty and non-Dynasty, and we will see you next time.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Have a
It's
good
been
night.
a pleasure, Zach. Again, thank you.
No,
for
thank you as well. Glad it worked out.
Victor is still like sprouting stuff.
Victor is a football. Victor and Dan, those guys are going to talk football until 2 a.m. It's probably
Nice.
2 a.m. in their time frame, and they're in Victor's East Coast at least.
Oh, really?
Dan's on the west side here.
Victor, thank you for hanging in there on the East Coast side there, buddy. And
Like
Dan,
the
thank you for hanging
dedication.
in there. And Kyle, thank you for hanging in there. Everyone who participated and was in the chats, thank you guys so much. We will see you guys later. Bye.
Peace.